it means that is going to be a shark pit, Vinruki.
Yeah, they're an absolute menace down there, already causing havoc. We can take a look at exactly what did go down. So, unfortunately, ski instructors were the first victim, and they have been eliminated. They did not make the top 8, which means their qualification into the top 8 is a little bit out of their control. Old and Bad also is another one of those teams that caused a little bit of chaos. They took down the Fiends 2, eliminating them from that top 8, but Old and Bad finds himself up against a Bleach Bones, a very difficult opponent. But if they can win that series, that does mean they will solidify their top 8. So for ski instructors, they're kind of waiting around to see that one play out. And for Old and Bad, they have a very difficult matchup coming up.
Yeah, speaking of top 8 as well, let's take a quick look at the EU standings. Where we currently are is looking pretty rough. I mean, you got Echo up there at the top place, 400 points, Zico.
Yeah, so Echo going for the victory in all cups. That's basically what's on the line for them. They are guaranteed to be making it to the finals. And we got Old and Bad. They need to win one series. So they're going to be going up against Bleach Bones, a very difficult opponent. But if they can win that, they will secure themselves as that 8th spot team in the gauntlet. Then we got Streamer Zone GG. They are looking like a team that could potentially hold on to that 3rd place position. All they got to do is win one series, and Streamer Zone will be locked in as that 3rd seed. Now for Phoenix Reborn, the road looks a little bit more rough, but it is possible for them. If Phoenix Reborn wins the entire cup and Streamer Zone doesn't win a single series, then Phoenix Reborn will overtake Streamer Zone GG in the standings as that 3rd place team. So I really am looking mostly at that. Phoenix Reborn, if they can have that deep run, we saw them go all the way to the finals. If they can go to the finals and also dismantle Echo, there is a possibility. Otherwise, they will be the final boss, most likely of the gauntlet, unless Bleach Bones can do something crazy here.
Absolutely, a lot of possibilities that could be happening today in terms of those standings. But let's take a look at the rosters that actually did make it into the top 8. Like we were saying earlier, they did play in the offline games this week, and these are the teams that will be competing today in the 4th and final cup, heading for the War Within. They've worked so hard all season, and it's coming down to the wire for some of these teams here in the last weekend, as we can see on the brackets. Competitive, definitely a very competitive bracket, and these teams have not let up all season, Sid.
Yeah, this final cup is going to be epic, to say the least. In that upper side, we got Echo going up against Phoenix Reborn once again, and Phoenix Reborn still hold the title as the only team to beat Echo in a series, and that was in Cup 2 in the offline games that we didn't even get to see on broadcast, and they played Elemental Shaman Beast Mastery Hunter, but we haven't seen them utilize that composition since that offline stage, so I'm imagining Echo must have found some type of solution, and now Phoenix Reborn, they need to adapt. They need that deep run, like Zico said. There might be a miracle. If they can win this entire cup and Streamer Zone go out in these first couple of rounds, they could get into that top 3. So they obviously want to give it their best shot here in terms of making that reality come true. And then StreamerZone.gg against Ultima. The fact that Ultima beat Drive Overload, and Drive Overload plays very similar compositions to Streamer Zone, means that there are some possibilities, but I feel like I'm still slightly leaning into Streamer Zone just because they looked like they were on fire last weekend, Ven.
Yeah, and then of course in the lower bracket we have Drive Overload, who has been right up there, neck and neck there with Echo in some of these games and throughout all of these cups. So I think they're kind of the second team to beat right now besides Echo, and ILTU is going to have to go head-to-head with them. But the nice thing for ILTU is we have seen some interesting compositions come up for them. Corky playing that Balance Druid definitely put on a show for us last week. Making it quite a deep run into that cup number 3. We'll see what they can do, if Drive Overload is going to be prepared for the Balanced Druid, or if ILTU is going to be mixing it up in terms of compositions. For our other series, we have Bleach Bones versus Old and Bad. Old and Bad, they have to win this series. If they win this, they will be in the top 8, and things will be looking good for them. But that is one difficult team they have to go up against. Bleach Bones, and just an absolute powerhouse roster. Jamie, Mercy, Lontar, Blizzo. So a very difficult matchup there, and we'll have to see it. And honestly, for Bleach Bones, they're one of those teams that isn't doing quite as well as I expected. So I'm kind of looking to see them prove themselves here in this 4th cup.
Yeah, of forward to that series. But we've got the first up series coming up pretty soon here. Drive Overload versus ILTU. If you're in the chat, get your predictions in right now. Get some of those points and predict along with us, because I think this is going to be an interesting way to start off the day here in the fourth and final cup in the EU region, because these two teams, Super T's, they're gunning for it for sure. Drive Overload, of course, they're in second. ILTU a little bit further down the line in terms of points.
Yeah, ILTU, though, they're leveling up from last week to this week. They went from not taking any games off Streamer Zone to taking 2 games off them in the offline games last week. And Keto on that Preservation Evoker, he's got some opportunities against teams that don't have Subtlety Rogues as their focus. So ILTU could have a shot here. I'm still leaning a little bit more towards Drive Overload, given that they're one of the few teams that actually takes games off of Echo when they go head-to-head. Elswave really looks like he wants it this year on the Mage. He's been multi-classing so many different specializations and coming through, but you don't want to completely count ILTU out, because look how close they were in some of these games. Like, they were just a couple of seconds away from taking matches away from Streamer Zone last week.
Yeah, they certainly would. So we'll see if that story changes any with this fourth cup this time when these two teams do face off against each other. Let's take a look now at the predictions that we had here on the desk ourselves. Okay, it looks like most of us are in agreement. Super T's, you're a 3-2 for these guys. Zico, you're a 3-1. Talk about your prediction to us.
I think Drive Overload, they're going to come in, with a vengeance here. These guys take it very, very serious, and they've shown that, they are the second best team, at least as of now, in the region. So I think they're going to step up here, but I am willing to give at least one loss here on their side, because I think it is going to be I think it's going to be one of those series that's a little bit closer than the scoreboard will kind of tell. Like, if you only look at the scoreboard, it could be a 3-1, it could be a 3-0 even, but I think it's going to be, those games are all going to be close.
Yeah, I mean, even if I feel like last week we had like the most upsets I've seen in a while, Ven. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more kind of basically these teams proving us wrong, us and chat wrong, because they're on our side also. Drive Overload seems to be winning right now in the prediction.
Yeah, I think for both North America and Europe, there has been quite a bit of upsets this week. I mean, even just looking at this first series, Drive Overload being in that lower bracket, not something you would really expect. So I think these teams are still looking to prove themselves, and you need that consistency over all 4 cups. And this final cup might be the most important to perform in. You want to have, that kind of momentum, that confidence going into potential the gauntlet or the top 3 for the final. So this is kind of your last chance to show yourself before, the big show.
Yeah, these teams definitely don't want to be leaving anything on the table, and it's all kicking off right here. Series number 1, game 1 in this lower bracket game. This team that is going to lose, a pair of unfortunately knocked out of the tournament. Drive Overload versus ILTU up next.
Drive Overload versus ILTU. What are we going to see compositionally here? It's going to be Coffee on the Rogue. He's playing the Outlaw Rogue, and we got Corky back on the Balance Druid. Kenkito going to be rocking the Prez Evoker. And on the other side, we're seeing TJ, Elswave, and JT rocking the FMP once again. So I think that this is what we kind of expected to see here from both of these teams. And ILTU did get knocked out last weekend from Streamer Zone playing this comp, but with a Priest. So let's see what they can do. Already a big opener here onto JT. They're going after the Holy Paladin, punishing him and getting his medallion immediately.
Yeah, JT's not going to be messing around. He's playing that Dwarf as well, trading out his medallion early on. Full Cyclone's going to be landing here by Corky, but Corky's just getting absolutely deleted. Kenkito has to doesn't make a trade. He's just been kind of holding on through everything. Corky uses his bar skin, he uses a renewal, doing everything he can to stay alive without forcing Kenkito to really trade his defensives. In the meantime, though, good pressure here on a TJ, but this Icy Veins is just absolutely destroying Elswave. He's just throwing in Frost Firebolt after Frost Firebolt. You really have to respect that Icy Veins. Need to be careful. At the same time, though, ILTU, they're getting good counter pressure in this matchup. This isn't looking too bad for them.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the Ice Veins of Elswave, and he actually sat through 2 Cyclones during that and still almost took down Corky. Corky's still not out of the woods yet. TJ's in a Cyclone, though, so Corky doing a great job here, just keeping these DPS controlled, playing defense, but Kenkito caught up in a Polymorph. JT, though, caught up in a Solar Beam. Big attempt here onto TJ. It's a bit of a 2v2 situation, but Corky's forced defensive behind the pillar. Fake cast another kick. The Precognition King is back with another Cyclone onto Elswave, and he's being very patient there, finally. I was about to say, he's being very patient with his string trinket, but he's going to trinket out aggressively here with another Icy Veins. Big dam coming in here, but Elsewave also taking a lot of damage there. Beautiful all the time. They're doing another swap to JT, forcing out his Blessing of Protection, able to purge it there, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to be swapping over back to Elsewave. Elsewave is getting healed back up there from JT as he ducks around the corner. Kankito looking for that sleepwalk, but not able to find it, and now he's going to have to heal Corki back up.
All right, Elswave's going for a Snowdrift. He lands it on Coffee. Can he get it on Kankito? Beautiful rescue there by Kankito, just avoiding that. And I think Kankito's having a really good game so far. Unfortunately, he finds himself in a Cyclone. He's done a great job avoiding crowd control, but finally gets caught, and Corki might just die.
What?
Ice Wall comes down, and he gets absolutely destroyed. And unfortunately, if you are that Preservoker, you can't use the Emerald Communion in the Cyclone. So TJ kind of single-handedly closing out the game in those final moments. And I feel like both teams played well, but inevitably the Balancer just seems like such a vulnerability in this type of matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And Elsewave actually got a Bloodlust proc on that Ice Wall. So it was a really fast cast here that he was able to dish out. And it all started with that Hammer of Justice into a full Cyclone there from TJ to get the Maim stun. And there's the Ice Wall to get the Bloodlust proc as a super fast Ice Wall cast there for Elsewave. And they're just able to take him down immediately. Unfortunately for Kankito, not able to do anything in that situation as he had to kind of maneuver around that one. And Corki also getting caught out of bear form there with no medallion, with no bark skin. It's just a KO situation, and Drive Overload really good at kind of spotting these moments and taking advantage of it. So really nice plays here. I think Elsewave actually, Coffee didn't have his kick there either, came up in just a second. So really nice short window there to kind of close out the match. And Drive Overload, if you give them just even at the tiniest window, they're going to be able to walk away with it.
Yeah, it's just kind of the bane of playing the Preservation Evoker is mages are really tough to deal with because, you know, you're getting rooted, you're getting walled off, you're getting polymorphed, and it can be really hard to avoid all of those casts on this class because you have a short range, you kind of have to play in the fight, and you get punished by a mage a lot. And then it gets even worse when they have like a rogue to set them up or a feral druid also cycloning. So it's going to be really important for Kankito that he's avoiding crowd control as best as possible. Not the easiest thing to do, but that's what this game comes down to. Is ILTU, they need a lot of offense. Kankito, he needs to stay out of crowd control. That's their only way they're going to win this one.
Yeah, and we're going to go to Hook Point. Home field advantage for Coffee on that Pirate, but also a good map for the Ice Walls. When you have such a small map, also a good way for the mage to kind of pop off. We saw Tessia really be able to pop off on Hook Point, being able to make a lot of plays, but I don't think we saw Elsewave actually play the Shimmer last game, so we'll see what he decides to do. Have been seeing a little bit more kind of Shimmer aggressive playstyle, at least from Tessia. We'll see if any other mages kind of follow suit. And Elsewave also rocking the Ice Wall Snowdrift combo in terms of talents. We chatted a little bit with Raikou at the end of Echo's win last weekend, and he kind of gave his reasoning to why he doesn't really like those talents. He just likes to play it more consistent with Master Shepherd. So it is interesting to see kind of the playstyle differences between all of these mages. Some opt for Shimmer, some opt for the regular Blink Stun with Icy Flows, some opt for just a lot of CC talents, some opt for more consistency, and they're all seeing different forms of success, but we're going to see another opener here onto JT. Ooh. He gets Slept Walk on his Trinket though, nicely done, but they break the sleep there, so JT is going to be waking up here, and he's going to be waking up with a lot of heals in his pocket.
Yeah, waking up after using the medallion. Ooh, wide awake after that one, and Elsewave is low. Icy Veins is out right now. Elsewave putting out a ton of pressure here. Hammer of Justice on Kankito. Can they follow it up? A full Repentance lands. Ice Wall as well. He is completely separated, but Corki's in bear form. He's not messing around. He trades out the Trinket. He's going to sit in bear form. Not going to die through that, but they get the Trinket and the Barskin out of the way, which means the next setup is basically a guaranteed Trinket from Kankito.
Yeah, but here comes the damage onto JT. JT gonna use the Blessing of Protection here once again. Not able to purge that one. And Corki's low Cyclone here. In the meantime, on the other side, gets caught up in a stun. Kankito, what is he gonna do? Trinkets out of the Repentance. He has to send the Renewal. They have to send the Rewind there as well. A lot of defensive cooldowns there coming out from ILTU. They got nothing left. Coffee's also rotting down. Corki finds a Cyclone onto TJ after fake casting yet another interrupt. But Corki is basically just like a sitting duck right now. What is he gonna do for this next assault. Here comes the Dragon's Breath. There's the Snowdrift connecting. Kenkido, is he going to be able to avoid the sheep? Nice Typhoon there to interrupt the sheep, but it does connect. And there's the Emerald Communion. The last line of defense has been burned through ILTU.
Yeah, and the problem is Kenkido, he's trying to line of sight. Oh, Elsewhere is getting low! Are you kidding me? That was a huge swell of damage. Gets the ice block off. Sorry, I mean, yeah, that was crazy. Elsewhere survives, but ultimately Kenkido, he's trying to line of sight the mage, but what's happening is JT's just using Hammer of Justice and Repentance, and then he's out of line of sight. Elsewhere still low, though. Can they take him down? This is an unrelenting amount of damage coming in from ILTU. Corky is upset. Going for the Star Swords, going for the Cyclones. Unfortunately, Kenkido finds himself in a Cyclone. Now it's Corky on the back foot. He's in bear form once again. Goes for the Root Solar Beam, but I don't know if he's going to be able to live. Full Repentance lands, and Corky is just rotting down. He fakes out the interrupt, but it is not enough. I mean, it's bad enough you have the Mage going for Polymorphs and Snowdrifts and Dragon's Breath, and the Feral Druid also going for Cyclones, and now the Paladin is running you down. You're just getting ran down, getting put into a Hammer of Justice, into a Repentance. I don't think that a Presevoker is going to be winning these games. I really don't.
Yeah. Is it too late to change my prediction? That was brutal. I mean, we saw it, right? Kenkido, he had to trinket the first Repentance, and then here he got Hammer of Justice and into a Cyclone. And look at this. Elsewhere starts casting an Ice Wall, and on the other side, so that gets Solar Beam. But then on the other side, JT is there just casting a rep. So what do you do if you're Coffee? Like, what do you do in this situation? You have to stop the Mage Ice Wall. You have to stop TJ Cyclone, and you have to stop the Repentance on the other side of that little pillar as well. So it's just like you have to be at 3 places at the same time, and it's just not possible. But Elsewhere almost did go down there without using his ice block. He used a greater invis on very low HP, bit greedy, but JT with a nice save with the lay on hands there was able to recover him. So it was kind of close pressure wise, but I do agree with you, Van. This Presevoker has got to go immediately out of this comp from ILTU because this Presevoker is just not working out. Kenkido's playing it beautifully, but there's just too many options here to kind of stop him. When he goes in for these sleepwalks, he's just a sitting duck in terms of crowd control. There's just so many things being thrown at him, and he can't avoid all of them. It's just impossible.
Yeah. And the thing is, I actually like Presevoker. It's like it does a lot of damage. It has good healing, but it's just susceptible to crowd control. So specifically against mages and other classes that have a ton of spammable CC, it's really difficult to stay into the game. And this is just a triple threat. You got Polymorph, Repentance, Cyclone, Ice Wall, just everything available. Just makes it basically impossible to avoid. Actually, it is impossible. I mean, what can you really do? If you're out in the open, eventually Elsewave is going to get a Polymorph on you. If you're hiding behind a pillar, JT pushes in, Hammer of Justice, Repentance. TJ is also fishing for Cyclone, so it's like there's so many things coming your way. For ILTU, it's just such a difficult task to slow them down. So I don't know if they can play something else. Doesn't look like it. They're going in the same composition, and I don't know, Zico. I don't think this is looking too good.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking too good here for ILTU, but we can't count them out. These are, this is a team that did make it to Championship Sunday last weekend, but it's going to be a rough one here. Drive Overload, they're looking fired up. They're looking good to go here. And we'll see if they can at least take a game off of them. So how do we feel about ILTU going after the Holy Paladin? Do you think that is the right target? Do you think they should opt maybe for a more kind of defensive approach where they try to CC the Holy Paladin more and go after someone like TJ, go after Elsewave? I don't know. I feel like at least then you're limiting a little bit of the damage. You're limiting a little bit of TJ's uptime, making him kind of run around in bear form for a little bit longer if you decide to go for him, for example.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult thing. I don't mind what they're doing. Like the Paladin swap seems pretty good because I think both games they got the trinket in the opener, which is about as good as you could hope for, right? Like if you go after a DPS, more than likely, I mean, I don't know if you're going to get the trinket from the Paladin, but I think getting those trinkets out of the way early on, especially putting saps on the DPS and going for bash cyclones on the DPS, maybe getting their trinkets too. I don't mind the strategy from ILTU, but you are right. It's a dangerous game to play. You really need to get control of Elsewaves during that Icy Veins. Ever since the latest update with Frost Firebolt getting buffed, Frost Mages are a nightmare. Like when Icy Veins is up, their Frost Firebolts are they're doing considerable amounts of damage for sure. So you really have to respect that damage with interrupts and saps. And here we go. Elsewave will land a sap. Root Solar Beam on JT. Immediately, he trinkets, and they might get more. Divine Protection. JT, he was so fast to react, but TJ might just die. This is an amazing opener from ILTU. I can't believe they're opening pressure in this game. Drive Overload, they need to stabilize and try to get something going here.
That was beautiful. That's exactly what they wanted to do in that last game, but that sleepwalk broke after they sleepwalked the trinket. This time around, they managed to keep it, and they get a lot of cooldowns here out of TJ, and this is what I mean. They got to make him a little bit defensive, but here comes Elsewave. He's looking for the crowd control. He finds the sheep. Corky, what are you going to do here? He has the renewal in his back pocket. Kankito still sitting through crowd control here. The time dilation is slowing things down, but Corky is taking a lot of damage. Finally, Kankito comes out of the crowd control, able to put a rescue shield up, and where is the next hit of damage going to go here? They cover these stuns on JT with the solar beam to deny the divine protection, but they go for a nice bash there as well. The Corky gets counter bashed, able to find a little bit of pressure. Here comes the ice wall. They need to shut that down immediately. Corky still down to 50% HP. It's a bit of a race here. TJ gets cycloned first on low HP. They got good pressure onto Elsewave. This is the best ILTU has looked in this entire match, and they got themselves an ice block, and they're going for more. Full cyclone onto JT. TJ dies. Oh my goodness. ILTU, they just keep the train going. They just keep the pressure going, and they are able to bite back.
That was a very impressive game by ILTU. I'm going to be honest, like from start to finish, they were making plays, they're getting trinkets, they're making swaps, they're keeping the team low, like, and that's exactly what you need. You need that type of offense with this composition. I mean, let's just be honest. We talked about it. Presovoker is very susceptible to crowd control. Boomkin's susceptible to just outright dying. But if you can remain offensive in the match, you really can keep the team on the back foot. See both TJ and Elsewave rotting down. Nice interrupt on Elsewave. Cyclones coming in from TJ. Forky doing such a good job in these games, finding these Cyclones. We get a sleepwalk on JT. This team is looking like a rogue mage priest right now with the amount of crowd control they are putting out. TJ gets low, a nice little diminishing return. Cyclone there onto JT, and that is going to be the game. You can see Elsewave's already traded out an ice block as well, so they just had such an incredible opener, and they were able to ride that momentum off the back of those swaps, and that game looked a lot better. It looked a lot better.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because this is what they wanted to do in the hook point game as well. And it really just comes down to if the CC is breaking onto JT or not. So they opened on JT, and the reason why they cover it with the solar beam is because you can use divine protection. Divine protection is kind of like a pain suppression or like a bark skin, You can use it while you're stunned. And when you use divine protection, you take less damage. So JT gets stunned, he instantly sends divine protection. But if you use solar beam and stun JT at the same time, he can't use it, so he has to use his medallion instead. Then they want to get a sleepwalk onto JT. This time around, I think they casted a cyclone and a sleepwalk, and they were able to keep JT in the crowd control this time around, and that is how they got TJ's trinket. In that last game, they wanted to do the same thing on hook point, but they weren't able to do that because they only got the sleepwalk. They didn't get the cyclone as well, which of course doesn't break on damage. So that ended up breaking, and when that broke, they had no pressure on TJ, and then TJ just came out, and we all saw what happened. So in this game, a lot more pressure as a result of that. They get TJ's trinket and they get JT's trinket. Then they swap to JT. They get his lay on hands. They get the cyclone onto him, and they do another setup onto TJ. And just like that, they're doing the infinite go strategy basically, where you're just the entire game you're just switching between two targets. Every single time you have a stun off DR, you're making a CC happen and a stun happen, and that's a really clean play style. I love watching kind of the offensive play style of ILTU, but it is hard to execute it because a lot of the abilities in the game do cleave, and there is some things, unfortunately, that can just proc and break crowd control as well. If you have something in the air while crowd control goes out, there's a lot of things that can break it. So it's a bit unreliable, but it looks amazing when you manage to pull it off, and they definitely did in that last game. However, now we're going to the Sands of Tolvir. Going to be a lot harder to execute that type of strategy here, mainly because the rogue is going to be a lot more limited in his ability to kind of switch between two targets.
You know what I would like to see in this game? I feel like it's a bit of a risky strategy, and I don't always agree with doing it, but I think Elsewave might just want to trade out his invisibility in the opener. He's just getting sapped every game. They're getting a perfect opener. Like, use the invisibility. I think it makes you a little bit more of a vulnerable target, as it is a key defensive, but like, as long as you're not getting sapped and you're separating the evoker, like if Elsewave just pushes in, he's not getting sapped, he gets a Nova on the evoker, they can kind of just get control of Kankito early on in the match. So I think that's one thing that Drive Overload could do a little bit different here to not have such a disastrous start. Oh.
Yeah, let's see if they can do that. No greater invisibility. Sap onto Elsewave connects. They open up onto JT. But this time around, Oh, Corki gets Cyclone. So they find Corki, they into a Cyclone, and he's not able to find that Solar Beam, so they don't get the trinket of JT. He just uses the Divine Protection. And this opener is going to be a lot slower. Killing Spree coming out onto Elsewave, but JT is going to be able to keep him topped.
Yeah, looks like Elsewave gets a nice alter time there. JT, unfortunately, the crowd control breaks on him, and this is not a good start for ILTU. You need that offense, and unfortunately, they're just not finding it. Double Snowdrift potentially coming in. Kankito gets caught into the crowd control. Can they find a polymorph? Elsewave's going for it. He gets interrupted on Solar Beam. Nicely done there by Corki, using that Solar Beam to slow down that polymorph and stop the crowd control. But a Hammer of Justice lands. Kankito can continue to avoid the crowd control. We'll have to wait and see. He still has his Trinket. He still has his Emerald Communion. Not the worst start here for ILTU, but in terms of offense, they really haven't gotten much going.
Oh, they're using the deep breath kind of double wall isolation, and they managed to isolate the target for just a moment there. So Kankito coming out with some surprises here. Looks like they're going to do a cheap shot sleepwalk here onto JT. They're going after Elsewave, but he's got all the time active. He's getting aggressive during the enemy team's go. There it is. Big Snowdrift connects. Elsewave looking for the polymorph, is able to find it after that Emerald Communion is almost at its end. Can they find any crowd control? There's a Repentance on the Kankito, but it does break from, I think, a Pet Nova there from Elsewave, so not able to find any more crowd control here. TJ was in a Cyclone, so he's not able to get that follow-up. And now, once again, Corki feeling, offensive here onto TJ. They get a Root Solar Beam onto JT, but did he freedom it? I don't know. It broke for something. He didn't use his Racial, so Corki, once again, not going to be able to find the pressure and finds himself on the back foot.
Yeah, this is really dangerous here for Corki. Kankito's got his Trinket. He's got the Rewind if he needs it, but the Ice Wall comes down. You can't Trinket the Ice Wall, but quick timing there by Kankito. He gets in line of sight, and Corki will stay alive. Now looking for crowd control of his own. He goes for the bash into potential Cyclone, but a beautiful Snowdrift from Elsewave. Defensive Snowdrift there. Completely shuts down the offense of ILTU, and now it's going to be them on the back foot once again. That Snowdrift tech, Elsewave making it look really good here in this match. Full Hammer of Justice lands on Kankito. You can see JT is looking for potential Repentance. Is he going to find it? But unfortunately, it's mistimed. I don't know if it was on diminishing return or why JT didn't commit to just go for that crowd control. That seemed a bit strange.
Yeah, that was a little bit strange, and JT actually using his sacrifice there as well, and now they're feeling very empowered kind of to keep pushing here for Corki. Can they get some crowd control? They get a full sheep onto Kankito, but they're not able to find those Frost Firebolts. Nice defensive Solar Beam, nice defensive Cyclone. They swap to TJ out of that Cyclone actually, but Corki's going to be the one who's feeling the brunt of that exchange. TJ just trinkets out of that Cyclone. Corki dying behind the pillar. Coffee's dying behind the pillar. Everybody's rotting down here. TJ just pops his Barkskin offensively, his trinket offensively. They might kill Coffee in that Hammer of Justice. He's so low, but he manages to find the Cloak of Shadows to get a full Cyclone onto Kankito. Corki counterspelled right now, taking a lot of damage here from Elsewave and from TJ. They get a full Sleepwalk though onto JT, and they try to turn the pressure around onto TJ. TJ has no defensive cooldowns here, and there JT is going to respect it and trade out the Divine Shield.
Ooh, nice little deep breath there by Kankito. Can you get in line of sight? Using this as a little bit of a pillar to avoid some crowd control. I really like that. Just going through the wall of fire, but at the same time, Corki is low. They're just making a swap on JT. Can they do it? JT is in a lot of trouble. Do they have the damage to take him down? Can they top the series? Kankito was there to get polymorphed, and now it's Corki who will inevitably fall. Oh, what a close call on JT, but a great turnaround there by Drive Overload. They managed to punish Kankito for pushing for the kill. Then they immediately turn the pressure onto Corki and secure the series 3-1.
Wow, that ending was so insane. They managed to find that exposed weakness in the armor of Drive Overload, but look at this. So Corki's going for it. They get a kidney shot onto JT, and look at this save that comes out. They get a stun here onto Corki, and he just needs to press one more Solar Beam. At the same time as they do that, they get a Cyclone onto Coffee. So TJ really saving the day there and manages to turn around a situation where they lost the game to a situation where they won the game. So TJ, definitely the MVP right there with that Cyclone and stun play, completely shutting it down in that moment. And you can see it here one more time. He goes for the Cyclone right there onto Coffee, and then stun onto Corki. Because Corki just needs one more Star Surge right there, and it is over. But instead, he's going to find himself in that situation. Elsewhere finds the Polymorph. JT is there with the backup Repentance as well for good measures. And it is going to be Drive Overload who wins the series 3-1.
Yeah, I think they just had such a rough start at the beginning of that game. They weren't able to get that same pressure we saw in game number 3. Corki just immediately going into a rake stun into a full Cyclone, because completely nullified that. And it just seems like compositionally, they really have to have those good starts to stay ahead. And unfortunately, they couldn't find it in that last one. And Drive Overload, once again, looking good. This composition has done extremely well for them in these cups so far. It's been their main focus. And let's see how far of a deep run they can make it. I mean, you kind of would expect Drive Overload to make a really deep run based off their previous performances in this cups. But we'll see if any team is up to the task of taking them out.
Definitely, they're going to be dropping down here, continuing on in the lower bracket, and they'll be waiting on an opponent here from one of these next up series. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing who else they can kind of face off against, because they were looking really strong right there. And who else predicted a 3-1? I'm proud of myself. I nailed that one.
That's
First
me.
one of the day. You too, Zico.
Yeah.
Brag more.
You know what? I gotta take the W's when I can. Yeah, we are for sure. You know, who was at the top of the standings last weekend? Was it you? Wasn't it you, Vin?
I don't think so. No, I think I've been at the
thought it
bottom
was
of the
you.
standings
It was
the whole
chat.
time.
No,
and
that
then
was me.
It was me.
Okay.
Oh, this is not up to date though. I think
fix
me
it,
and
production.
Liffy are tied now. I think
This is
we're
before.
yeah.
These are the
This is
before
last
times.
weekend.
All right, we'll
Yeah, I
get
think
that
it's
fixed. No
it's a
worries.
tie right now for me and Liffy.
All right. Well,
I'm
here's a
really
look.
sorry.
Good.
What was that?
I'm really far behind, but it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, at least you're not in last, right? Like I was.
I am actually.
Oh, now?
Yeah,
Eventually.
I'll-
We'll find out. We'll let him get it updated. In the meantime, let's take a look at the bracket, the updated bracket. Of course, that series that we just saw, Drive Overload, the Arena 1, ILTU. This next up series, we've got Bleached Bones versus Old and Bad, and they're going to be battling that out up next in the lower bracket. So another team facing elimination, and things are looking already. I think Sid used the word Shark Tank, Zico. Shark Pit? Shark Pit.
Yeah, it's definitely it's gonna be a tough one. Old and Bad, they need to win this. If they win this, they qualify for Gauntlet. If they lose this, they don't qualify for Gauntlet, and instead ski instructors are qualifying for the Gauntlet. So if you are a ski instructor, or if you are part of the ski instructors or a fan of them, you want Bleach Bones to win this one. However, if you are Old and Bad, then you want Old and Bad to win here. So that's pretty much what it is to say about this series. I think Old and Bad, they're a team that when they're under pressure, they can perform. But at the same time, I don't know, man. Bleach Bones is definitely, heading into the season, they looked like one of the teams to beat here. They've had a good run first cup, but the other two cups, I would say, maybe not feeling too good about themselves. So this is an opportunity for them to grab some momentum here, to gatekeep the gauntlet, and to just show what they got.
Yeah, certainly so. In the meantime, we're going to head on over to a break. When we come back, we've got that next up series, that elimination series. It's Bleached Bones versus Old and Bad coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. We are checking out another lower bracket series. It's Bleached Bones versus Old and Bad. Up next, one of these teams we're going to be going home as well. And it sounds like Super Tees, we had some words from Bleached Bones over the weekend and kind of how they're feeling about this current meta.
Yeah, it feels like Bleached Bones, they're kind of struggling. You know, when you consider the names on this roster, like Mercy and Lontar, you're expecting like top 3 finishes, and they've been having a rough ride even just getting into the top 8. They're telling themselves, no excuses, they've just got to be better, but the Feral Druids seem to be really hard for them. Fortunately for them, Old and Bad, you know, they haven't been focusing on Feral Druids. It's mostly been Nixie on the Outlaw Rogue, so they are going to likely be avoiding a bit of that Feral Druid, but they really want to make a deep run. They want to get to the top of the gauntlet, likely, so that they can make sure that they're, you know, facing as limited teams as possible, because the finals is possibly going to be in a different meta. We got a new patch coming in on Tuesday, so it's very important for them to try and get to the top of the gauntlet. Old and Bad, though, they can get into the top 8. They just need to win. They just have to beat Bleached Bones. That's it. Just beat Bleached Bones, and you're in the finals, at least for the gauntlet. At least you still got a chance. You just need to win one series for a chance.
Yeah, I mean, you're making it sound easy, but this is definitely going to be a tough matchup for either side of this series. Let's take a quick look at the predictions, Lithy. You know, these two teams, it sounds like we're hyping them up, and based on the predictions, it's maybe not quite as evenly matched as we may seem, Lithy.
I mean, I don't see anyone here predicting Old and Bad to win, right? Because Bleached Bones still is, in my book, at least to an extent, as Super T's already mentioned, based on the names, really, it's a super team. It's some legendary names, some incredibly high-performing players, especially the last few Dragonflight season. Super T's, you mentioned Mercy, you mentioned Lontar, Blizzo, of course, absolute legend. So it's a team that you can never count out, but yeah, the fact that they don't really have any access to a rogue, no access to a feral druid so far this entire season, kind of kept them down in the dumps a little bit. And Old and Bad on the other side, well, they're sticking mostly to RPS, so to that rogue Shadow Priest Shaman, which, quite honestly, now that Shadow Priest has been buffed a little, has been looking better and better. So I can definitely see them take a map or two off of Bleached Bones, but I don't see them winning the series.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll certainly find out soon enough if those predictions are correct. Looks like chat is predicting Bleached Bones overwhelmingly so as well. Subtees, I want to go back a little bit to those changes that you're talking about coming in. Like, if this series was played after that patch that we have coming up, who do you feel like would be most favored just based on the changes that we see?
I think if you looked at the changes that are coming into the patch, you wouldn't ask me that question, because there's literally like a thesis statement essay of changes. Like, it's the most amount. I started taking the statements and putting them into Chat GPT to try and summarize them, to try and figure out what's going on. There's that many changes. So
boy,
it's a lot. I think hunters are getting stronger by quite a large margin. It's possible for shamans to get stronger, so both sides would maybe benefit from that, with Lontar and Tana playing shamans and playing some of those elemental shamans. I don't think either team is it's really going to be helping them out particularly, though, if my memory's serving me right from all those changes. But Old and Bad, man, no one's predicting them. When chat's against you, you know you're in a bad place, because chat, you guys are great at predicting games. So,
so
Old
true.
and Bad, I'm a bit worried for you, but you need to just win one series. Can they do it? Just one series. They'll be in the gauntlet.
Yeah, potentially. No, chat definitely stayed consistent with their predictions. Are still that prediction's still going. Bleached Bones definitely in that #1 spot. So Old and Bad, that's all you gotta do. You just gotta cross that finish line. Let's see if they can do it here. It's game #1, kicking off right now. Bleached Bones versus Old and Bad. One of these teams also going to be knocked out of the tournament early on, Lithy, if they lose this series.
Oh, absolutely. You can rely on the fact that the ski instructors and any ski instructors fans are going to be cheering hard for Bleached Bones here, because Old and Bad and ski instructors are only separated by like 4 points, and there is literally no other way for Old and Bad to make it into the top 8 other than winning this series right here. So, The pressure is on. If they are a team that performs well under pressure, well, this is comfort zone. If they're not, they are going to crumble and fall. We'll see how it goes. RPS versus the Windwalker Ellie Shaman coming through for Bleached Bones.
Yeah, this Windwalker Ellie Shaman's been doing work for F tier. They've been beating really big rosters in North America, so I think this is definitely Bleached Bones' best composition at the moment. Nixie, though, is starting things off with Sap onto Blizzo, slowing down that Windwalker aggression, so Frosty can free cast during this Sap. I actually like the Sap onto the Monk here to deny that. Frosty's getting a ton of dots out. He's ramping up. He's got dots on the whole team, but here comes that leg sweep with that Clash combo coming through from Blizzo, but Nixie intercepts, but now he's into the Hammer of Justice with a Hex onto Tana. Nixie's falling behind, and man, Jamie is starting to step up on that Shaman. If he catches hexes like that, there's no way for them to remove it. Tana here, I think he might be playing an Earthen Shaman. This is the... I've never seen that icon before on Tana's frame there below his class. I'm pretty sure he's an Earthen Shaman.
Well, there you go. A little bit of a new race action going in. Well, there you go. The tech is unveiled, and Frosty, in the meantime, taking a bunch of damage. Blizzo, controlled up here by Nixie, has the Adrenaline Rush going for the Outlaw Rogue for a little bit more setup potential, and Peel for his Shadow Priest. And Frosty, well, he's getting punished right now as Jamie finds himself in a full setup. The Kidney is good. Lontar comes in with a big lay on hands to stabilize the situation. And for the moment, it seems like Bleached Bones are a little bit on the back foot. Double Fear coming through from Frosty as they're swapping over to Lontar. Massive damage on the Pally. They get the Divine Protection and the bubble.
This is not looking good for Bleached Bones right here. They really need to start getting more crowd control. Jamie's trying to fake interrupts and go for a Hex. They use Paralyze instead, but that puts Hex on diminishing return, which means it'll only be half duration. And Jamie's still not even finding it. Everybody is rotting down. Frosty is starting to ramp his damage. Another swap incoming. Nixie going for the killing spree, looking for the kill. Is he going to find it? Lontar likely still on forbearance. Yeah, he is on forbearance for a couple more seconds, but he has to give up the chase. Big heals come through. Lontar is going to get his team topped off in a jiffy. Tana, in the meantime, has that Healing Tide totem placed behind the pillar there, keeping his team looking stable. Jamie with no Astral Shift as a target. Nixie, though, seems like he wants to go after Blizzo, maybe just maximizing his stun DRs here and trying to bait some cooldowns, because I do think they want to get a Double Fear swap again on the Paladin. There's that Double Fear. Where's the swap? They need a Kidney Shot. Lontar dispels one fear, but he's taking so much damage. Kidney Shot found behind the pillar. Nixie, is he going to solo Lontar? I've never seen an Outlaw Rogue be able to solo a Holy Paladin. He catches him in a hodge behind the pillar. Frosty is falling behind, and every time that Nixie goes after Lontar, Frosty is really being pressured.
Yeah, you can really tell the two game plans being unfolded here, but it's looking a little bit dicey here and there for Bleached Bones, especially Lontar needs to be careful. The 20 seconds on the Divine Protection, and in the meantime, well, Blizzo isn't leaving off of Frosty, and Nixie isn't leaving off of Jamie. In general, I feel like Old and Bad has a little bit more momentum going. Those setups, doing a little bit more work as Tana is pushing in for a little bit of assistance here for his team, but Frosty getting almost shut down. Lontar with the next go, getting targeted, but hodges up Nixie, but has to trade out a Bob. So all in all, they're bleeding defensive slowly but surely, and with every passing setup, Old and Bad gain more and more advantages. And if we keep this going for another minute or two, Lontar might be out of options.
Oh, Frosty getting pressured. They need to get dispersion here. They're getting... It's really not enough. Oh, they're getting close again. Another fear onto Blizzo.
Good.
Frosty manages to recover. Tana, though, into a leg sweep. I love these double leg sweeps from Blizzo. Nixie steps over, but it doesn't look like he's got stun DRs. He's actually grappled. He can't stun due to that grapple weapon from Blizzo. Blizzo is making plays, but still just not able to get completely through to the kill. They force dispersion at least. If Blizzo can find another setup like that again, maybe he's just going to solo the game. He's absolutely destroying Frosty at the moment. Jamie wind shares him on Shadow, and then he gets kicked on Holy, rotating between those interrupts. Nixie's going after the Paladin again in the back line. If Lontar, manages to shake this off, he's got his Divine Shield coming up in 49 seconds, and he should be in a good spot, and this momentum on Frosty is really starting to build.
Yeah, it's getting better and better. Vampiric Embrace is out, but Blizzo is still pumping. You got to keep an eye out on Tana. Jamie needs to get maybe a Hex setup going here, but the next Fear is in. Nixie once again swapping over onto Lontar. No Divine Protection. The wings are out, but so is the Kidney Shot. There is the Bob as Tana makes it around the corner. In the meantime, Frosty down to 2/3, gets another Void Torrent off, but immediately has to cancel it. Blizzo coming through with the leg sweep. Good damage on the Shadow Priest, but now you have the Power Infusion through. He has the with Psyfiend available, so they could make things dangerous here, but for the moment it's mainly Nixie peeling for Frofsy, trying to keep his priest alive while they're looking for the next setup on Lontar, but he has bubbled back, gets the Dispel in, shutting Frofsy's damage down a little bit, ever so slightly. There's the kidney shot, but Lontar should be more than fine behind the pillar.
Tana is slowly falling behind in mana in this matchup, so I do think if Bleach Bones could just hold on to their defense and keep rotating as they are, they could likely win in dampening with Blizzo's pressure. He rolls over, there's the Incapacitate, setting up for damage on Frofsy. Lontar's charging in, Hammer of Justice, no trinket to chain it together. They really want to force Dispersion, but it's Jamie who's on the back foot as Lontar hits a Vampiric Dispel hit there. Frofsy falls low again, constantly back and forth. Dispersion is forced, and I feel like the last time we've seen Elemental Shamans in a situation like this, it ended up being a cross kill coming down to a 2v2, and it's kind of feeling like it could come to that conclusion. Maybe not. Frofsy once again being pressured. Tana's in a good spot. He can avoid Jamie's wind shear behind that pillar. He can stun Blizzo. He can assist Frofsy, setting up for damage. Nixie jumps over to hit him on that, forcing the touch of Karma and continuing to put pressure to try and even Lontar's mana out with Tana's.
Yeah, Jamie trying to get the Hex through, doesn't quite land it. I think Tana line of sighted that in the last second. Blizzo getting feared out. Good defensive plays from Frofsy here. They're trying to get Jamie down to 20%. Does have the burrow. Lontar puts in the sack, but still so much damage on the Shaman. Astral Shift is out, and overall, Bleached Bones just bleeding out on every single member. All to bad, really ramping that momentum up more and more. Full kidney shot on Blizzo. This could get dangerous. He doesn't have Karma. Diffuse Magic is available. Strike of the Moonlord comes through. He's holding onto that disarm for another few seconds as Jamie pops in the Bloodlust. Runs out without too much impact. Lontar gets sapped up, needs to bubble out of that as Blizzo and Jamie are still dying. Nixie finds the next setup. Great Thunderstorm, but is it enough? The Lightning Lasso from Tana coming through. Jamie dropping lower and lower. Frofsy having good damage, but it's not quite enough. They're swapping over onto Blizzo. The grip doesn't quite work out for Frofsy in this situation, but Blizzo stays alive, Lontar has it on control, and Tana keeps losing on mana.
To survive another setup, Dispersion's rotating, it's going to be available. If Tana can just recover some mana, his team's going to be in a great position. Is he drinking right now? I think I saw the blue bar go up at least a little bit. Now Jamie's on the back foot, he might just go down. Pressure for Old and Bad has been really good throughout this game, number one at the moment. Cheap shots through, that's another Blessing and Protection out of the bank. Now there's no trinket, no bubble, and no bops. This is a big opening for Nixie. He's got Adrenaline Rush coming up pretty soon. He's got Killing Spree already available. Frofsy's on the back foot again as that Bloodlust gets popped from Jamie, ramping up Blizzo's damage as well, forcing Dispersion, now swapping pressure onto Nixie during that downtime, and they're continuing to try and keep themselves in the game, but here comes another swap potentially, but Nixie gets caught behind the pillar. He trinkets the Hammer of Justice. He might go down to some Lava Burst here if he's not careful. He's going to kidney shot Jamie and give up the pursuit onto Lontar, forcing the trinket and the Astral Shift. Bleach Bones are trying to stay ahead on momentum. They're trading very early. Here comes a big Primordial Wave, Lava Burst wave from Jamie. He's got 3 Ancestors out right now, 4 Ancestors out right now. This is Jamie's best shot to try and get out some damage on the Frofsy, but Blizzo's getting peeled away. He's stunned into the static field, pulled off of Frofsy's back, and now he's channeling a Void Torrent for its full duration. They Thunderstorm Blizzo away. I really love Tana's utility here, dropping down that Windrush Totem, but it doesn't matter. Jamie's just going to go down in the meantime to Nixie. Old and Bad with a strong performance in game number 1, and I think this could be their day. I think if they continue this and Bleach Bones don't have a good answer, Old and Bad might be just getting into the gauntlet.
I was a big fan of Lontar's heads-up plays, especially towards the later stage of the game there, kiting Nixie out, hodging him, definitely forcing some defensives there, but it's just not enough. Right from the get-go, the setups and the pressure from Old and Bad just so much better. So much more impactful. They're gaining CDs with every go, with every attempt, because Frofsy just does so much damage. Even though Blizzo is on top of him, he just can't stop the Shadow Priest.
Yeah, it seems really good here for their matchup as far as I'm concerned. I really like Tana's utility throughout this game. I like Nixie's support as well. It can be really difficult as a Shadow Priest with this Windwalker and Shaman, so the cheap shots and the lassos and the static fields and the roots and the thunderstorms and everything that give Frofsy more room to breathe in the matchup and enable him to get enough damage out for killing blows. And then Nixie also being willing to play aggressive like this, like that setup he had at the end here. He blinds and then he step grapple really quickly between the Paladin and the Shaman to make sure that he had a cheap shot out of the blind, so that Lontar couldn't squeeze a single global, because Holy Paladins do a lot of instant healing. So watch Nixie making the power plays. Tana's setting up Frofsy to go for the kill, and Nixie goes for a blind cheap shot, and he steps immediately to the Paladin at the end of this blind, just either instantly back and forth. Step, step, cheap shot. No room to be found. No gaps in the crowd control. No opportunities whatsoever for them to sneak through in that moment in time. And this is kind of the Nixie that I remember. BlizzCon champion Nixie. I feel like he's been trying to ramp up and get back into his former BlizzCon champion form. And this game definitely showcased it.
No, he's looking really good, especially in combination with Frosty. They're playing this comp really, really well. I'm super excited to see how the rest of this series is going to go, but I'm also kind of wondering what Bleached Bones is going to do here, because I, quite honestly, don't like this comp too much into the RPS.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Shadow Priests are really hard to kill. Like, typically Windwalker, for as long as I can remember, has been one of the most difficult classes to deal with as a Shadow Priest. But now with the Void Weaver, look at the healing that Frosty did. He did 100 million healing. So he's doing basically a third of the healing of everybody. And most of that is passive. It's Void Leech from the hero talents from the Void Weaver. So he's basically sucking HP away from his allies and using that to sustain himself. And it does a remarkable amount of healing. It's so difficult to get through it. That's why we see a lot of these Shadow Priests getting so deep into dampening, even despite classes like Windwalker, which have historically been their counter. It's like the food chain used to be Windwalker eats Shadow Priest and Shadow Priest eats casters, but now Shadow Priest just eats everything. So it's going to be really tough for Bleached Bones. And we saw that in NA as well with F tier just throwing anything, throwing paint at the wall as far as comps in the grand finals against Welcome to the Zhang to try and find something that could dent the Shadow Priest. And I think the only thing that really maybe sort of got close was demolish damage, and even that wasn't enough. And Arms Warriors are just really flimsy relative to Windwalkers. So I understand Bleached Bones' logic in this because they're bringing pretty durable comps themselves, but the Shadow Priest just seems to be a little bit too difficult. They're taking it to a small map, which usually is an advantage to the rogue. So I'm wondering if Bleached Bones they're bringing in the warrior. It's not an Arms Warrior. We're not seeing any demolish, but they're just sending full mains here for the side of Bleached Bones to try and make it happen. I just don't know if it's going to be enough.
I like the Thunder. Honestly, I like the Thunder a lot. It's kind of the discussion of what does the Warrior bring here that the Windwalker doesn't. I feel like the Warrior just has a little bit more pressure in terms of healing reduction with the Slaughterhouse stacks. Just impacts the Shadow Priest a little bit more, I feel like. And, well, as you mentioned, mains confidence might be a big deal here. Quite honestly, maybe with maybe a targeted, well-timed intervene from Blizzo can help a little bit more than just the disarm from the Monk. I think there's a few options here for Bleached Bones, but overall I feel like this Thunder could be a good angle, because it's been, I don't want to call it their bread and butter, but I feel like it's one of their more successful comps this season.
I think the only advantage for them is that this is mains. I think in all other accounts, the Warrior is really easy to kill. And if he's intervening, he's going to get cleaved. And not having a ranged disarm means you have to like be in the right spot at the right moment. It's a lot harder than grapple weapon, where the Windwalker can kind of just be anywhere on the map. So I think for them, this is like more or less just comfort. You can kind of see on the tweets that they were sending out that they're really struggling with the meta. Like Warriors just got hammered with nerf after nerf, and that's Blizzo's main. Like we know this guy for being the Warrior of Europe. Like he's the main guy you watch. So if he's struggling and not really able to make it work, like Warrior's not really in the best spot at the moment. So for them, I think it's going to be comfort. And maybe that's enough. Maybe just the experience alone on that will allow them to come through. But Frosty has been playing Shadow Priest forever as well. Nixie on the Outlaw Rogue and Tana on the Shaman are looking good. So this is not going to be easy for Bleached Bones, even despite all of our predictions.
Absolutely. Bleached Bones need to gain some confidence here. Maybe the mains are going to do it, maybe not. But everyone is CC'd up, and Blizzo under massive fire right out of the gate. Lontar gets blinded. Jamie gets swapped to a Astro Shift, already invested. So much CC. What a great opener here for Old and Bad as they're hammering Bleached Bones all across the map. Jamie, now he's popping off. There's the Bloodlust. Blizzo connects, but immediately gets disarmed. Frosty getting CC'd up here for the moment at least. Can't quite get out of line of sight. He wants to get away from the Shaman, can't quite manage, but with the Vampiric Embrace, he might be able to make things work. Blizzo pops the Bladestorm. Look at this. The damage from the Warrior, at least for the start here, looking really good, and Nixie has to peel.
Oh, hexes on Jamie and stuns on Blizzo are going to be a nightmare. Blizzo falls behind here. Lontar trades at the sacrifice, but now they can cleave Lontar with sacrifice damage. That's a lot of redirected pressure onto 2 players at the moment. Lontar is really struggling. He's trying to be greedy. He's caught in multiple stuns at the moment, and both players are just dying. Is he going to trade in time? He gets silenced out by Frofsy. Double fear, and they really want to force this Divine Shield. Lontar is defiantly holding on to it. He's refusing to give his precious Divine Shield only at the 1 minute mark here, but a killing spree comes through. Nixie doesn't care, but in the meantime, he's left Blizzo open. Bladestorm doing a lot of pressure onto Frofsy. Kidney shot on Jamie, slowing down his aggression, but they don't even get dispersion. And now Blizzo's caught in a cheap shot. Big swap back. Static Field pulling Frofsy over so he can get cleaved from the Blade Flurry as well. Is he going to be able to do it here? He forces Enraged Regen. All these swaps constantly back to the ward. These hexes on Jamie. If they keep getting these hexes on Jamie, I think it's going to be lights out for Bleached Bones.
Yeah, it's not looking too good, but Blizzo is still trying to make things work here. The damage on this warrior is solid. And especially the Stormbolt on Nixie. Great peels here for Jamie. He's trying to get around the corner in line of sight. Dark Ascension is out. Blizzo needs to be careful. Lontar already pushing in, but Frofsy's dropping so low. Gets the dispersion just a millisecond before Blizzo's Sphere comes through. Otherwise, I think he might have actually been dead. Lontar finds a hodge onto Tana. Blizzo reconnects. Frofsy still on 20%. The link comes through, but barely does anything. Repositioned with the Static Field Totem. Great reaction here from Tana. But Blizzo is looking to catch up again. Gets kidneyed up, gets CC'd more. The pressure just mounting. So much damage from Bleached Bones now.
Yeah, they're falling behind. There's not a lot of cooldowns for Tana for another second as Ascendance just became available. He kind of wants to greet it. He used the Spirit Link Totem. These are really long CDs. You don't see them frequently. He wants to space them out evenly. So he's trying to be greedy with Ascendance, but he slowly pulled his team back from the brink. We see a disarm on Blizzo, but he's got Bladestorm. It seems like every time he has Bladestorm with the Slayer build, you build up these stacks, and it makes your next Bladestorm hit really hard. And he's been getting a ton of pressure every time during that window. So somehow they need to try and prevent Blizzo from connecting as much as possible. He's getting ready to ramp for it. He's got Dragon Roar, but he's kind of low health at the same time. He gets knocked away. He charges forward. Still not 100% back. Nice Static Field pulling Frofsy next to Blizzo to try and get that Bladestorm cleave. He's got Avatar. He's popping it. Dragon's Roar. He's ramping up for the Bladestorm that could potentially take down Frofsy. Is he going to pop him here? He's not going for it just yet, and he gets caught in a stun right before he can pull the trigger. He has to trinket now. Here comes the Bladestorm. Spin to win. He cancels it early to get a fear onto Tana, but now Lontar has to Divine Shield, and that entire ramp from Blizzo hasn't gotten really anything done. And I think it's Bleached Bones now falling behind. That was Blizzo's trinket as well as Divine Shield from Lontar.
Yeah, they're bleeding defensives, but Frofsy down to 20%. The next dispersion out the window. Nixie taking some cleave here. He gets under fire and pops the evasion. Big defensives traded. Next up is Tana to keep his team alive with the rotations. You have a Void Shift still available for Frofsy, but Blizzo once again under fire. Enraged Regen is back up. A Recklessness Bladestorm is available as well, so Blizzo can land that damage. And you can really tell those swaps not as effective as this game from Old and Bad, because Frofsy is just running from Blizzo the entire time instead of doing damage.
Nixie's trying to get back in there. Full blind. Lontar's being greedy. They trade Enraged Regen, so Blizzo should be safe. Nixie gets a sap. Lontar is still being greedy. He might die through Enraged Regen if he's not careful. Hex on Jamie, 3 versus 1. Lontar trinkets. He tries to get in line of sight. Tana is chucking in some Lava Burst as well to try and put the damage over the edge here and secure a kill. Hammer of Justice is down. Frofsy needs to get ready. What does he really have? Really not too much. He's got Vampiric Embrace. He needs to pop it. He's not popping it. He's caught in a Shockwave. He could need to Void Shift here as a big crit comes through from Blizzo. He's just staying on target, trying to mount up his assault. Earthen Wall Totem is there for Tana to absorb some hits, but that's a Bladestorm. Bladestorm does not care about that Earthen Wall. Frofsy's trying to reposition. Cheap shots on Blizzo, but now Nixie's getting blasted by Jamie. Jamie and Blizzo. Blizzo on his main here, really trying to make a case for Warriors.
And he is making a damn good case. Double Fear, beautiful CC, but Blizzo is dropping down to 20%. Goes out of Death Sense, back into Death Sense. It's so dangerous right now. Lontar needs to play so aggressive just to keep up with his warrior. Keeps him alive with the sack. Frofsy once again takes massive damage, but the dispersion is once again ready. Blizzo gets kidney shot up. Here comes the bob from Lontar. Great reaction. The shockwave finds Frofsy as well as the hodge on Tana. The setup is good, but the full fear on Lontar and Blizzo shuts down any follow-up damage. Frofsy is on the other side of the map. Jamie under fire. Old and Bad gaining so much momentum right now, and it's a pedal to the metal model playstyle, at some point Bleached Bones is going to run out of gas and then they're done.
All right, still have Dispersion, still have Cloak. Dots are ticking. Blizzo's rotting. Jamie's rotting. Another kidney shot. Has to shrink it out. Blizzo's got Blade Storm. He needs to force something big with this next Blade Storm. He doesn't really have a lot of options, though. He's just going to force Dispersion. A bot preemptively from Lone Star, anticipating crowd control, trying to stay ahead of the pace. Looks like a Siphon got some big value on Blizzo there for the last second. Void Torrent being channeled. Nice wind shear. They have to shut down the Shadow Priest as much as possible. Can Blizzo keep his team in the fight? He's Blade Storming, going after the Rogue, trying to avoid the stun lock. He gets a Shockwave. It delays it, but he can't keep delaying. His in-range regen comes up in 1 second. And it looks like Lone Star and Blizzo, they managed to stall just in time that Blade Storm to avoid the stun. He had to pull the trigger defensively using Blade Storm, which means he's going to lose on some damage, but at least he stays alive. Now he gets a double fear. They're setting up big damage coming through onto Frosty, forcing his Dispersion, and Blizzo's defensive Blade Storm may have just stalled the game long enough to give his team a shot in game 2.
Yeah, for the moment it's working, but the Sheep Shot is there. The Void Torrent damage is massive. Blizzo dropping lower and lower. The chain CC from the Rogue is great, and almost the gap less disarm to follow it up. Enraged Region is popped. 10 seconds on Bubble for Lontar. He's going aggressive once again, trying to get in there, stay close to his CC targets as Blizzo reconnects. Has the Blade Storm, has every CD in the book rolling. But Tana, with an insane static field totem, just shuts down any attempt by Bleached Bones. Blizzo now once again able to reconnect, but no CDs are rolling anymore. He's down to half. Frosty pulls him back all the way into the spawn room, and Lontar has to trade Bubble, Sack, and Divine Protection. You can really tell Bleached Bones are getting desperate because they know this game is about to end one way or another. Frosty in the Blade Storm, triple Blade Storm actually, doing a lot of damage here. And Tana looking low on mana as well. This might be over in just a few seconds here.
Yeah, Bleached Bones, they need to keep the gas down right now, but they don't have defense to do it, so it's a huge gamble, but they need to close this game out. Can they manage to do it? Kidney Shot connects onto Blizzo. Lone Star stuns up Tana. Blizzo needs to get back to the Shadow Priest. He charges forward recklessly. He has to go for the kill. That's all or nothing. He's forced to pull away. He gets a double fear, forcing Tana's trinket, but he can Tremor Nixie out now, and now Nixie is free. He's cheap-shotting the Paladin, who doesn't really have a lot. Divine Protection might not matter at 7.5 minutes in. It's looking grim for Bleached Bones. The momentum is swelling. Nixie gets stunned. Blizzo's doing whatever he can to stall down Nixie's assault. Jamie's been left open, but he can't really get any pressure sinking in on his opponent's rallying cry. Doesn't matter. Blizzo trinkets likely into his own demise as he's at 1% health, valiantly fighting to stay alive in this fight. He chucks out a Blade Storm for a last-ditch effort and somehow isn't down yet. How is he not down? Killing spree on his inner vein, and somehow, some way, Blizzo is holding on by the skin of his teeth at the moment. He lives to his in-range regeneration. He lives to the Avenging Wrath for Lone Star, but now Lone Star's into the gouge. Blizzo, man, is pulling off a miracle. He stuns up Tana. He's going for the kill on Tana. He drops the Stone Bulwark. He blocks it with the Absorbs. Now Blizzo into another cheap shot. Blizzo refuses to go down. Warriors might be out, but Blizzo is doing whatever he can for his class right now in this game.
And it's working. Nixie down to 20, pops the cloak. Tana is struggling to keep everyone alive. Last line of defense, the healing tide is in, and Blizzo, they're hard focusing the Shaman now. He knows he can get him, but at the kidney shot on Blizzo, he's sending the killing spree. Nixie almost taking him down. Frosty trying to come in with the damage as well, but gets interrupted and shut down by Jamie. Nixie really playing on the very edge right now. The link comes through as Tana tries to stay alive. Everyone is rotting away. Someone's gonna get cleaved, executed, and taken out in just a second. It might just be Tana as Jamie finds the lightning lasso. Blizzo jumps in for another round of damage, but gets cheap shotted up.
Oh my
Nixie
God.
has him under control. They're kiting away, but almost out of mana. Blizzo has the Blade Storm in 10, and down goes the Rogue. My goodness, 9-minute slugfest, and Bleached Bones even out the series.
I mean, if you gotta, he is sweating. Blizzo just sweated so hard right there to get to that point where they could overwhelm the Shadow Priest, get through the Void Leech, and manage to take down a target. I think the map actually worked well for them as well. I was thinking, like, is the small map going to be good at the Rogue? But it seemed like they really needed it, because Frosty was even using every corner of this map to try and get max distance, and Blizzo was still able to find a way to get back to his target when he needed to, and Blizzo had an amazing game on the Fury Warrior. You have to play so insane to win on a Warrior right now. Like, it's absolutely crazy. He gets one win, but now it's going to be Old and Bad's map pick, and I feel like on a larger map, Blizzo's going to have a way tougher time with all the knockbacks and everything else that went his way. And Nixie really wanted to make it difficult. Like, pretty much every kidney shot was in Blizzo. Every disarm, obviously, is into Blizzo. So it's like a 10-second CC chain, seemingly like every 30 to 40 seconds that he has to just tank and make his way through. He has to make this decision on whether or not he should Blade Storm for damage, because that's the big component for Warriors is Slayer, or if he needs to Blade Storm to avoid getting stunned and not die, and he's not constantly making that assessment. He's got to like push in to stay on target to make sure he's healing, but if he goes too far, he might die. So the calculations that Blizzo's got to make, and even despite all of that adversity, he's still top of the damage meter.
Yep. I mean, I feel like that's exactly what turned the game here, right? Bleached Bones having so much more pressure. We talked about it during map 1. It's just the fact that the Windwalker has good damage, but it's very bursty. Not as consistent as the Fury Warrior pump sticking to Frosty. So Frosty very much less able to follow up on these goals that Nixie was setting up so much in Game 1. On Game 2, he had to play much more defensive, trying to keep Frosty alive, and less able to control the map and dictate the pace. And that's going to be an issue for Bleached Bones, I feel like, on map 3. Once we go back to Old and Bad's map picks, you mentioned the larger maps already. That's going to be one where I feel like Blizzo needs to be a lot more careful with the pedal to the metal playstyle, because it's much easier for him to get out of position and Lontar unable to kind of cross the map and follow up on the Warrior going deep.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot more challenging. The Rogue is going to be way more agile. And then Blizzo also can't get back to his teammates to assist them or turtle when he needed to, like he did in this game. But even still, Blizzo looks really good on this Warrior, even despite its current stance in the meta game. He had a really good game, and he's definitely looking like he's ready to go. So I wouldn't be totally surprised if Bleached Bones just want to keep sending this based on overall experience. We're not going to like a huge map, kind of just more neutral. Tiger's Peak, I still think it's better than Hook Point for sure. Maybe they're worried a bit if they go too big, that mana could be an issue. Feels like Paladins just kind of have the easier road at the moment of all the healers. And what is going on right now? Bleached Bones are bringing in a Warlock, Warrior, Holy Paladin for game number 3. And Old and Bad, we've only really seen the Shadow Priest Rogue. So I feel like Shadow Priest Rogue could still do good into this. But I think what they realized was that Blizzo is just getting CC'd the whole game, and Jamie on Ellie can't really get a lot of meaningful pressure. So if they're going to CC Blizzo the whole game, an Aflock is going to get a lot of pressure. So you've got to pick your poison. Are you going to go on the Warlock and slow him down? That means the Warrior is going to be out of control. You go the Warrior, the Warlock's going to be out of control. So I think this theoretically could be really heads up from Bleached Bones, but it's a comp that we've seen no other team try and utilize. So it's still a little bit of uncharted waters.
No, I like this a lot, especially considering what we've seen from the first 2 games, especially on Hook Point. It was so noticeable that Old and Bad was struggling with the consistent pressure, especially with Blizzo on the Warrior. And while Jamie is an incredible Ellie Shaman, I do feel like Mercy on this Athlete Lock is just gonna pump, I want to say, that's just another 200k DPS, basically the same damage Blizzo was just doing. And that's just going to be a situation where Old and Bad, who are so reliant on getting these clean setups and these clean goes, they're going to be struggling. Because whenever they try to go deep for a swap onto Lontar, for example, Mercy and Blizzo are going to be there in some capacity to pump them so much that Tana is going to be in a very rough spot to keep his team alive, especially on the Shaman, where one of your biggest lines of defense is a Spirit Link that you need to be in melee for.
All right. Same composition, no change on the side of Old and Bad. Mercy is coming off the bench. He was our key playmaker in Dragonflight for finding Bleached Bones wins against even some of the best teams from Europe. So I'm very excited to see him come back in on this roster. We've seen a lot of Jamie, love seeing Jamie, but I think in this type of matchup, he's just not able to get enough effective damage out.
And Mercy on the main as well.
Yeah.
One of the best Warlocks in the world, in my opinion, and the comfort zone still very much a thing for Bleached Bones, even with this change comp.
All right, they're going mains all the way. If Old and Bad can't pull this off, I almost kind of feel bad for them, because I don't think Bleached Bones can really do anything. I don't think they can get into top 3. I think like best case they get top of the gauntlet. So old and bad, it's like if they don't win this, they don't have any opportunities in the finals at all. So I'm kind of like a little bit feeling bad for them, but they've got veteran teams on their roster, right? They've got BlizzCon Chance, they got Nixie, they got Kara. Kara, unfortunately, Rep Paladin feels bad. But Frosty on the Shadow Priest is definitely something that you've got to, look into the strengths that you got for your roster. Tana's doing a really good job on his Shaman as well at protecting the Shadow Priest. So this map, I think what they need to maybe focus on is now the D curse has been lost from the Ellie. So Hex can be used on the Warrior now. So I think Nixie likely will pressure the Warlock, and we'll see Roots and Hexes going out on the Warrior, which then becomes a mind game between the Warrior and the Shaman with Spell Reflect. If you can Spell Reflect a Hex, you're going to get a huge amount of momentum. So that's an exchange that I'm going to be looking a lot for here in game number 3.
It's gonna be exciting. We've got 25 seconds before we head into this. It's 1-1. Series evened out, and Bleached Bones doubling down on the melees, doubling down on the pressure. I'm really curious to see how Athlete Lock is gonna look this weekend as well. Overall, this is due to be an incredible lineup. I think we'll watch for the swaps onto Lontar. That's gonna be a big deal. And maybe, just maybe, Old and Bad has enough damage to take down Blizzard. Let's see how this goes.
Nixie, is he going to sap? Sap on Warrior. Is he baiting Zerker Rage? He might be trying to bait it, and then Psychic Scream will sit later, but Blizzo isn't falling for that. He's not going to give that up. He knows he needs it. He's going to leap in, and they stun him. I like this. So it's all about Tana versus Blizzo. How can Tana control the Warrior and contain him from his Shadow Priest? They set up Blizzo around the corner with the Psyfiend. He's not falling for that bait. He's immediately back onto the Rogue, who then gets gripped back up to the top side of the balcony. I love that Z-axis utilization, but Blizzo charges in. Now he's knocked away into a disarm. It's all about containing the Warrior, limiting his uptime, and so far, Old and Bad are doing a good job.
Indeed. Bladestorm brought in. Nice disarm, exactly as Nixie goes in, trying to shut down Mercy and Lontar. But now that the disarm is through, there's the kidney shot. In the meantime, Blizzard connects onto Frosty, and this is exactly what we were talking about just moments ago. Once you see the one guy, the other guy just pressures so much that you can't really get any damage off on the side of Old and Bad. And Blizzard is doing that very, very well. Needs to be careful not to be overwhelmed behind the pillar here, as Lontar is trying to catch up as Nixie is putting the pressure on him, but the sack is traded out. The Rogue is doing a good job to keep Lontar and Mercy both busy. The cheap shots are through, and there's the Hex onto Blizzo.
Yeah, he faked the Spell Reflect, so that was a mind game trade between Tana and Blizzo. Now they step over for a kidney shot. Blizzo is just having no fun right now. He's getting knocked around. He's getting turned into a frog. Now he's disarmed. Now he's dead also. Oh my god, he had a Trinket and Enraged Regen at the same time, and if he can't push with these cooldowns, now Frosty's kiting his Bladestorm. He got a little feather sprint right before the Bladestorm and avoided that connect, and now Nixie's building pressure on Mercy. Lontar's into cheap shots. The whole team's getting cleaned. Void Volley connects here, or sorry, the Shadow Crash connects here, ramping up and applying those dots instantly. They Stormbolt. They're really trying to force a big cooldown from Frosty in this position. Pre-Charmer Totem from Tana. Tana is playing such a good game right now. That Charmer Totem before the fear hits, breaks his own crowd control. Bit of a mistake here, stacking for the Shockwave. Takes a UA Dispel. As I was just talking him up, he might have just threw away a big cooldown. That was a big chunk of damage, but Nixie is there with the kidney shot, but now Mercy has been left open, and that's the dangers of this Warlock Warrior. Nice Hex again from Tana, taking control of the Warrior, buying time for his Riptides to do some work and recover.
Yeah, the Cross CC and the peel setups here for Old and Bad are looking really, really good. Nixie once again making sure that both Mercy and Lontar are locked down. Frosty is taking some good damage from Blizzard, who was popping Wreck Bladestorm here for a moment. Lontar really galloping in on the goat here, trying to keep his warrior alive. It's working out quite nicely, I want to say, but Blizzard gets swapped to with the cheap shot. There's the static field totem, catapulting him further out of the match, but he's going to catch up in just a second. The disarm is through. Now takes a target here on Nixie, and Mercy just coils him the other way. Massive damage, forcing the cloak out, but with the kidney shot, Mercy immediately trinketing that. Wants none of that. He wants to follow up with the damage because Blizzo is pressuring Tana and Frosty both. The Astral Shift is out. Nixie down to 20. Doesn't have any defensives except for the evasion left. And Old and Bad is just bleeding out, even though the damage on Blizzo is good.
Mercy is doing such a phenomenal job in this this game of getting pressure on Nixie. He's just constantly keeping him at sub 50%. Hammer Justice comes through. Looks like they're able to trinket it and try and stay aggressive. Another Hex attempt. Is he going to find it? He's got to get through the Spell Reflect. He gets the Hex on the Warlock, but now Tana's in a Stormbolt. Big chunk of damage again. He's trying to distract with the Psy Fiend as Frosty drops that down to distract Blizzo. Now he steps over for a Kidney Shot. Blizzo trinkets. He's really trying to stay aggressive, but he's disarmed on his trinket, and they're trying to stay on top of Tana. The triple rot is coming through. I think if Bleached Bones hang on, this pressure looks insane. We're only at 3.5 minutes. Dampening's really not gotten too high just yet, and it seems like Tana is struggling. He's going to pop Ascendance, Earthen Wall Totem. Frosty repositioning far away from the Warrior, looking to prevent him from reconnecting by line of sighting his charge. Frosty has really good positioning. Blizzo leaps forward, though, and does manage to make his way through. Now, do they have a Thunderstorm to knock Blizzo off? Blizzo goes for a Stormbolt on the Shaman, charge on the Priest. He's rotting down. Mercy is losing out to Nixie. Blizzo's kind of losing out to Frosty right now. Tana takes another UA hit as he's trying to slow down Mercy. They need to keep landing kicks on the cast from the Warlock, try and limit his uptime, but he actually wind-sheared the Paladin. There's an interrupt coming through from Nixie, though, onto Mercy. Blade Storm again. This is a big moment of damage. Is Tana ready for it? He cancels the Blade Storm actually to disarm the Rogue. Static Field pulls Blizzo away. Frosty gets distance with the Void Torrent. That's the teamwork I like. This Static Field so that Frosty can free cast a Torrent and not have to deal with Pummel. It's really good teamwork between Frosty and Tana.
Yeah, but is it enough? Nixie down to half, gets hodged up. Tana can't really dispel him here at the moment. Nixie sits the stun, Mercy pumps him, and Blizzo once again reconnects with the Shadow Priest. Nice coil. Once again, Mercy sends the Haunt. This is going to be massive damage onto the Rogue. Cloak in 2 seconds. Nixie stays offensive because he knows he has that big cooldown ready in just a moment, but Frosty is taking so much punishment as Tana is CC'd up by Blizzo. Great reactions here, forcing the dispersion, and with that we're down to the few last lines of defenses here. Astral Shift is out, only the Link now available as Ascendance comes back up, and Nixie is in a hodge. Tana is so low, everyone is dying. Blizzo just needs to get in for the executes. Nice disarm coming through from the Rogue. Great defensive moves here, but with the Stone Bulwark Totem out, Tana just bled his last personal defensive.
Oh, huge recovery for Tana. That was a lot of damage. Nixie gets low once again. Primordial Wave. Does he have Ancestral Swiftness? He does. His Repentance also being casted. He gets caught, but it is going to break. They overlap with the coil. Unfortunately, he looks for the Fear. Tremor Totem available, but they interrupt Mercy. Nixie falls behind once again. Nixie is just not winning this exchange, and Blizzo sees him vulnerable. He leaps back to go after him. He's got evasion in 1 more second. He pops a Kidney Shot. Probably has to evasion any second now. He's being greedy. He vanishes away from sight. Blizzo's rotting now as well, as Dampening is starting to scale, and it's going to be a double-edged sword for both sides. If Frosty can manage to get his damage above Mercy's, he's likely going to overwhelm his opponents. Another Repentance. Lone Tar is fishing for it. He finds it. It's overlapped a bit, but it looks like he pre-charmed the Fear anyway, so that rep is actually getting value. Stormbolt out of the Repentance. Nice CC chain. Nixie trades the evasion, but he's stunned. He can't dodge while he's stunned. Huge hit of damage, and Tana's got another Nature Swiftness. He's got to think about connecting it here. Nature Swiftness tops off Nixie. He's got a Healing Tide Totem. He's got to be careful with where he places it. He's going to put behind the pillar here while Blizzo is Blade Storming. Huge pressure on Mercy, forcing on any resolve. Could be a Blessing of Protection from Lone Tar as well in this position. Tana's Healing Tide gets value, but he gets caught in a Fear. Mercy finds a key Fear right now on Tana. He can't heal for another second. They disarm the Warrior. Frosty's trying to free cast and keep up his momentum. It's such a risky gamble for both sides, but it looks like Old and Bad are starting to scale out of control. Mercy escapes behind the pillar, relays his portal. Nixie is trying to go after him, but he's caught by a coil. Tana and a Stormbolt. Hammer of Justice. Tana dispels, but Nixie is low. No cloak for 5 more seconds, 4 more seconds. Heals come through. Frosty manages to get him back in the fight as well with some off heals. And it seems like, oh my god, at any moment, man, Frosty could just go down. Dispersion has to trade, but Mercy at the same time is vulnerable. Dark Pact comes through for him. They drop down the Psy Fiend likely in the future here. They stun Blizzo, but a Spell Lock hits Frosty on Shadow. He can't Void Shift. They need to link, but Nixie's not there, and it's so much damage with this Blade Storm. Blizzo is tearing in, looking to take game number 3 and move to match point. Tana is struggling. Is he going to pull off another miracle? Can he do it? But Mercy at the same time could go down at any moment. How are they doing this? Static Field pulls Mercy back in line. Lone Tar Divine Shields. His team is so close to the kill. He has to keep them going.
They are playing so aggressive, pedal to the metal all the way through since the start of Hook Point. And now the risk is biting them in the ankles, at least for the moment. Nixie trying to reconnect. The full gouge on Lone Tar lands. Mercy's taking so much damage. Frosty connects. Haunt trying to get the cast through. There's the precog proc. Mercy looking to send the damage, but he's trying to line of sight the Shadow Priest. Getting lower and lower. Can Lone Tar pull off a miracle once again and keep his team alive? It looks like the heals are coming through, but now the swap over onto the Paladin is in. The wings are through. There's the pump from the from the Herald, but is it enough? Gateway from Mercy's trying to get away, trying to cut back. Kidney shot behind the pillar. Nixie sending him around the corner, but is it enough? Lontar follows him
How
up.
is he
The
alive?
cheap shots are in. This lasso is in as well. Mercy
Run!
on 5% just ports out. Lontar on the other side of the map cannot get the heals through. Blizzo is sitting in a hex. Tana low on mana, has a few CDs, but Bleached Bones are not even gonna attempt it. What a map between these two.
Oh my god. It looked like it was going to be Bleached Bones' game, but Tana just won't die. Tana won't die. We got both sides. We got Blizzo trying to rep the Warriors in the tournament. We got Tana trying to rep the Resto Shamans on the tournament. The underdog classes, you know, to say, of the tournament representation at the moment. And I can't believe it. Tana survived once again. Mercy pulled out. He's line assiding both purges here on the pillar. That's why he's just staying and just lining the Shaman and the Priest. Because if he gets purged on that bop, Nixie will kill him. And then they disarm him at the end of the bop. So Nixie still can't attack him. And then he throws down a gateway. And he's like, I gotta get out of here. But Nixie's still there. Lontar tries to catch up. He gates over. And I'm thinking maybe he lives because Avenging Wrath's up, but Dampening's at 41%. So even with Avenging Wrath, he can't top him. And what's Mercy going to do? It's like, he's got a port, but look how far away he is. Like, maybe...
It's for me... Like, this is honestly, this is hopeless. This is just desperate attempts like to make some sort of plays, rotate CDs back up, and maybe stay alive a few seconds longer. For me, I think where it really went bad was a minute before this, when Bleached Bones were pushing so hard, trading the Unending Resolve, trading Lontar's defensives just to stay aggressive because they thought they could get a kill. It was a really good push, but it wasn't quite enough, and they left so much on the table there that a minute later, when the CDs were gone and Old and Bad was back on the driver's seat, basically, they just had nothing left to survive, and this is where the game ended.
Okay. They don't come out at Frosty, man. He beat the Warlock on damage. Frosty, he's looking good. He's got to do this. He's got to be able to beat the Warlock if they're going to win. This is just coming down to like maximum pressure from the Shadow Priest and the Warlock, constantly a head-to-head race between them. Early game, I'd say it looked like it was favored towards the Warlock, so maybe, again, more aggression. We saw Lontar getting repentances, but it seemed like it was much further into the match. Maybe if they can play a little bit more heads up, they might be able to get that advantage. But they go to a big map, which makes me think they're going to play the same comp. They don't want to bring in the Ellie Shaman for the small map, even though despite that's the only map that they won. They want to go big map here against Old and Bad. So I think Bleached Bones, they're trying to win on mana, but I don't know if it'll work.
I think it can definitely work. I think they would have won Tiger's Peak. I think they just went a little bit too over-aggressive towards the later stages, got over-eager, and paid the price for it. So it's a tough call. It's not going to be an easy win. Absolutely not, because Old and Bad is playing an incredibly clean series. I mean, we talked about it, right? These guys are under so much pressure. If they do not win this series, they're out of the season. The season is over. They don't make top 8. If they can somehow beat Bleached Bones here, they make top 8. They beat the ski instructors out, and they lock in that last place on the rankings, or at least 8th place on the rankings. And quite honestly, if you're already on match point after the first 3 games in this series, it's looking pretty good for Old and Bad.
Yep. Ski instructors are praying that Bleached Bones can pull this series back and find something to answer so that they can stay in the top 8 for the Gauntlet. We saw them in Cup 1, I think, most notably with their Rogue Hunter composition being really bursty. Probably, I think it might be the fastest kill, possibly, of the War Within so far from their team. So they're in contention with Old and Bad, and Old and Bad just need to win one more game. Bleached Bones are running the clock here, man. They don't want to go out of this tournament. It's every single game they've played today has been so hard fought, like 7 minutes plus, just like absolute brutality, just trying to take advantage of any situations. And they bring Jamie in on the big map. This is so confusing to me, because I thought for sure the big map meant we're going to keep the Warlock, because they won on a small map when they brought in the Ellie Shaman. So maybe they think they can. Maybe Jamie will just be tankier on Shaman than Warlock, and they're thinking like, oh, we can just win on mana with Blizzo and Warrior or something. But it seems strange based on how the earlier maps were picked.
I feel like they really want that decurse from Jamie, because Mercy was doing a lot of work on the Warlock, yes, but I don't feel like Blizzo was able to find as much impact, even though he did a really good job on Tiger's Peak as he was on Hook Point. And largely, I think, as you mentioned before, going into that third map, due to the fact that they did not have a decurse for that Hex. So Blizzo, I think there were multiple key moments during the last map where Blizzo was sitting in a full Hex, where he could have really kind of tipped the scales of the game in his favor if he wasn't CC'd.
Yeah, definitely. The control on Blizzo is important. I'm just worried that momentum's going to be lower for them. It just seems like the Ellie Shaman's pressure is not as, it doesn't sink in as much, but its defense is better. I think it can go a longer duration.
It's a trade-off, right? You either play super aggressive and high risk with the Warlock, or you play a little bit less risky on the defensive side with Jamie, but then of course the added risk of going longer and deeper into dampening because you're not as overwhelming offensively. So it's going to be interesting to see for sure, and it's going to be one of those games, once again, that's going to revolve all around Blizzo.
Yeah, it's really important that he's able to get the pressure that he was able to get out on Hook Point when they were able to get a win. But large map could still be really difficult for them. Bleach Bones need to get to a certain point of dampening where the Void Leech healing from the Shadow Priest starts to be non-consequential, but I think his game is just going right now, even with the transitioning happening. We see a sap already on Jamie, and I like that Nixie controls DPS so that Frosty can free cast. He doesn't sap the Paladin. He saps a DPS and he cheap shots a DPS so Frosty can load out dots, and look at what it's bought them. It's bought them 7 million damage in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, the Shadow Priest can pop off if you let him go, and Nixie doing a great job of setting him up here. But Frosty is already into the kiting playstyle, needs to get away from Blizzo, but he can't. There's so much damage, especially with that Blade Storm powered up like crazy. Blizzo just going hard here. But the dismantle is in. He gets shut down here for a moment, but reconnects once again. Frosty gets kicked here for a second, but there's the kidney shot. Nixie locking him down further. Nice Tremor Totem here on the... Oh, never mind. Actually, just got broken. No Tremor Totem from Jamie.
Ooh, that
Still,
Hex.
good damage on Lonta. Frosty getting so much damage.
And his Hex, no trinket. He can't get heals. Dispersion is forced, and Jamie getting crowd control there. And it looks like Bleach Bones are focusing a lot more on control towards Tana, having already burned through the medallion. They're actually in a great position offensively, and they're trying to keep up their momentum. Another Blade Storm comes through. Blizzo trying to avoid stuns and get damage out at the same time. Is he going to be able to stay on target? Now he's into the kidney shot. Lontar is rotting down a bit as well to Frosty's pressure. He's trying to cast some Holy Lights behind the pillar. He gets it off. Nixie moves towards the Paladin. Now grappling over towards Jamie. Another Hex. Is Jamie going to get it? Tana versus Jamie. A bit of a Hex fight. And it looks like Jamie's not going to be able to get it. He's getting pressured away too much. His trinket was forced, though, in that exchange. Nixie's trying to punish it. Now grapple back to the Paladin behind the pillar, making sure he's not stacking on the Warrior. Void Torrent onto Blizzo. Doesn't look like he's going for the pummel. A lot of Shadow Priest, they'll mind game that Void Torrent. They'll start the cast and cancel it instantly. So this time, Frosty actually kind of won the mind game. He just fully channeled it uninterrupted. Nice triple shockwave, but not too much consequence. Blizzo's into the kidney shot. No trinket. Slowing down his aggression. Shadow Crash on Jamie, getting those dots up, not needing to deal with the interrupts. Frosty's repositioning. He's baiting Blizzo behind the corner and trying to rot him down and avoid the Ellie Shaman damage at the same time. So we're seeing Frosty and Tana just kiting on the outside of the map, pulling away from the Shaman.
Yeah, and Lonta gets CC'd up. Listen, needs to be a little bit careful. Pops in the Blade Storm to keep following up, but the Static Field Totem is just too clean. Currently, it's looking quite alright here for Old and Bad, but they need to find the setups. Now it's good damage on Blizzo. Maybe that's working. Great Static Field Totem from Jamie. Both Shamans really making things work with their utility here at the moment. And Blizzo gets disarmed on his cooldowns. Great control from Nixie. Overall, Old and Bad just playing a very clean game so far. But we both know it's going to go into the late stages. It's going to go down into dampening. Frosty finds a good fear onto Lontar, just kiting away, trying to get the damage up and keep the pressure rolling so they can Lontar sooner rather than later. And so far, the mana game is looking good for Old and Bad.
This is neck and neck right now. Just look at the damage meter. It's just Blizzo versus Frosty. Basically 1 minute, like not even... 100,000 damage difference between each of the members in this game. Maybe Lontar's damage could be the tipping point, actually, as he's getting a lot more out than Tana is able to currently on that Paladin. Versus the rest of Sean. Frosty repositioning once again, baiting Blizzo behind a pillar and then landing a root on him out of position so Lontar can't dispel. Jamie's getting pressured. Nixie's cleaving down 2 targets. Nice fear from Blizzo. Hits 2 targets, slowing down Frosty's ramp. He's trying to fake a kick here. He doesn't manage to get it. He's wind sheared on cast, but he stacked them up for a triple fear. Nice turnaround. Dark Ascension. He gets to cast that for free. Frosty's super happy about that. Here comes a Shadow Crash. Big swap on Lontar. Dots are applied. Frosty silences, goes for the Void Torrent, but Blizzo instant pummels it. Now a lasso onto Blizzo. They swap back to the Warrior, and Frosty's positioning is so good, just constantly pulling to a corner where Jamie can't get damage on him.
Yeah, and Blizzo shutting down that go, intervene into the immediate kick, as you mentioned, great work, but Jamie is the target here for a moment. Lontar has big heals with the wings, they hold on to Jamie's defensives, and Frofsy just grips Tana to follow him up, trying to keep his healer close to himself, as Jamie still slowly but surely recovering. Lontar bringing in the heals, and Blizzo once again on the offensive. It's an eternal kiting uptime game at the moment. As we mentioned, it's all about Blizzo and how much he can get done and how much the peel on both sides is going to affect things. Once again, he connects with the Blade Storm. Solid damage onto Tana, but the Tealing Tide Totem is doing massive work. Lontar has to toss in the sack onto Jamie just to keep his Shaman alive, with Nixie doing massive amounts of damage. Tana actually gets Spell Reflect hexed here by Blizzo. Great reactions. Lontar CC'd up. Overall, solid damage on both casters here, but no real advantage gained on either side.
Yeah, we're getting to the 5-minute mark. That's where things are really going to start to ramp out of control. And this early game exchange is just about building a mana advantage, which is in favor of Tana right now. Old and Bad on match point and looking to take that gauntlet position and knock Ski Instructors out. But Blizzo gets a double fear, but Nixie's there to intercept with a cheap shot. Blizzo trinkets to go for the kill. He gets cheap shot again. He's really trying to pressure. He forces Tana's trinket here with that Hammer of Justice as he got feared into the corner. Earthenwall Totem's down. Frosty gets instant pummeled again by Blizzo, but Nixie's there to block his aggression with a disarm. Nixie's now moving towards Lontar, grappling over, waiting for the stun DRs. Gouge setting it up, steps back over to Jamie, full kidney shot. Frofsy's baiting Blizzo into the corner, but he can't get him off his back. It's a big Blade Storm. Nixie tries to get over there, but now he's disarmed and can't really help. Jamie gets a bop. Tana's looking for a Hex. Is he going to find it? It doesn't look like it. Jamie shuts it down. Blizzo's rotting. Enrage regen forced, and it feels like Old and Bad are slowly building a lead that I'm not sure Bleach Bones can come back from.
For the moment, though, they stay in the game. It's on half. The CDs are not looking great. 20 seconds on sack for Lontar. The mana is looking dire with more and more with every passing second. Blizzo CC'd up. Lasso around the corner. Massive damage. Lontar bubbles just to keep his warrior alive. There's the late Bob. One more defensive out, and it looks like Bleached Bones are really down to the wire here, but they've come back from worse. The sack is ready once again, but look at Tana's mana, half versus Lontar's 10-15% that he has left. Nixie getting swapped to. Good damage here by Jamie, trying to keep the Rogue on the down low, but it's not quite enough for the moment. Nice intervene here. Blizzo swapping over on Nixie. Nice shockwave, shutting him down on this setup attempt here as the cheap shots are coming through, but the kidney shot is in on Blizzo. Frofsy has the void turret on Lontar. This damage is spread all over the place, and Lontar pops in the sack. Now the swap comes in. Nixie's trying to connect, but Blizzo shuts him down. Great lasso here from Jamie, taking out Tana, at least for a moment. But Bleached Bones, they're down to the wire now. There's nothing left in the tank. Astro Shift traded out. Full Hodge onto Nixie. Maybe once again, the swap onto Rogue. He shadow steps Lontar, immediately getting away from Jamie and Blizzo just to stay alive. Disarm is through. Jamie the next target. Blizzo disarmed and rooted up. Tana now getting swapped to. Could get dangerous, but the swap onto Lontar is massive. The killing spree is in. Frofsy reconnects. The full fear coming through. Lontar tries to break it, gets out of it. They get the link. But Blizzo and Jamie really not able to connect. Jamie down to 20%. This might be where it ends. It's match point for Old and Bad, and they are locking in that top 8 in just a moment. If it isn't for Frofsy to fall in the last possible second. The swap on the Nixie. Once again, Blizzo might be able to take him down. Jamie brings in the lava burst, but he's dying. He's rotting. The Shadow Priest just taking him into the void. Down with him. And this is where it ends for Bleached Bones this weekend. Old and Bad are gonna move on to top 8 in the season finals.
All right, Frosty getting a really good game here, kiting him out, making it look easy here. A little bit of a dicey call, but they had the cooldowns necessary to exchange to overwhelm them and take the series. Ski Instructors are sad face right now. We get some sad faces for the Ski Instructors. They put on some entertaining games in Cup number 1, but we'll not be seeing them in the Gauntlet. Old and Bad will be claiming their position, possibly climbing up further ranks as well. I need to take a look at the leaderboard to see how many teams that they could possibly pass depending on their run. And Bleached Bones, man, now that they're out of this, top 3 I think was already out of the question. So it's more or less, are they going to stay towards the top end of the Gauntlet depending on the results here with teams like Ultima in the upper bracket? Basically, their Gauntlet seeding is kind of out of their hands. For them, it's just how do we prepare for this meta? What compositions do we need to get ready for the Gauntlet and for the finals later this year?
Yeah, certainly a lot of questions in the air. Old and bad. They've got a long road ahead of them in the lower bracket and throughout the rest of the season as well, depending on where they do end up in terms of standings. We're seeing just the final moments of Old and Bad. They needed to win one series and they were able to make that happen. So I'm excited to see how they're going to do. It's the last match of the day. They're going to be playing a winner of either Streamer Zone GG or Ultima, Livy.
That is gonna be an interesting matchup in the upper bracket. Overall, I think this lower bracket in general this weekend is gonna be spicy. The fight for the seeding is gonna be incredible. But yeah, as you mentioned, Ultima or Streamer Zone, that matchup especially is one I'm super, super excited for. I don't want to ramble on about Ultima for half an hour now, because that's not the next series, but I'm super excited. Old and Bad, they're not gonna have an easy run through the lower bracket, but they could make it.
Yeah, especially based on how we just saw them. They're going to have that momentum that they're going to carry forward for sure. And we know just how important that can be. So Old and Bad, well done to them. Bleached Bones. Honestly, I'm a little sad that this is kind of how it's ended for them. This is a team that I think many of us share the same sentiment, Super Tees, where we expected more from them. But that's going to be the end of the line here for their 4th cup in the first season of the War Within. So we can get to talking a little bit about this next up series. We've got Echo versus Phoenix Reborn coming up next, Sid.
Yeah, and Phoenix Reborn, I said it in the intro, only team to take a series off Echo. I know teams have come close. I think last week's Streamer Zone was the closest to getting another series off their back, but Phoenix Reborn are similar to Bleached Bones. It just seems like they haven't been able to 100% settle in on something that's going to work for them in the current meta. So I'm interested to see what they bring. Are they going to go back with bread and butter mains like we just saw with Bleached Bones, or are they going to venture out into new avenues and unknown territory and kind of take some of those initial growing pains in order to find something that can work in the future?
Yeah, I think so.
I really like that they were experimenting a lot last weekend. I mean, we saw the DK Demon Hunter, the Demon Hunter Ellie Shaman. Didn't really work, but at least they're trying new things, so that was interesting to see. But we also know they have good comps like the Windwalker Ellie Shaman that they can bring in and have been doing really, really well on. So having someone like Zeepai on your team, it's got to be good for something.
Yes, yeah, it for sure does. So we're going to get to that series. If you are reading from chat right now, if you're watching from chat right now, let us know who you are rooting for in this next up one. Before we head to a break, though, we're going to play the first spell guessing game of the day. Are y'all ready?
Y'all ready for this?
Ooh.
Y'all ready?
Wait, is it a spell
this?
guesser?
Is it spell guesser?
I don't
thought
know.
we were
what
guessing.
okay, we're doing.
Oh, I
guessing.
was incorrect. It's who's that team? Yeah, thank you for the correction. Okay.
Okay,
Who
so
is this
Chibaku
team?
beat them. Ulabang lost to them. Echo beat them. The Agents 3-0'd
AWC
them.
Shadowlands
Season 1
Grand Final winners. Oh god. Who was that?
Shadowlands Season 1. That was like Warrior Mage Paladin meta, I think. I don't remember what the team was.
They
Can't
beat
be
Holy
Echo.
Bang in the Gauntlet. Who won the Season 4 Dragonflight Gauntlet? I should know this.
This is a hard
Is it
one.
Streamer Zone?
I...
It's the only one that makes sense to
Yeah,
me.
no, it is. It is. I think it is.
I think I remember their celebration for their first place down at the bottom there.
But was that Season 1 Shadowlands that they won? It was a Shadowlands season that Streamer Zone won.
Yeah.
But I don't remember Season 1. And I don't remember...
I thought it wasn't
was
Season
Echo
1,
Method
but-
back then? Because I don't remember that either.
Yes, I think so.
Because are we including when they were their
They were called something
previous
else
name?
back then. I
Yeah,
think.
what
Maybe
were they
weren't.
called?
Yeah, I think back then it was My Way still, but I mean it's current Streamer Zone. I'm
saying it's Streamer Zone.
I'm pretty sure you're right on that because I'm fairly sure they won the Gauntlet in Season 4 Dragonflight.
Okay. All right. Streamer Zone. Locking it in.
Oh. Yay!
Okay. Wait, now reveal to us what they were called. Let's My Way, and then they were
Horizon, right, yes.
Yes. Okay. It's all coming back. Okay, let us know if you were correct in that one, chat. We're going to head to a break here. When we come back, we're heading on up to that upper bracket. It is Echo versus Phoenix Reborn. Very big series coming up next in just a few moments. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here in the upper bracket. It's Echo versus Phoenix Reborn. Echo, they have won the first 3 cups, almost getting knocked out in the cup number 3. Didn't have the best weekend that we've seen, but that being said, Echo is still in first place. But we have proven that they can bleed. Phoenix Reborn, they are up next to face off against Echo, and this is kind of a make or break weekend for them, Sid.
Yeah, they need the miracle run, and they need Streamer Zone to lose out, and then they can get top 3. And more impossible things have happened, I feel like, during the war within AWC so far. So perhaps there is a miracle for them. It would likely mean they have to beat Echo twice, because I don't see would Echo really not just make it back to the grand finals right away if that somehow happens. But they've been struggling with comps, so I'm really hoping they have something that's going to be at least threatening for Echo. I don't like when Echo just has this easy free ride through the bracket. So Phoenix Reborn, we need you to step up here. Meta might not be in your favor, but I'm really hoping that they're going to at least make this close.
Yeah, they've been kicking their feet up a little bit too much. Let's take a look at the predictions, though. If you're watching from home, if you're in chat, get those points in, see if you can win a bet off of this series. But it might be difficult. Everyone.
Hey, man, I'm trying to get points on the leaderboard, okay? I want them to step up, but I also want the points on the leaderboard. So,
your pregame analysis and faith in
doing
Phoenix Reborn isn't lined up with your prediction.
Well, I didn't say they're going to win. I'm saying I need them to step up. I'm not saying that they have stepped up. I don't know. So
I need Echo to step up because I'm behind on the leaderboard. I'm like, this is not looking good for me.
If you need Echo to stand up, then you're pretty comfortable. I feel like you're not too.
Yeah. Just watching. It's so interesting because Phoenix Reborn, we kind of mentioned they're the only team to beat them in a series, and it was with a really kind of random composition. I don't think anyone really expected. The Beast Mastery Hunter, Elemental Shaman. They've tried so many different compositions, including this one with the Unholy Death Knight and the Beast Mastery Hunter. But Echo just seems to have their number. This is even one of the finals where Echo they tagged in the Feral Druid. So Waz played the Feral Druid, Matt played the Holy Paladin, and Echo hasn't really relied on this composition. But this seems to be the current flavor. In North America, every single team is playing Feral Druid, Paladin. The same thing, not necessarily the same thing over in Europe, as you see Echo still finding great success with the Discipline Priest Mage, Discipline Priest Warlock. So I think for Phoenix Reborn, they have to really consider, so many different composition options, because it just seems like once you get through one of the compositions of Echo, they just have something entirely different that is very well practiced and prepared, and it's what makes this team so deadly. So for me, I think this blind pick is going to matter hugely in this series, and I think if Phoenix Reborn wants to win this, they have to win on the Grand. If they don't win on the Grand, I think it's going to be a nightmare series for them.
Yeah, it's really difficult to win a swing match here in the AWC, especially when you're up against a team like Echo. And, Super T's watching that replay. What can we kind of infer from the games that we saw? What do you want to see them building upon on the side of Phoenix Reborn heading into this rematch against Echo?
Well, the Feral Warlock Paladin looked really threatening to the comps of Phoenix Reborn, kind of adapted to beat Echo the first time. So have they found something that can beat the Warlock Feral? After watching the replay, I don't know. After watching the replay, it looked pretty one-sided. So I don't even know what to really expect from them, honestly. Probably some type of Elemental Shaman, Holy Paladin X is what I'm thinking. Whether it's a Beast Mastery Hunter or some type of melee DPS. It seems like Swapsy, unfortunately, he's kind of the same position that Mez is in North America, where it's they put a lot of time into the Death Knight. They think it's going to be, enough to get them through, and then it falls off from some changes, and now can Swapsy find a way to integrate with the team on something else when his team needs him now?
Certainly a question. So we'll see. We'll see shortly enough if Phoenix Reborn is able to make some of those adaptations. But it also kind of seems like then I don't mean to make it seem like it's impossible, because we've seen it happen before. We've seen Echo come pretty close to to losing some series here. But it seems like Echo's also just one of those teams that they're able to make those changes on the fly and play a new composition pretty confidently.
Yeah, we're definitely in the Echo dynasty right now. Even this season in War Within, they've won 3 cups in a row. So can they make it 4? Time will tell, but things are definitely looking good for them. But there are teams that are close, right? And Phoenix Reborn is one of those teams that actually beat them in a series, which they were the only ones to do that. It's the only time we saw Echo in that lower bracket. So this is the team that could do it. You have heavy hitters on the team like Swapsy, you have Zeepai, Fuston, as well as Numless. So there's some contenders here that have been going toe-to-toe with Echo for quite some time. And maybe they'll have some tricks up their sleeve for this one, but I think it's I think it's just crucial for Phoenix Reborn to win here on the Grand Arena. If they can do that, they could win this series.
Certainly possible. Phoenix Reborn, they've been ramping up with each and every cup, every game that we see them working on their craft. Let's see what they can do here. Game number 1. This is best of 5. The upper bracket. It's Echo versus Phoenix Reborn.
Ooh, Chan starting things off on Warlock, and Waz not on the Feral Druid. I actually think Phoenix Reborn didn't get a bad matchup here. I think they might have been more worried about the Feral Druid Paladin combination between Met and Waz, but of course, this is Echo's Rogue Warlock Priest. This is if they're going to play this comp absolutely flawlessly. So Phoenix Reborn, they are going to have to battle through likely a very long match here and survive multiple setups from Waz, who is already getting halfway across the map, but not able to find the sap. Going to start with the Gouge, but he gets rooted out of stealth. That's a great Earth Grab totem from Zeepai in this initial stage.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Zeepai, the man himself on the Elemental Shaman. Chanimal going to be portaling away here early on as they look to get the damage over time effects loaded up. Good thing here. Oh, really nice port there by Fuston, going for an immediate Spearhand strike, shutting down Chan in the early stages of the game. Kidney shot now into Numbliz, as it looks like Echo is looking to potentially get a trinket here. They only get the Divine Protection. Maybe they get more. It doesn't look like they're going to fully commit, and I think Numbliz should be able to easily survive this one. Big Celestial Conduit coming in from Fuston, but Chanimal just immediately portals away.
Yeah, he gets out of line of sight during the Hammer Justice. Could swap to Waz. He's getting cleaved a bit here, but a big setup on Fuston. Ultimate Penitence from the skies, raining terror from above, and Numbless is there to block the kill with Sacrifice, but now that's not available for Zeepai as they swap to him. Gouge on the Paladin, setting up for Waz to make a swap onto the Paladin. Zeepai stuns the Rogue with the Earth Elemental, but Waz just trinkets that immediately to go for another kidney shot, and there's so many Shadow Bolts. It's crazy damage on Numbless, and Divine Shield seemingly out of nowhere. He pretty much just died in that 1 second cheap shot. He's trying to set up for a Repentance possibly, not looking for it anymore. Despite that leg sweep kind of setting it up. I actually can't believe they got Divine Shield on that swap. I thought he was going to make it out of that, and that's so rough now for Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, that did not look like a good swap, and it ended up just being the best. That last cheap shot, like you said, all the burst damage comes in. Numbliz now in trouble. Divine Protection trades once again. Can they get more at the same time? Fuston's rotting down. Chanimal is just absolutely destroying, and somehow, look at Waz's damage also. I mean, he's keeping up with Chanimal on the Subtlety Rogue. I mean, that is just something you don't often see.
Oh, the knock!
A full Hammer of Justice. Beautiful, out of line of sight. Can they take him down? The Lightning Lasso comes in. Fuston trades out his Karma as well. He all-ins the damage. But Waz stays alive, and that might be really punishing here for Fuston in the future.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe it might be like a distraction. They go on Fuston and then Numbless is a bop and a trinket, so maybe like baiting Fuston as a target with defenses here isn't a bad idea. It seems like the Paladin's way more vulnerable, but these paralyzes on Waz have been so clean during the kidney shot. There's that setup on Fuston. Shadowy Duel, is the one shot going to be enough? Fuston ports behind the pillar, Waz reconnects with the Shadow Step, more cheap shots follow through, he ports away once again, back on top of Chan. Huge heal comes through, and the Shadowy Duel kill window from Waz is lost, and now Fuston mind controlled away by Meh, trying to give Chan some time to cast here. He's got Numbless coiled in the middle of the map, multiple Shadow Bolts incoming. Cheap shot, grapple weapon, no trinket, cloaks off the disarm to go for the win. Can they purge the bop? Mez in position, they get the bop off, and this could be lights out for Numbless. It's so much damage from Echo in game one.
I mean, this is just, I want to just break down the entire game of what Echo did, but those final moments, you know, Mass sets it up in a big way. They go after Fuston with the Shadowy Duel. They're putting pressure. And this is just like, this is why Echo's so deadly, is because you never know who they're going to go after. Everyone is kind of a target. Fuston, he gets cheap shot up. He gets put into the Shadowy Duel. He survives. And then right out of that, he gets mind controlled. Out of the mind control, they make a big swap over onto Numbliz. Look at this. These are those final moments where Fuston just, he cannot help. He gets out of the mind control, manages to get the disarm on Waz. He immediately just Cloak of Shadows it off. And then Meh with the instant dispel here on that Blessing of Protection. A little bit unfortunate for Numbliz. I couldn't really rely on that defensive cooldown, but there's just nothing he could really do in this situation. And yeah, I mean, looking back at it, maybe he could have trinket and lay on hands instead of using the Blessing of Protection, but it's really hard. I mean, it doesn't always happen where the priest immediately dispels the Blessing of Protection. I think that's the only way he actually ends up going down here.
Oh man, so much pressure from Echo. They're looking just as dominant as ever. They want to prove that last week was even a fluke that they dropped some games to Streamer Zone, because man, 2.5 minutes in, like, just think about the last series that we saw. It was like 7+ minutes, maybe 11-minute games. So for a team to win at this level and this caliber in like 2.5 minutes is insane. The endless aggression.
It's also like we see this we've seen this exact matchup play in North America, right?
And it doesn't look like this.
It doesn't look like this at all. I mean, Phoenix Reborn taking a little bit of a page from F tier and the compositions they've been running. And of course, like Liquid plays this composition too, but Echo they just play it so precisely in these games that it feels like there's really no openings for Phoenix Reborn. There was a few scary moments for Chanimal, maybe, but really nothing too crazy. It just Echo always had buttons, Meh trinkets out offensively in these final moments, and Echo's just so clean. And I don't know. We'll see if they have a different answer. Did you like the Windwalker Monk? What do you think?
I mean, what other melee are you gonna bring a warrior demon hunter?
BM Hunter, dude. We need the BM Hunter back.
I mean, maybe for this matchup, it's what won the comp. Maybe that's actually the matchup they wanted. Maybe they wanted this into the Feral Pally team instead, because yeah, the BM Hunter is what beat Rogue Lock. So maybe Phoenix Reborn, they can send a BM Hunter here. F tier also used BM Hunter to beat Liquid, but Echo, as far as like coordination, we got Lone Tar here on the graphic, but it's gonna be met on the Discipline Priest here. It just seems like Echo are just on a whole nother level at the moment as far as competition. Just they know exactly what line to take to the fastest route for victory at any moment, and they're jumping on it immediately. Whereas a lot of other teams, it feels like they're more focused on, okay, how are we going to stay alive? How do we stay alive again? How are we going to stay alive now? And it's like almost all just, how do we live? Whereas Echo is like, how do we just end this in 30 seconds? And it's just a completely different pace for every team against them.
Yeah, they're pretty good, that's for sure. But Phoenix Reborn, they are up to the task. They did go down quite early in that game number 1, but what are they going to run? Is it going to be the Elemental Shaman Windwalker Monk once again? The good thing about the Ellie Windwalker comp is you are fairly durable. So you have a good amount of durability in the match, especially the fact that you can play Orc. I think the one thing that is really good about Windwalker Monks right now is you are extremely difficult to take down. I think they're probably the most durable melee, at least one of them. And you have, a decent amount of mobility, good consistent damage. Windwalker Monks used to be far more about like really heavy bursts. Like you'd land a leg sweep and just one-shot someone, and it's not really like that anymore. Windwalker Monks are a lot more about consistent damage. It's all about uptime on a target and just basically being a bruiser that can never fall down. So I don't mind this from Phoenix Reborn. I think this composition, it makes sense. They just need to keep Numbliz alive a little bit longer. Like they just have to hold on. And then inevitably, Houston and Zeepie, their damage should be able to overwhelm Chanimal, but you have to get through those those early stages where Chanimal's rotating through cooldowns, his trinket, his port, and it feels like you're not really getting too much out. So yeah, I think Phoenix Reborn can do it, but Numbliz needs to be very careful.
What do you think of a small map, given the fact that they died so fast and it was their Paladin that died and it's against a rogue?
Yeah. I wonder if Numbliz was running anything risky in this matchup. Like if he could have done anything defensively a little bit better. I think if he traded, I'm just trying to look and see it in terms of gearing. Should he be playing more versatility? As it does feel like in these Paladin matchups, Echo really likes to go after the Paladin, and I think it's intelligent because a lot of these Paladin, we're seeing the Paladin Frost Mage, the Paladin Shadow Priest, the Paladin Elemental Shaman. These are very durable compositions until you start getting the Paladin involved. Once you start going after the Paladin, it seems like you can kind of get them to fall behind. But if they're just only, healing into their beacons, it becomes really difficult to actually take them down. So I think Echo is doing a good job kind of exploiting that.
I think also they get this new necrotic wound stack on themselves as well. In the War Within, so swapping them on a sacrifice or swapping them when that wound is stacked up on themselves, they can fall behind really quickly in those specific windows. And I know Waz has a weak aura as well for Paladins, where he's tracking Tyr's Deliverance. He knows down to the millisecond how long it's going to last and when it's available, when he can cast it, and he's just all about shutting down Paladins. He knows exactly
good.
When those little weak openings are, and he'll just immediately jump on them.
Yeah, and if you can't get that up, that's the thing about Paladins. Paladins are a healer where when you're rotating and cycling through your cooldowns, it feels like you just are immortal. But as soon as you have to start overlapping and then you run out of cooldowns, that's when you fall behind really, really fast. So tracking things like that, Echo is just, they're masters, right? And we know that's one of the things about Echo too. I feel like they don't get enough credit for how, obviously, they're a really skilled team in terms of their communication and the way they can actually perform. But they also are really intelligent. They track all these little details. They have such immense game knowledge. Now, obviously, playing a ton of Paladin, and it maybe puts them in a situation where they know exactly what to do against these type of comps.
Okay, gateway, portal on the ramp. Chan really likes his portal on the ramp on this map. He doesn't want to get caught behind the pillar, I guess, in a lot of cases, and it leaves a lot of open field. So he's always putting his portal on this bottom ramp side. Waz is just stunning the whole team. Kidney shot, cheap shots, coils for follow-up. Can they get a fear out of this? Mez there. They go for the blind instead. They don't want to deal with the tremor totem, obviously. Chan ports back down. Bottom, Houston's got port on port. Waz steps and saps the blind around the corner, and this could be devastating. They're killing through Astral Shift. They force Diffuse Magic. They get another sap. Waz is absolutely popping off, really rolling the momentum for his team in this initial exchange.
Ooh, Celestial Conduit here for Houston. This is a scary moment for Chan, but he just shrugs it off. Looks like he will be able to stabilize. Good crowd control coming in from Waz early on in the match as they make a swap here on to Houston. Zeepa in the back line loading up some big lava bursts, but they are rotting down. Mind control from Meh. This is just so annoying to deal with. Kidney shot now on to Numbless as all three members are rotting down. A full fear on to Numbless and Zeepa. Luckily for him, it breaks, and Houston does look like he is going to survive, but look at Houston. Said he's got no cooldowns. He's got nothing left, but they are pushing the pace, potentially taking Chanimal down here. He needs to be very careful. Zeepa and Houston finally punching back and scaring Chanimal in that moment.
Oh, that fear on the clash. Houston was trying to stack him up right there, but he doesn't get Ultimate Penitence in the sky. That's clipping Numbless. I think Zeepa jumps off the side to try and avoid it. Numbless survives another swap, but it's just cooldown after cooldown as Echo continue to establish their lead. They're trying to Hex Waz and slow down some of his aggression. Decent pressure on Chan. He's trying to reposition on bottom side, and he gets gripped back. And I think, where is this portal right now? He must have put it on the box, but he's still just dying. He's actually just dying right now. Houston is really laying it in at the moment, and as soon as he's out of crowd control, it could be scary, but Waz is just pinning both DPS with cheap shots, preventing their assaults towards Chan. Numbless is charging in. He needs to deal with the fade of Meh, but Meh doesn't find it. He's into the Hammer of Justice. Chan ports back to deflect as well. He gets a fear out of the gouge. Houston gets the double leg sweep, the triple leg sweep. They turn it around. Elemental stun onto Chan, and Houston is really showing signs of life as far as offense for his team, but they still haven't found the unending resolve, and there's so much pressure. He gets low once again. Triple fear comes through, and Houston holds on by a thread and goes down. Echo are insane. Just when I'm thinking Phoenix Reborn are starting to pull this game back, they just absolutely clock him.
I don't know if he was near his portal or not. Like, he actually had a moment of a break in the crowd control where maybe he could have used his Transcendence to get away, but Echo is just so clean with it. They set that up by going after the Paladin. So there's two things going on at the same time. Waz was going after the Paladin a little bit, so you'll see it here. He stun locks up Numbless, and he's attacking him a little bit, but at the same time, Houston gets coiled, and then without dropping a beat, Waz goes over, he cheap shots, he Shadowy duels, and Houston's just in a ton of trouble at this point. Unfortunately, he actually does come out of the Shadowy duel, but Numbless gets locked out. So Chanimal also secures an interrupt on Numbless at that same moment, and they just completely turn that situation around. Echo up 2-0 in this series, and they're looking good. But Phoenix Reborn, there was a few close calls on Chanimal that game. Like, I just feel like if they can just put it together defensively a little bit better, I can see Phoenix Reborn potentially still winning this series. They just have to hold on during these moments. You know, you can't be away from your port like that. Houston wasn't able to get that off, and maybe that would have bought him enough time to survive.
Yeah, I'm just worried that, like, maybe I feel like a lot of monks, they kind of over trust their safety a bit. I'm wondering, could he have diffused earlier? Because obviously he's got a UA on him, I would imagine. So he'll take some UA damage if he does it, and maybe he's thinking that'll just kill me anyways. So I don't think he could really. He would have had to like pre-defuse.
Actually, I think
the
he just dies in a fear. I don't even know if he could have used his portal there because he wasn't in range of his portal. So I could be wrong about that one, but yeah, maybe they diffused magic a little bit earlier on. It's like, it's so hard. I mean, these are just like these little decisions. You really just have to play a perfect game if you're Houston, Zeepa, and Numbless. You can't be making any mistakes because if you do, they immediately capitalize on it.
Look at the just before 2 minutes, the yellow graph on the top graph here. It's like going up, and that's what I'm thinking. Phoenix Reborn are kind of pressuring Chan, and then vomp, they just get a spell lock and a coil and a stun lock, and they're just immediately back on top. So Phoenix Reborn once again going to a small map. They really want to try and stay on top of Chan, but the trade-off is that they're also going to die really fast. And they're just not getting ahead in this exchange. And it's so wild to see this matchup from different regions because Echo just looks absolutely untouchable. But then in NA, every rogue team is re-rolling Feral. And they're just throwing in the towel. They're just like, oh, rogue is done. We're not doing this anymore. It's Feral time. And Echo is just like completely shredding anything that comes their way, still with the same compositions. So Phoenix Reborn, they get another shot. They have to reverse sweep. Remember, Phoenix Reborn have to win this cup. And Streamer Zone have to not win a single series, and they might be able to get into top 3 for the War Within Grand Finals later this year. So no composition change. That's just pedal to the metal, try and stay ahead of Echo, but they're always 2 steps ahead, it seems.
It actually is very interesting to me, like, what a difference it is in North America right now. Like, how many teams, like, I was watching the open bracket, I'm sure you were too, but, like, I think, like, 80% of the teams, or, like, 6 out of the 8 teams in the top 8 right now are running Shadow Priest, Feral, Paladin. Like, that composition has completely taken over North America. We're not seeing it at all in Europe. So very interesting differences between the teams. But Echo, they, like, in week 1, this is what everyone was running, right? Like, every single team was running Discipline Priest, Subtlety Rogue with an Affliction Warlock. But, very shortly after that, they all kind of started playing Feral Druids, started playing the Holy Paladin, but Echo just continued to play this composition, and he's still just kind of owning everyone. Even after, like, consistent nerfs, like, Warlocks are just getting nerfed over and over. Everyone's saying it's the end of days for Affliction Warlock, and Chanimal is still just destroying everybody.
I think it just comes down to polish. Like, if you've got enough, like, right now, it's just coming down to which teams are playing better. I feel like almost all these matchups are really close, and it's just, have you put in the reps? Are you coordinated? Do you know the matchup better? Are you keeping track of the kill windows? Are you also not leaving any open? Like, it's completely skill based right now. There's not, sometimes you'll get a meta where it's like a little more rock paper scissors, like, oh, this class hard counters this class, so we're gonna get a win in the series in this game specifically. It doesn't feel like that. It's, you've got like a handful of meta classes and comps, and it's just whoever's playing better in a series is gonna end up winning.
We'll see. Phoenix Reborn, really close game number 2. Echo looking for all-out domination here in Europe. This team is just completely unstoppable at this point. But Phoenix Reborn, they're looking to be defiant and send them down to the lower bracket once again. Game number 3, can they do it? Can they put a point on the board? Or is it going to be a quick 3-0 for the side of Echo? A great start here for Waz.
Yeah, everybody in CC. Chan is having so much fun just casting Soul Rot for free. He got every dot on every target. Was like,
we need a replay.
Chan. Yeah, hit clip that moment. He just pauses the whole team, so Chan gets full dots on the whole team for free. He doesn't have to deal with a single kick. He got the valet Waz service in terms of setup here at the start. Houston already has the Karma. He's knocking Chan. Chan's just going to gate in towards the Paladin as well, possibly getting some crowd control towards him. Numbless tanks a UA dispel. It's match point for Phoenix Reborn, and they're struggling. Chan is just blasting off right now.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Fear going out on his E5. Houston rolling over, trying to get the damage rolling, but at the same time, Numbless is taking some pressure. Can Chanimal cast? Can he connect the Haunt? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Houston knocks him up in the sky with that whirling Dragon Punch. Good Windwalker tech there. Gets the interrupt as well into a Wind Shear. Great stoppage here by Phoenix Reborn. They're doing a really good job slowing down Chanimal in this match, and it's kind of paid off. Numbless has not had to use his Divine Shield. He hasn't had to use his Trinket yet. And that's a good start. However, Houston is getting taken down. He's already traded out the Karma. It's a big stun here on the channel. Houston might just outright die. Numbless is forced to trade out the Divine Shield to keep him alive.
On hands?
Echo, they're all over the place. This is so scary here for Phoenix Reborn.
They pulled almost everything from Houston and Numbless like a minute into this game. It is insane the pressure that Echo has right now. Houston gets low once again. Ring of Peace. Waz steps over it. Houston's trying to kite through the Ring of Peace again with the root and get back onto Chan, but they haven't really even scratched the surface of defense from Chan just yet. A spell lock on Numbless. They see that Tear's Deliverance. They know exactly that it's time to go Paladin. They need to keep Waz away from Numbless, but they can't. He's going for the kill. He trinkets the disarm. Kidney Shot connects. Zeepai's rotting to Dots. Dots are loading up on Houston. Chan is baiting Houston into the corner, tossing up massive Haunt damage and Shadow Bolts. He's forced to trade out the Karma. Zeepai is still just dying. Numbless doesn't have a lot of options. Houston should be safe. He's trying to go for Tear's Deliverance, but a step kick comes through from Waz, and he is relentlessly bullying this Holy Paladin. Everybody's dying. Here comes the Shadowy Duel. Zeepai sneaks in the Stone Bulwark Totem between the stuns and manages to soak that hit. And Numbless, man, he stays alive for another, just to be met by another cheap shot moments later, but it looks like he should be able to recover with his Avenging Wrath, or at least the tail end of it. Waz is still just going after him, though.
Yeah, this is looking scary here for Numbless. He goes for a Hammer of Justice on Waz.
He
Just needs a moment to breathe. He gets the Tear's Deliverance off. That's really important. But he goes into full blind. Oh, no. But it breaks. He actually trinkets. Oh, no. So he trinkets out into a gouge, into a full fear. It's never ending. Mind control on Z5. Houston is on the run. He's all alone. What can he do here? Another kidney shot here on the Numbless. Waz is just destroying this team with stuns and gouges and kicks and blinds and saps, and it is just a really difficult spot for Phoenix Reborn to be in, but they need to find that uptime on Chanimal if they can. Zwen's out here for Houston. It's a swell of damage, but he's immediately met with a cheap shot. A big Haunt coming in from Chanimal. Houston is in trouble. Numbless doing what he can to keep him alive. Goes for the Hammer of Justice on 2 men at the same time. Waz is low on health. Pops the evasion. Good counter pressure here for the side of Phoenix Reborn. If they could take down Waz, I mean, that would be massive. He doesn't have cooldowns for quite some time, Sid.
Another setup. Numbless has to use the Blizzard Protection. He gets purged on it into a coil. Lasso on the Rogue, trying to slow down their aggression. They need to swap the Waz here. Paralyze on the healer. They need a big crunch of damage. It's not found. As the shields come through, he'll be healthy. Everyone's rotting. Chanimal's getting out of control. He's starting to get close to doubling, but a double leg sweep comes through. Possibly Houston putting his team back in the match, but Chanimal just looks untouchable. He's getting aggressive. He's on top of his opponents. A triple fear comes through. Chan is free casting Unstable Affliction. He needs to get a Shadow Bolt proc right here. He might be able to drop Numbless if he does. Big damage connecting from from Waz. No Shadow Bolts just yet. They knock Chan on the air on his fear, trying to buy time for Numbless to escape, and Houston is starting to lay in some meaningful pressure, but Meh has Rapture. Those power shields are going to be massive on Waz and Chan. Numbless trying to escape behind the pillar. He's got Chan on one side, Waz on the other. Such a difficult situation for Numbless to navigate right now. He's just playing on the backside of the wall. Waz is into the root. Zeepai is rotting. Massive pressure. Numbless tears Deliverance. He gets it off, but just to be met by a cheap shot behind the pillar. Zeepai is dying to dots with wall up. Numbless has to bop, and Phoenix Reborn are unraveling right now.
Yeah, Fusion's in a mind control once again. He just cannot help the team. Waz is trying to get there to stun him up, but a beautiful lightning lasso from Zeepai. But at the same time, the double leg sweep comes in. Chanimal is forced to use his trinket and portal to get away. Houston's now in a little bit of pressure, but I swear that lightning lasso from Zeepai to deny Waz's stunning Houston behind the pillar, that kept them in the fight. That was really nicely done there by Zeepai, and it looks like they have recovered, and it could be Waz that does end up going down. He's getting really low. Oh my goodness, Touch of Death comes in. Cloak of Shadows, Cheat Death saves the day for Waz, but that was a great push by Phoenix Reborn.
Double stun! Celestial Conduit, the fear from Chan! He's just there to save Waz right in the nick of time. Now Waz has evasion. He's got a kidney shot. He's got a blind. Numbless has bubble, though, at least. He's waiting for the sacrifice to end. He's going to set up with a cheap shot. Onto two targets. Houston and Fear. Meg getting in position. They go for the blind. Fear the trinket, possibly. Meg's not going to go for it. He's going to reposition Ultimate Penitence. If he gets that off, it's going to be so much damage. Chan has to port back and away, but Waz is overextended. He doesn't get the evasion off preemptively. Ultimate Penitence. Is it going to be enough to keep Waz alive right now? It's so much damage incoming onto him. He line of sights. He gates out of there. He's not playing games. He is not gambling with the Ultimate Penitence. Now Rapture is up. Now they're going to get aggressive. Houston preemptively diffuse magic here, anticipating the attack. He's got Karma as well. Kidney shot on Numbless. Divine Shield available. May just be forced in this exchange. They disarm Waz to try and put him behind, and actually buys time. Numbless escapes. He doesn't need to use Divine Protection. Met is actually running out of mana. Phoenix Reborn have the best shot they ever had in this series so far of getting a win.
Yeah, it's been close call after close call, but they are holding on. Touch of Karma trades here for Houston, going after Waz once again. Do they have any stun here for Waz? They're going to need the stun to take him down. Potential crowd control on Mech. Can they find it? Beautiful double fear coming in from Mech onto Zeepai, onto Numbless. Houston rotting down, going after Chan, just trying to create that pressure. He doesn't have portal for just a little bit longer here, so Chanimal is going to be a great target. They get the Hammer of Justice. Chanimal could easily fall. They're doing it. They put a point on the board. Phoenix Reborn. They managed to just stay alive in those really dicey situations and eventually secure that kill. And this composition, I do think that they can win if they're just, super solid with their defense the way they were in that game. Inevitably, the Windwalker and LE Shaman damage can overwhelm.
I don't know if we actually clipped the opener or not that we asked
that
for
was
at the
ridiculous,
beginning, but
it
literally looked like Echo were bullying Phoenix Reborn for like 5 minutes straight. You're just like, there's no shot, man. They're just getting completely walked on. And then out of nowhere, a couple of swaps to Waz, and suddenly he's vulnerable. And then they catch Chanimal, which is such a difficult thing to do. To actually get Chanimal in a position where you can catch him. He's out of line of sight of Meh, so Meh can't use Paint Suppression. He doesn't have Void Shift. So there's just no recovery. They just found that one moment, just one chance to take this game where they get Meh in crowd control and Chan is out of line of sight because they have Paint Suppression available, which would keep Chan alive here. So he gets stunned out of line, Meh gets blinded out of line, and Chan can't get there. And because he can't get in line, he can't use Paint Suppression, and they can't reduce damage, and they die. So, insane catch from Phoenix Reborn here. I think they're spam disable rooting him as well, with the Monk root in that spot. So, really good catch. They managed to make Echo bleed, but we've seen what happens when you make Chanimal bleed his own blood, Ven.
Raikou comes in, or?
Yeah, possibly, but maybe not in this matchup.
Maybe see Raikou.
Good point. You hurt Chanimal's feeling, Raikou comes in. The big brother Raikou.
Yeah.
What'd you do to
Waz
Chanimal?
going to the Pharaoh Druid? It's like if you could beat my you only get to see the Pharaoh Druid if you can beat the Subtlety Rogue. And now that that's been pulled, man, Waz, maybe they just go on to the Holy Paladin and the Pharaoh Druid. Yeah, look at this.
Sap, gouge, blind.
Gouge, cheap shot, kidney. Like, Waz just literally solo CCing the entire team there for, he gets a sap out of that. Like, Waz is just playing at 10,000 APM. Like, I don't know.
You get the add-on that tracks APM and then put our APM next to each of the players in game, like StarCraft.
Apparently, this is at 75% speed too, so it's like
this is slow-mo.
Yeah, slow-mo, gouge on Zeepai, blind on Numbless, cheap shot Zeepai, kidney shot Houston, vanishes out, gets the sap on Numbless, and this is all just so Chanimal can just load up his damage. He gets the Soul Rod, he gets the Haunt, and you need that. Like, I feel like as an Affliction Warlock right now against a lot of these meta comps, you need a rogue that's setting you up in that way.
Okay, Phoenix Reborn Chan staying in here for another round against this composition. Feel like they snuck that through because they were kind of getting bodied, but now it's a big map. So catching Chanimal like that is going to be a lot more difficult. Seems like their opening could possibly be on Waz. More so, finding him behind the pillar, Hammer of Justice a lot. We see Numbless trying to punish him and going after how aggressive he is. And that's how we've seen Waz die in other series as well. I think it was against Bleached Bones in week 2, where Waz was just really aggressive on Lone Tar's Paladin and just chasing him around and trying to stop him. And they just swapped him a couple times. They took him out. So punishing Waz's aggression towards the Paladin is something they have to look for, because catching Chanimal on this map is going to be infinitely more difficult than on Hook Point.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And it just means he's going to have to, as a Windwalker monk, you're going to have to overextend a lot more if you want to actually commit to go after Chanimal. But I will say, one thing Phoenix Reborn did a little bit differently in this game is they were pressuring Waz. So Waz, he's getting fancy, trading out his evasions and Cloak of Shadows aggressively in the match, or, remove things like Disarm. So I really do think it's good to just pressure the Rogue a little bit more. And if you can force Waz to, use a Vanish or a Cloak of Shadows defensively, you can kind of really throw off their offensive tempo. So I really want to see Phoenix Reborn not overcommit to Chan, but just focus on living and do damage. Do damage, don't die. The absolute classic strategy here for Phoenix Reborn. But they need to pressure Waz. Like anytime Chanimal gets too far away, make sure you're going after Waz.
Well, let's see if they can get it done here. Can Phoenix Reborn manage to pull this back, reverse sweep Echo, and make their dreams come true of getting top 3? Because now it's like, maybe it can happen. They got one win. Maybe it can happen. I feel like Angel's in the outfield right now with the little kid. It could happen. It could happen. Let's see if their Guardian Angels are here for them in this series. Lightsweep gets feared away by Mev. Houston's getting no damage. Numla's immediately the target for Waz once again. Line of sighting the Shaman, avoiding that lasso until the end of the cheap shot cycle. Waz's positioning when he makes the swaps is so precise on those angles to avoid getting peeled away. Finally, Houston connecting with some damage onto Chan here, but he manages to fake the interrupt. He's looking for fears, but he's taking tremendous damage. Phoenix Reborn seem to be powered up off that victory.
Yeah, they're starting to believe they can actually win this. Let's see if they can finish it off. Full blind here onto Numbless. He's going to sit through that, and Fusion's just going to portal away. Now portaling back into the fight with Escape from Reality. All 3 members of Phoenix Reborn are rotting down, but Numbless has a lot of healing available. But is he going to get out of the stun? They get the Divine Shield. Not a great start here for the side of Phoenix Reborn. Echo has tremendous pressure.
Houston port on port, looking to stay on target, but the dots are ticking away. They're at least close to Chan. They need to contain his damage as much as possible, but Waz is just controlling so much at the moment, looking for another setup onto Numbless, ramping up, getting the Rupture. He gets out of the root, instantly dispelled by Met. Ultimate Penitence, fishing for some cooldowns. He's trying to bait a grounding or a wind shear, I think, with that Ultimate Penitence, so Chan can free cast, and look at this pressure. It's monumentous. The damage that Echo is doing is absolutely out of this world at the moment, and Numbless is defiantly trying to stay alive, but cannot. He is crushed under the weight of Echo in Game 4.
And Echo just played this so unafraid. Chanimal literally just gating in on top of Numbless' face, finding that haunt and just securing the win. I mean, honestly, hats off to Phoenix Reborn for winning that game number 3, but Echo in game number 4 is like, as soon as you take them down, they just level up. And this is a really well-played game. From the side of Echo, these consistent Paladin swaps, going after Numbless, getting the Divine Shield early on, but these are those final moments. You can see Numbless is trying to wrap around the pillar, but Chanimal literally just trades out his trinket. He gates in on top of Numbless. He looks for a haunt. He fakes out the interrupt, and just the fact that he was able to get that fake off, land the haunt, land the Rapture, that's how, the damage is completely overwhelming. If he had gotten interrupted there, I actually think Numbless would have lived.
I also like that Meh supports him. Like, he's baiting kicks as well. We'll see it in the earlier parts of this replay. He was casting Ultimate Penitence without any. He was not actually going to ever finish the cast. He was just saying like, "Hey, I'm casting. Pay attention to me." Like right here, he casts.
Look at me! Look at me!
And he's distracting kicks and he's distracting abilities to himself so that Chan has less of them to deal with. You'll watch it in a sec. Meh will just start casting Ultimate Penitence, and he's never actually intending to finish it. He's just casting it to bait interrupts, bait grounding, and bait cooldowns, so Chan doesn't have to. And then he sneaks in and he gets a fear. It's like that little tiny type of play that the Priest is doing that's enabling Chan to get out this remarkable amount of pressure, so they're able to ultimately finish out games. So really good support, really good offense in this Game 3 here, or Game 4 from Echo, looking as dominant as ever. I think for me, it's kind of like, we want to see Streamer Zone, because they got the closest. They was at 1% on match points. So Streamer Zone is kind of like the next big ticket that I'm looking to see go up against Echo.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get it done, but a really great finish here for the side of Echo. But Phoenix Reborn, they made it close. I mean, it was a 3-1, but, you know, being able to win on that game number 3, I still feel like this is a matchup they can win. Like, if they just nail in their defense, I feel like this is a matchup they could potentially win, but now they have to go through kind of a long journey in that lower bracket if they want to have any short of shot of rematch here against Echo. But yeah, a great performance from Echo once again, showing why, you know, they are kind of the kings of the region right now.
Yeah, like you're saying, Phoenix Reborn dropping down to face off against Drive Overlord in the second to last series of the day. They're the number 2 seeded team, so that's going to be an explosive series to be sure. And it's down there in the lower bracket, so they're going to be facing elimination now for the rest of the weekend if they want to battle it back up to the grand finals and potentially do get that rematch. And we can take a look at how the bracket, where it's currently shaping up. That was the first upper bracket series. We're going to have another one, StreamerZone.gg versus Ultima. So it looks like then we could potentially see a rematch with StreamerZone GG, just depending on how things shape up. And I think that would be interesting for sure to kind of see how it goes a second time around. But based off of the teams then down there in the lower bracket currently, who do you feel like may make it up?
I mean, that's really difficult to say right now. I mean, you have Phoenix Reborn versus Drive Overload. These are some serious contenders. For Phoenix Reborn, I mean, they need to have a deep run this tournament. For Drive Overload, I think they want to prove that they shouldn't be in the lower bracket. Like, it has kind of been the case so far that the only team that can really beat them is Echo. It seems like that's kind of like the order of things, and the points would suggest that as well. You have Echo on top, followed by Drive Overload, and then kind of some of these other teams like Phoenix Reborn, like Streamer Zone, like Bleach Bones, for example. But yeah, it's gonna be a tough one here for Phoenix Reborn. Drive Overload, they've looked really good today. You know, their Mage Feral Paladin, it's a phenomenal composition right now. They play it really well, and I do think that they want to make it all the way to get that rematch against Echo.
Yeah, so for sure. And like I was saying, they're going to move on up to, or we're moving on up to another upper bracket series, StreamerZone GG versus Ultima, which is going to be that series coming up next. So before we do get to talking about it, we're going to play now against the Spellguesser before we head to a break and get to that series. Are you guys ready?
Ready.
All right, let's see a production. Give it to us. If you haven't been tuning in for these, basically at the end of some of these breaks, just to give a little bit more time for those players to get ready and into the game, we fill some time by playing this Who Spells It Anyways game.
We win.
Guess some of these skills.
And oh my god,
win.
this is insane.
Yeah.
20-second cooldown.
Okay.
Into the air.
Something them, but something them. Something
Is this
something.
gravity lapse?
For up to 6 seconds. I don't think it lasts 6 seconds. Something
Is this
something.
gravity lapse?
For up to 6 seconds. I don't think it lasts 6 seconds. Only one.
Whirling Dragon Punch or whatever?
Cyclone?
Oh. It doesn't have a cooldown. Is it 20-yard range? Oh. It doesn't have a cooldown. Is it 20-yard range?
Yard range, maybe?
Oh, yeah, because it wouldn't have a cooldown.
Yeah, no cooldown, 20-yard range.
Only one
Cyclone.
target can be cycloned at a time?
I think it's Cyclone.
Do we get extra points if this is guessed before they show us the multiple choice? Watch Cyclone not even be an option.
It's going to be an option.
I think Cyclone.
They're trying to take your
makes the
Boomy
most
card,
sense.
Super T's, but that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Not on our watch.
Not today.
So say it's not 6 seconds. Ooh. Ultimate Penitence. But the 20 wouldn't be there. It'd be a 4 minute. It would be a 4 minute or something.
I think it's 20-yard range. It has to be.
Yeah, and then Illidan's Grasp has a cooldown, and this one doesn't have a cooldown because it would say...
They all have a cooldown but Cyclone.
Yeah, so it has to be Cyclone.
A, final answer. That's what I'm going with here.
What's the second sentence then?
Final answer. That's what I'm going with here.
What's the second sentence then? Blank them, but blank them, blank for up to 6 seconds.
It's probably like,
Like
hone
stunning
your
them,
target with leaves and wind.
I don't
into
think
the
anything
air.
else lasts 6 seconds, is the other...
Okay.
What does it mean by up to 6 seconds?
Yeah. Maybe it's including like DRs.
I don't know, but I still
Pretty
think there's no way, because on the top right hand side now. But I still think There's no way, because on the top right-hand side, it will always show you the range and the cooldown. So
Yeah,
if
and
there's
it's
not two of
there's
those,
no weird box there, right? There's no like hidden
Yeah.
weird like blended in whiteout box that's like hiding another thing.
I don't know. I could see them
hope
writing
not.
stuff in and then blurring it
I'm
out to
just saying
confuse
Cyclone.
us.
Let's just
yeah, I'm Cyclone A. Final answer for me.
get to the Photoshop
All right,
challenge.
let's see it.
Let's see if I know what Cyclone
Let's-
looks like.
let's see it in
Unlocked in.
production. Oh,
Invulnerable to
nice.
damage.
Very nice.
That's right.
Ah, making them invulnerable for up to 6 seconds. Disorienting them. Okay. Cyclone. Very nice. All right. I'm excited for the icon one of this.
Oh god, one of them super zoomed in on the left.
Yeah, that
A
doesn't
is
look
too
right.
zoomed in.
A doesn't look right.
It definitely has
What
a
are the
black border.
differences
B
with
is the one that's
B, C,
standing
and
out to me immediately.
How?
What's the difference between B and
I don't
C?
know, like just from playing Druid, from just looking at my bar, like B looks the most familiar.
Last weekend, David had them like zoom it out to make it look like his actual bars.
We're gonna
Would
do
that help,
with
you think?
Cyclone. I mean, D is slightly brighter. A is super zoomed in.
Oh, there we go. Here we go.
It definitely has a black border. I just don't remember how defined of a black border.
What does your heart
I'm
tell you,
thinking-
Sid?
I know what I'm gonna go with.
What?
I know exactly what I'm
You're
gonna
not
go
gonna
with.
tell us. You're just gonna wait.
You want me to tell you?
It's us versus the chat, man. You're not trying to beat us.
Okay. If we're
This is
on a team,
teamwork.
there's one detail that I feel like is jumping out at me, and it's those
Mhm.
little like lightning sparks in the corner of C. That makes me think it's that.
Which corner?
Like I think those lightning
Okay.
sparks,
They're in
you
every
know what I mean?
picture.
they're not in B and they're not in D. Like the bottom
Also-
left-hand corner, those little sparks.
Like, why would they have a
Oh,
black
C is the
border
one
and
that
then
doesn't have
only
that.
leak out of the black border for like some of this stuff?
Yeah, it does
You know what
leak
I
out only
mean?
outside. Yeah, maybe it is
I don't
C
know
just
if
because the leaking.
That makes sense.
Well,
I like the
I-
leaking perspective. I think that's definitely. I'm
also
pretty
think
sure it's a
A-
solid black line.
I think A is the right one zoomed in.
Yeah.
So that means C.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, let's go with C. I'm going with C.
Yeah, I'm going to
Also,
C.
Okay.
C.
C, we're all C. All right,
I'm
production.
only doing it because of the border. I know it has a black border, and I just can't remember if it's
I
solid
like
all the way
Ven's
around
theory
or
on
not.
the zooming in.
Are they?
Nice.
Avi?
Let's go.
Please.
Woo!
Yes.
Paused it there for a
Okay,
second.
wow.
Lovely.
We 40 chest that, guys. That was a great effort.
40 chest.
Yeah.
That's a lot of loot.
I've been
Lot of what?
cycloned a few times in my day, so.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, chat, let us know if you got that correct. In the meantime, we're going to head to a break. And we've got Streamer Zone GG versus Ultima coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just saw the Echo versus Phoenix Reborn series. Echo taking that one away 3-1. Now we're moving on to another series here up in the upper bracket, StreamerZone.gg versus Ultima. And Lithia, a lot of people are saying Ultima's kind of the underdogs here. What's your opinion on this?
I think you're muted, Liffy. So I'm gonna take over on that one. I think
That's fair. That's fair.
I think Ultima looks fantastic. Wait, are you back?
I'm back, I think.
All right, you take it again. All right, you're good.
I mean, I never really left. I'm just a little bit of an idiot, you know. But to get back to what I was saying while I was muted, they're kind of an underdog. I totally agree, but I'm a big fan of the underdogs because the underdogs, well, they can bark pretty loud and they can upset some matches and they can cause quite the ruckus. And especially if I'm looking at Ultima, if I'm looking at their performance the last few weeks, they've fought some notable teams. They've had some really good games against notable teams. So they're one of these teams that are always good for an upset, that always have this potential to ruin someone's day. And I think this weekend is the perfect example for this because they've already beaten Drive Overload 3-2 in the open bracket on Wednesday to make it to the top 4 this weekend. And that's just a fantastic start, and for me personally, the fact that Ultima is in such a position to really mix up EU bracket, they could directly influence what the top 3 is going to look like.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so far it's kind of looking like this could potentially be Ultima's best weekend. You know, we've seen half of this roster before. Cassidy and Gelu were on its roster together back when they were playing jungle, and now they're kind of back better than ever. They brought Nethi and Smite on, and it's been fun to watch them so far. And here they are in the upper bracket as well. So I think you're absolutely correct, Zico. You know, they could be making quite a splash. However, based on our predictions, they still might lose.
Yeah, I think we all think they're gonna lose pretty convincingly as well. At least me and Van. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to call. I feel like Ultima has been getting better and better each week, and I feel like every time I predict against Ultima, they just show me, you know, why they're here, and they always make me kind of second guess my choice. So I don't know. I feel like they have, you know, some unconventional comps with the double dragon, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing here. Nethi, of course, on the Prez Evoker. I always talk this man up. He is so good on that Prez Evoker Smite on the dev. And then, of course, Cassidy, one of the big cats here in the jungle in Europe, even outside the jungle in this case.
Yeah, let's kick the series off. Let's see how this is going to go. But Cassidy, definitely one of the more legendary feral players in the world. But for the start, Smite is taking a lot of damage from a man that we need to talk about as well. Because last weekend, Thessia looked like a god on that mage. And now he's putting a bunch of pressure onto Smite together with Tony. Look at him taking damage. It is insane how low he's dropping.
Yeah, Tony already having to use his survival, just his Heart of the Wild and his Bark Skin. So he still has his survival instinct and his trinket, and now looking to potentially set something up here. Tessia is playing that Shimmer, so he's going to be going for those Shimmer polymorphs. One connects onto Nethi immediately. Cassidy in a full cyclone though. Smite is going to be taking the damage here, but Smite is going to be answering here with a deep breath of his own. Nethi looking for the Sleepwalk. They find it onto Relza, and it could be Tony here in trouble. Still with the Heart of the Wild active though, able to spam out some frenzied regions and recover. And look at Smite, he's taking so much punishment right now in that maim stun. Huge damage connecting onto Smite, but a nice big heal coming out there from Neth. He's staying ahead of the damage. Smite getting counterspell there on his blue school. That's going to slow down his damage as they look to set up another 3 versus 1 situation here. Beautiful swaps coming out from Streamer Zone, going back and forth. Tony, oh, look at the ice wall from Tessie. He blocks Nethi. Oh, there's the Nova onto Nethi behind the pillar as well. Oh my god, he can't get through. There's a little crack in the wall. Can he get through it? He tries, but he can't. Meanwhile, Relza, though, is getting blasted in the backside. Relza forced to trade out his Divine Shield. That ice wall is still there. Nethi's just out of the game for 15 seconds, and his team somehow turns around, but still taking a lot of damage on the side of Smite. But they managed to actually turn that 2v3 situation in their favor on the side of Ultima.
This is something that's so dangerous about this Double Dragon, especially that the Devastation Invoker has so much burst damage. The Deep Breath coming through is so much maneuverability, thanks to the hero talent on that. Nice interrupt here from Relza to stop the Dreamwalk, and Smite immunes the incoming damage with a little bit of a time stop on his own. Cassidy trying to bring the Cyclones in, Tony CC'd off to the side, at least for another moment, while Nethy has to trade out the Emerald Communion as Relza is pushing in for the follow-up Hodge. This is going to keep his team safe enough throughout the CC chain, but Smite gets kicked. But Nethy gets polymorphed. Thessia does a lot of work here, but Nethy has everything under control. Good heals coming through, but Tony has the Incarnation rolling, is looking for an advantage.
Yeah, and Tessia has the Icy Veins popped here as well. A lot of damage potential onto Smite. Tony looking for the Cyclone. Nethy with a beautiful blink there, avoids it there for a second. And actually, they do get the full sheep there. So he's playing that hover blink talent. So Nethy's going to be able to avoid CC with that. Smite now looking for a deep breath here defensively and trying to get the pressure turned around. He gets kicked though, and Nethy now has a lot of healing to do there. Smite's going to come in with the rescue. The double rescue plays coming out here from these dragons. And this is not a very normal composition that we're seeing on the side of ULTIMA, but they are playing it out beautifully. Another great time stop here for Smite as he anticipates the damage there to come through. They swap to Cassidy for a second, but he gets back to full HP. Relza in a sleepwalk. Tessia looking for the damage. Cassidy looking for the Cyclones, not able to find it here. Nethy with the Shroud there, I believe, able to deflect some of them. Big swap onto Relza. Relza behind the pillar with the Blessing of Protection. That's his last defensive cooldown, and this is looking good for ULTIMA.
Yeah, he's on Forbearance now. Until that is gone, he can't use the Lay on Hands, but these swaps onto Relza's sacks are basically, they work like clockwork at the moment for ULTIMA. Great communication for them, and in between they just need to stay alive because it's working at the moment. 4 minutes deep. And Smite is looking for another deep breath. Tony looking to connect the Cyclone, finds the full one on Nethy. Thessia CC'd out to the side as well, and Smite finding a great time stop. Just doing a fantastic job so far with this little immunity for himself. Just bringing that in every now and then, but now the swap over onto Cassidy is dangerous while Nethy is CC'd off to the side. Swap onto Smite, massive damage coming through, but he gets the sleepwalk. Relza into a full clone. Tony pops the survival instincts as well. Great trading of CDs on both sides here, but Smite on the back foot a little bit. Nethy is CC'd up, gets a precog proc, and that should be good enough for him to stay alive. If it's not enough, then it's because Thessia is just sending all the damage in the world.
Yeah, Tessia connecting multiple Frostfire bolts. Nice Ring of Frost here onto Smite. They swap to Cassidy with a bash. Are they looking for the Cyclone onto Cassidy? No, looks like they wanted it onto Nethy. They're going to swap over back onto Smite. Looking for a Cyclone here. Potentially a Feral Druid swap right now. They just want to get their damage off as much as possible while Tessia had that Icy Veins, but it has subsided. Now Tony could be in trouble, but Relza has his cooldowns rotated back up, so they've done a good job keeping up the pressure on the side of Streamer Zone, and that is enough here for Relza to be able to survive. They swap to Relza, but he has the Divine Shield if he needs to. He's just going to cross the map here away from the action on his Divine Steed with the Blessing of Freedom right there. Tony now looking for a Cyclone, still not able to find it. Relza though caught up in a stun, deep breath into a sleepwalk behind the pillar. Smite trying to take down Tony. Tony is the most vulnerable target on the side of Streamer Zone. He's got no personal defensives. Relza has a Lay on Hands in his back pocket. The dampening is really starting to add up to connect the full sheep onto Nethy, who is going to fall. It's a bit of a race situation right now, and there's the Ring of Frost being casted. There's the Ice Wall blocking out both of these dragons, but still it is Cassidy just 2v1ing Tessia and Tony on the backside of that.
Yeah, and especially being so stacked up, Smite is just laughing at all the cleave damage he can do in this situation, and you can really tell they're rotting down. The mana is looking okay on both sides. I think Relza is winning slightly at the moment, but Cassidy brings in another Cyclone, finds Tony, and needs to retreat immediately. Thessia has a precog proc, is looking for the full CCs, finds Nethy for a few moments, but Cassidy puts him into a Cyclone, and a little bit of a timeout here, and Relza needs to dip around the corner, get his mage healed up, as Smite and Cassidy are just doing really good damage, but the swap on the dragon is solid. Renewing Blaze is coming through. Smite just trying to kite away, trying to stick to Nethy and keep himself alive. Cassidy now swapped onto with the stun as he's sitting in the Ring of Frost, and Thessia just sending the damage. Great Spirit Blossom here from Nethy, topping his Feral off, and they're going on the offensive. Sleepwalk connects, followed up onto Relza. Maybe they can make something work on Thessia here.
Tessia realizes he's in a little bit of danger, goes for the Dragon's Breath, caught up in a Cyclone. Now they're going back over onto Tony. Tony has the survival instinct. He's not trying to greet it. He's going after Smite right now. Big damage in that stun, but Smite is answering in kind right now. Big damage on that Deep Breath. Tony gets Blessing of Protection out of that Deep Breath, back into bear form. He gets Cyclone here for just a minute on his Bark Skin. He has the survival instinct. Doesn't want to trade it too late. The Hammer of Justice Nethy looks like a big swap potentially onto Nethy. No, they're going to Cyclone him. Smite in a nice time stop though. Then he rescues Nethy to reposition at the pillar. These dragons are playing so great. The positioning and the defensive maneuvers here with these time stops is really making it super annoying for Ultima. And honestly, I think Streamer Zone. I think Streamer Zone just need to go for more consistent damage and not try to set up too much here. So Tony now caught up in a stun, but he is in bear form. Ring of Frost connects defensively over towards Cassidy there, but he's gonna duck around it, and still Tony on the back foot. He's gonna trade his survival instincts here. He's going for a kill onto Cassidy, but Cassidy has every cooldown in the game. There's a nice ice wall blocking the Emerald Communion of Nethy. Tessia trying to make something happen here with the Icy Veins, going after Smite. They try to slow down Tessia's damage. They manage to, honestly, he might block that Cyclone. No, he's going to sit it, but that could be his last Icy Veins of the game. 40% dampening. Relza forced to trade out his bubble. All of the damage is just happening now onto Smite. Tessia is completely free. He's just blasting away so much damage. He's soloing Smite behind the pillar, and he managed to do it. And that Icy Veins right there, that is the threat. If you leave Tessia free with that thing, he is going to absolutely take control of the game and blast the entire lobby.
Just great work here from Streamer Zone. Ultimately, getting to that point, no defensives left in the tank, really, that could have changed the fate in any way, really. The Emerald Communion coming out at the end. Yes, Smite was stabilized afterwards, but Nethy really all out of options afterwards. Here's the time dilation thrown in, so Smite lives a little bit longer, but after that, Tessia just popping off with all the damage and not really anything they can do in that situation. So, Ultima, great work so far, 8 minutes deep. They've survived a long time, but I'm missing that little bit of extra spice, that little bit of extra power to really put Streamer Zone in a position where they're in danger.
Yeah, I mean, defensively they played really well, but these swaps to Relza, they were doing so much work for them early on in the match, but I would have liked to see maybe Ultima continue that, but they were really pressured, and can see here, these were the final moments where Tessia gets caught up in a Cyclone, but he still has a pretty decent duration left on his Icy Veins, and here comes the Frostfire spam. Just one Frostfire bolt, here comes another one, there's another one, and another one, and an Ice Lance, Ice Nova. Actually, I think he ran out of Flurry charges there at the end, so Tessia sent the Ice Nova, which is a kind of a pseudo route on to the Dragon, and then he Ice Lanced that as well, because you still get the Shatter benefit on that. So Tessia just maximizing his damage as much as possible. Even when he has no more kind of Ice Lance procs, he still finds one tiny last one left in his back pocket. So really maximizing that mage kit and basically going for a solo kill. I mean, look at Tony. He's nowhere to be found here. He's running at his target. It must be nice to be Tony in that situation. He's like, oh, nice. We won.
I mean, that Tessia has been doing work. I mean, latest point last weekend on Championship Sunday, we saw that in the game versus Echo, right? Tessia just putting his team on his back, on his shoulders, and just hammering out the damage. He's been looking incredible on this mage. No, I don't think you can mention it in any other way. But we're going to Ruins of Lordaeron here, Ultima's map pick, and they're running it back with the same comp. I also don't really see them change this up, quite honestly.
Yeah, I like this. I think both teams should just stick to their guns. And honestly, a lot of credit to Ultima for being in this position in the tournament, and also just for making it so competitive here against Streamer Zone. They definitely could take some games off of them. Based on what I saw in that game number one, compositionally, like we saw, earlier, Prez Evoker is little bit sus in these type of matchups. We saw it in that Drive Overload series. When there's a Frost Mage involved and there's a Paladin involved, you're going to be Hammer of Justice, you're going to be Repentance, you're going to be caught up in these CC chains. But I got to say, Nethy's been doing a phenomenal job avoiding the crowd control with the hovers, and Smite's been doing a phenomenal job while Nethy's in those crowd controls, staying alive with things like the time stop and with the rescues.
Yeah, just the interplay between Nethy and Smite has been so good, right? The rescues on the Cyclones, the time stops, they're coordinating their defensive play so incredibly well. If they can clean up their offense in between, I think Ultima looks like one of the more scarier teams this weekend, quite honestly, because if you're playing clean defensively, that's worth so much.
Yeah, because once you get to that deep portion of dampening, anything can happen, especially if you just for a moment stack up against these double dragons. All of a sudden, you find yourself behind a pillar in a deep breath. Your whole team is stunned. There's fire breaths coming in. There's damage coming in. And all of a sudden, things are not looking as good. So they're really playing it well. But also, I've been shouting out Tessia a lot. But Tessia definitely, again, very impressive on the mage. Finding, that one ice wall that was a 15-second ice wall. That
was filthy, man.
Yeah, that was great. And also using the ice wall so you can use Emerald Communion while you're in a polymorph and it'll heal your team. However, if your team is behind a pillar, it won't heal them. Well, if you put up an ice wall, that's a pillar. So you can sheep a healer and then block his Emerald Communion before he does it. So we saw him do that at one point in the game as well. So he's being very creative with these ice walls and getting a lot of value out of it. And also able to kind of land that solo kill in the end. He's going to need to do it again, this time on Ruins of Lordaeron. Game number 2, Streamer Zone GG versus Ultima.
And indeed, and immediately Cassidy gets put on ice, gets Mame stunned up afterwards from Tony, and Smite is looking for a little bit of an offensive play. Finds the Sleepwalker to Relza, but Thessia is kiting away nicely. Cassidy can't really catch up and do any damage. Smite is looking for the deep breath, but only finds the healer. Not the best opener that Ultima probably would have hoped for, but they're still doing good damage. Smite taking a lot of shots, though. The swap onto Relza on the sack immediately coming in as well, though, but that hasn't been working after the first 4 minutes of the first map.
Yeah, let's see here if it's going to work out for him this time around. Tessia being a little bit defensive in that position with that Ring of Frost now blinking in towards Smite here, looking for the damage. His Ice Events has subsided. Nice rescue there onto Nethy while Smite is in that Cyclone, giving himself a shield and just repositioning Nethy at the pillar. Again, the defensive plays are looking good. They get the defensive Cyclone there onto Tony as well. Tessia is isolated, so they're opting to go more after Tessia this time around. Last game, it was all about trying to target Tony, but this time around, going after Tessia is somewhat working out for them, and now cycloning Tessia, just switching back and forth, but Nethy finds himself in a repentance. It breaks though, unfortunately for them. They find a cyclone onto Relza. Relza actually trinketing out of that one immediately, and they're doing a big healer swap here. Massive damage onto Nethy. That will pull his Emerald Communion, but Relza used his trinket. They could swap to him as well. Tony takes a lot of damage there, but Relza manages to catch him back up, and here comes the Relza swap by the looks of it. And do they have follow-up stuns? There's the DR bash, there's the damage coming in, but Relza staying ahead of the damage. Early divine protection, still getting blasted though in midfield. Nethy's in the backline as well, adding extra damage. They're pushing for the divine shield. Can they find it? They find the wings instead. Relza ducks around the corner. The glare comes out. Cassidy actually getting sheeped on his Cyclone cast, getting caught out of form. So Tessia staying ahead of that as well, and it looks like Relza will completely recover.
Yeah, great play by the Paladin. Basically on knife's edge, positioning himself there behind the pillar to get out, and another beautiful ice wall from Thessia. Smite immediately repositioning. The Repentance gets shut down with a rake stun. Cassidy has his healer on support there, and Relza down to 20%, gets a big heal through, keeps himself safe. Massive holy shock, and Smite gets swapped to down to 10%. So much burst damage coming through from Thessia. The last leg of that icy veins there doing work once again, and overall Ultima, Nethy lost a lot of mana there, and in terms of externals, that was a reversal. They're basically out.
Yeah, that was the rewind, and now they're going to go for a big damage swap here onto Smite. He trinkets out, but I don't think it's going to be enough potentially. And Nethy caught up in the Dragon's Breath. Do they have the follow-up? They Cyclone Tony here, pausing the damage for a moment. Smite ducking around the corner at 50% HP. Tessia looking for some crowd control, looking for a polymorph onto Cassidy, it looked like there behind the pillar, but he's not going to be able to find anything. Now Tessia could be in a little bit of trouble. Shifting Power comes out here. Tessia is not playing the blink stun. He's caught up in a full stun, and that will be his ice block, so they bite back on the side of of Ultima. Still, Tessia has another Ice Block here in his back pocket. He cancels the Ice Block early, but so much CC still going on there onto Relza. Forced to trade out his Lay on Hands in that position. Now Smite, though, could be the next target of choice here as he looks for a Sleepwalk onto Relza. He finds it, beautifully done. It's so hard for them to avoid the damage. Relza, once again, manages to get out of that CC chain, and still Tessia, though, caught up in another CC, caught up in another stun. Sacrifice will trade. Smite in a sheep right now. Tony just trying to stall the damage. They need to get control on the side of Streamer Zone. Here comes another swap onto Nethy. Big damage there with the Icy Veins, but not able to pull his Trinket. No Emerald Community. They wanted to get the kill there. They might still be able to onto Smite instead, but again, Tessia pops Icy Veins. Tessia gets Cyclone.
Yeah, Cassidy is doing so well with those Cyclones, on point with his CC. But Ultima is losing the mana game more and more with every passing seconds. The Emerald Communion coming up is going to remedy that a little bit, but it might not even be enough, as Relza is looking solid so far. Deep Breath coming through. Tony is immune thanks to the precognition, and there's the time stop from Smite, dodging the flurry damage. Great reaction there, but Cassidy gets blast waved on the attempt to Cyclone Thessia here. Tony finds the full clone on the other Feral, and for the moment it really looks like Streamer Zone is putting themselves into the driver's seat and really locking that gas pedal in. Massive damage onto Nethy, even almost dying through the Emerald Communion that they got out of him here. But this is kind of where the mana game evens out, and now we're focusing on Thessia once again. A little bit more damage on the Cassidy overall now, though, from Streamer Zone.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage coming out from Cassidy here on Ultima, but they're going after Tessia. He's caught up in a stun. Saved by the Light is going to proc. Tessia might have to Ice Block here. Doesn't have the greater Invis, but at the same time, Smite taking so much damage from Tony, but they don't have any crowd control onto Nethy. He's got those stacks right now with that Shroud, so Nethy's going to be able to avoid that crowd control for just a moment. They find a nice Ring of Frost there, but now Nethy, no more stacks onto him. Relza's going for the Repentance. He gets interrupted into a Sleepwalk potentially. Nice counter here from Smite. They could swap to Relza here potentially out of that, but he's forced into the time stop as Nethy was in a Cyclone. Tony now looking for the counter Cyclone onto Smite, finds it. They could set up here onto Nethy. No, they're gonna kick his Sleepwalk and look for Cassidy potentially, but Cassidy has a precognition as well and finds a Cyclone onto Tony, and now they're going after Tessia again. He gets quelled on Arcane. He could be in some trouble. Nice Dragon's Breath defensively onto Cassidy, but it's right before Tony lands the Cyclone, so that Cyclone is on diminishing returns. Tessia's not out of the woods yet, but at the same time, Smite is taking a lot of damage in the main stun. Beautiful rescue coming out there from Nethy as he looks to turn the pressure back around onto Tessia. Relza's going for Tear's Deliverance behind the pillar as he is able to power up some healing here for his mage. And Tessia now, I think he pre-altered that. No, he doesn't have Alter Time active. He's forced into the Ice Block once again, and they're really punishing the Shimmer pick from Tessia. He did have Alter Time actually, but he was stunned, so he couldn't activate it to go back. But Tessia now, no Ice Blocks, need to try to find some good offense. Otherwise, I think Streamer Zone is really in a bad situation.
Nethy!
Whoa!
Whoa, 5% gets the reversal in the last second, saving his own life. That was such a good swap from Streamer Zone. But now Tessia under fire with the Deep Breath. The stun is in, the damage too, and he is taken down. Ultima turn it all around, and the game plan clicks and works out. Beautifully done.
Ooh, they really turned up the heat there at the very end. So Nethy, what even blasted him there? That was so much damage, but he got the Trinket Rewind to live that situation. And when you all in the healer like that, you kind of just leave the 2 DPS free to do whatever they want. And Tessia in that situation, not able to respond with any more Ice Blocks. And Relza, he had a Divine Shield, but I think he used it a little bit too late. So Nethy gets sheeped, they go after Smite, and then now here comes the swap out of that. And look at Nethy's HP at that swap. He's basically full HP, but in that half stun into the triple DR stun, that's where all the damage connects. So it's at the very, very last second of that DR stun, and then they just turn it back around here onto Tessia. They get the Sleepwalk, but Relza actually Divine Shields on the stun, and he tries to heal up Tessia here with a Blessing of Protection. But the problem with Paladin is you're very cooldown reliant. If you don't have that sacrifice in a situation like that, you're not going to be able to block the kill. Like, sure, the Blessing of Protection is going to help, but it's not going to be enough because Smite is just doing so much magic damage, especially this deep into dampening. And the Runes of Lordaeron, it works out.
Beautiful. Man, this is exactly what I was hoping for with this series. Both teams kind of, I think, looking at each other on the same level, and Smite doing an excellent job. I feel like the defensive play on the second map looked just as good. I want to say then again it wasn't as spicy, because I feel like the game plan Ultima had going into map 2, focusing down Thessia a lot more, shut down a lot of the aggression that Streamer Zone capitalized on in game 1.
Yeah, definitely. And I think both teams are just going to be locking this in. But I think for Streamer Zone, they might be thinking, are we going with the Priest or are we going with the Paladin? Because we saw them run the Priest, which is, of course, Relza's main, and they had a lot of success with it. But I will say, in deep dampening, like these games are going, the Paladin is more superior when it comes to conversing the mana, or preserving the mana, sorry. So I don't know. It depends what their game plan is. Do they want to play a long game? Do they want to play a little bit more aggressive? It's basically meta versus comfort here for Relza. I think he's performing well on the Paladin, but I think on his Priest, he's also able to drag some of these matches to easy, like 30-40% dampening. So, and then he's on his main, and on his Priest, he just looks super phenomenal. But they are going to opt for the Paladin. And honestly, I like it. I like that both teams are just sticking to their guns at this point and just making it work. So, Ultima, being the only team that's kind of finding a really solid answer, outside of Echo, of course, for this Feral Mage, and it's a pretty unconventional pick here. I feel like we've seen so many different variations now of like Feral Healer. We've seen like Feral Shadow Priest, we've seen like Feral Mage, we've seen Feral Lock, we've seen Feral Dev Evoker. It's just, Ferals are in a pretty nice spot right now, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a oops all cats kind of season, and quite honestly, hey, I'll be happy with Feral having some time in the sun, right? We barely ever see the cats out in the arena, and whenever
they're more nighttime creatures.
Honestly, the games are pretty entertaining.
Yeah, cats usually roam around at night a little bit more, but yeah, definitely more entertaining to see some Ferals, because they do pack a lot of damage. But more so the Dev Evoker. I'm really surprised to see the Dev Evoker performing so well, because a lot of the time, their kind of mid-range is not great for them, and a lot of the time they also do go down in these stuns. So surprising to see, but Smite is really pulling it off. Like, I think his coordination with the Prez is excellent.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about it after the first map already, right? Their defensive play is just so good and so clean. I don't think that if you give this comp to any other team in the top 8 in general, or in general to any team in EU, there isn't really too many teams that would do as well on this Double Dragon, especially Smite on the Devastation, with the same comp, right? Because they're just so well practiced. This is comfort at its peak, I feel like, and they're really making a run for it. And yes, I mean, I'm huffing a little bit of copium because I did predict Ultima to win here by, details,
I mean, it's 1-1. It could happen. It could definitely happen. They're playing super well, and for Streamer Zone, this is a team, that made it all the way to the grand finals last weekend. This is a team that had such a great performance last weekend, but they're really giving them a run for their money so far. So even if Ultima does go down here, I think they can definitely be proud over what they've accomplished so far. But of course, we are 1-1. This is Streamer Zone's map pick. Ultima has a chance to potentially take the swing match here if they can win this one, but it's going to be tough. Hessia is actually playing concentrated coolness here, so maybe he's playing for more consistency. I'm going to take a look at his talents in a second, as Smite looks to deflect that initial assault so far.
Yeah, the swing match would be absolutely massive to win. And Tony goes into Bear, now pops in the Bark Skin. Good damage here. And Nethy finding a time stop for himself, while Thessia has the Icy Veins rolling, definitely keeping him away from a good chunk of damage while he was CC'd up there. And of course, speaking of the mage, he's looking to get a little bit aggressive, already finding Nethy early in this matchup, and I feel like if Streamer Zone focuses on the healer a little bit more, that might be one of the ways they can throw Ultima off their game. But the swap onto Smite is still there, down to half. Finds some solid cleave damage here on both Relza and Thessia. He's just following them around the pillar. So much damage coming in on the mage, but a great all-to time keeps him safe. Nethy dodges the polymorph with a deep breath into a full Hodge. Relza looking for the repentance, but gets cycloned on it. Great defensive play from Ultima here all around.
Yeah, Tessia making some fancy moves there, but I feel like he's really getting punished for the Shimmer pick. He's just caught up in these stuns back to back all the time and taking a lot of punishment as a result. Still down to half HP. Relza has so much healing that he needs to do here as Tessia ducks for the corner, uses his greater invis, but they've left Tony in the midfield. Tony sitting in bear form right now, forced to trade out his bark skin, holding on to Renew, although he's already used his Heart of the Wild. So Tony, his defenses are dwindling a little bit. He could be a target if he gets caught up in cat form in that next stun, which is right now. Tony could be in big trouble here. Cassidy actually gets spell locked there on his clone as they look to go after Tessia. Again, Tessia is going to be the main point of contention, and they get an instantaneous ice block. Now Tony's Cyclone on low health as well, and they are doing so much work on the side of Ultima right now. They're going after Relza a little bit as well while they have that CC chain going, but Relza finally manages to pick his team back up to full. But that was a great push from Ultima.
They're just all over the map. They're everywhere at once. Everyone is dying, and Relza can't keep up with the healing, at least until that moment. And Nethi finds some big heals onto Smites just before the ice wall goes up, but a full Repentance Smite rooted up as well. This could get dangerous. Thessia going for the Polymorph, and a great rescue. Buffering on that Polymorph should be more than enough. The Sleepwalk connects onto Relza, and Nethi brings in the time dilation to stabilize his dragon. And for the moment, that is more than enough. The Deep Breath coming through, running down Thessia, finding him. The Eternity Surge damage is in as well, and they're just going after the mage down to half once again. He has the second ice block still available, but Thessia is just kiting like a champ right now. Relza trying to bring the heals in. For the moment, it's enough to stabilize. But where is Streamer Zone's next attempt? They need to make something work. They need to go on the offensive.
Yeah, they're falling behind, and I wonder if it's because of Tessia's talent pick, but meanwhile, Cassidy caught up in a stun. Oh, Tony with a nice read there on the counter stun as well. Pre-bears that. They spell out the Cyclone, but Tessia is not playing that Snowdrift, so he's playing Concentrated Coolness instead, which allows him to place an orb wherever he wants, but hold that thought for a second as they go after Smite again. So I don't know if the Shimmer and Concentrated Coolness is the play here for Tessia. I mean, it's worked out for him so far, but this is the swing match. If they lose this one, Ultima's going to have the advantage in the series. Cassidy, though, drops low. He gets kicked on a Cyclone. Cassidy dropping very, very dangerously low, but here comes the Deep Breath onto Tony, and Relza Smite just pushing in on half HP. Nice little ice wall there to block him out for just a moment, but Nethi gets around it, gets the rescue there onto Smite. Nethi now in a Hammer of Justice, but meanwhile Relza not feeling too confident here. He has a lot of healing to do. Another time stop. As soon as Nethi gets caught in that CC chain, Smite is just in a time stop, and then he rescues Nethi, and then he's back to full HP. So they're really playing around these crowd controls so expertly with their defensive maneuvers.
Yeah, but the big issue for Ultima is going to be the mana. Look at Nethi. 30% at most. Smite down to 20%. Smite. The Emerald Communion still not coming in. Nethi finally popping that CD. Is going to regain a little bit of mana with it. In the meantime, Relza pops in the sack as well. Trades that out. Full Hodge is in. Cassidy the target for the moment. But the swap onto Tony is there as well. Full Cyclone comes in. They've not had as much opportunity to run down Thessia the last minute or so, and you can really tell, once Thessia gets away from the pressure, suddenly it's working, but the swap onto Tony is massive. They gain his survival instinct. Massive, massive swap. Great play by Ultima.
Yeah, Tessia playing very defensive, and they just swap to Tony instead. He's in the midfield. He's taking a lot of punishment. Relza, what is he going to do? He's sitting he's holding onto his bubble and his trinket there. Very greedy, but he has a big heal in his back pocket. Manages to pick Tony back up there, and that is going to be Tony's bark skin. Look at Smite, meanwhile, taking so much punishment as well, and he will fall. And they just like that overextend for just a second on the side of Ultima. They had some cooldowns there to trade potentially, but they weren't able to get to them in time. Streamer Zone will take it. I think the map actually worked out really well for them. Tessia just running at in a big circle basically around the map and just avoiding the damage. Yeah. And then as soon as they go after Tony, he kind of just pulls back in and gets some work done. And we'll see here exactly how they actually got that kill there.
So Cassidy goes very, very deep. Smite tries to follow up with the Deep Breath, and then the damage comes in. Thessia does a good chunk there. Cassidy has to pop in the Survival Instincts as well. In the meantime, they swap over to Smite. Nethi gets DB'd here. I think a follow-up CC is in as well, but the Trinket does nothing here, really, because he doesn't have Communion, he doesn't have the Rewind, sorry, or Time Dilation is on cooldown as well, and, well, to be fair, Time Dilation doesn't really do anything when your Dragon is already on 5%, right? So it's kind of a situation of Nethi is out of CDs.
I'm not looking at Nethi's CDs.
Was just not enough.
I'm not looking at Netty CDs here. I'm looking at Smite. He has time stop. So I'm wondering, because this is the exact same situation we saw many times throughout the game, where they get a sheep on Nethy and then they just time stop and then they rescue him. But for some reason, he doesn't time stop here. So Smite, he just pushes in. He's just going for big damage. He gets kicked here, and then like right out of this kick, right now he has plenty of time to just time stop, but he doesn't do it. And then he gets caught in the Dragon's Breath, and then he just gets sent. So maybe the pressure is getting to him a little bit, but I feel like a bit of a rare mistake there, maybe coming out from Smite. But either way, on the side of Streamer Zone, they're definitely going to take that and be happy with it. And yeah, now they're up 2-1, and they got Ultima on match point.
Yeah. It's a little, it was, I think, a little bit of a you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't kind of situation, because they went so deep. The time stop, maybe it saves you, maybe it doesn't. This is the kind of the high level split seconds decisions you gotta make when you're playing against a team as good as Streamer Zone. And sometimes you make the right decisions, sometimes you make the wrong decisions. But one way or another, we're running the comps back. We're going to hook point this time around, and with a lot of uptime, we see how well that worked for Ultima on Ruins of Lordaeron. So this is going to be a slaughterfest of a game.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is, I feel like this is a map that is really, like you said, it's going to be a slaughterfest. It's going to accelerate the pace of the damage here. I think Streamer Zone, you know, Tessia is not going to be able to play around and kind of run around as much as he was able to earlier. Now he's going to have to make a choice. If he sticks to the Shimmer, he's going to have to make plays with it and trade cooldowns. So he's going to have to blink in, land Sheeps, land Ice Walls, land Dragon's Breath, things like that, and really make it count. And every time he does that, he's going to also get caught up in stuns, and that's when he's going to have to probably trade something back. Relza's going to have to bop him. He's going to have to trinket out aggressively, and they're going to have to try to end the game before it kind of, you know, gets to a point where they run out of mana. Instead, it's going to be about running out of cooldowns. So if he decides to go for the Shimmer, he could still drag it out if he plays Icy Flows and if he plays Snowdrift, but he hasn't been opting for it so far in the matchup. So we'll see what they ended up doing here on the side of Streamer Zone. They have some options.
Yeah, the problem with Snowdrift here really is, yes, you can push in a little bit, you can try to make some plays onto either Nethy or Smite, but it's risky because these Evokers are so mobile, and so is Cassidy. One way or another, Streamer Zone are on match point. Let's see if they can do it. If the accelerated pace is too much to handle for Relza's limited amount of cooldowns on this Paladin, or if Ultima is gonna bow out of the upper bracket right here.
Yeah, let's see it. Immediate opener onto Smite. He's taking a lot of damage here. Icy Veins from Relza doing so much work, but Smite is going to be able to shrug it off, and here comes Smite's response. Big damage. They're going to go after Tony, but he's just going to trade out the Barskin. Nice kick there coming out from Tony onto the blue beam, but Tessia also kicked on the other side, presumably on a Frost Firebolt. Tessia with the Icy Veins active, able to find a Ring of Frost kind of defensively there around Cassidy. Relza, though, forced to trade out the sacrifice here early on. Nethy caught up in a sheep, but it's a half one. Smite, nice blink there on the breath, beautifully done. They get a stun there onto Nethy and onto Relza at the same time. Nethy able to push forward here with Relza able to push forward with a Hammer of Justice onto Nethy, but still Tony's going to be the one who on the brunt exchange of that situation, and it's going to be Tony down to half HP, but Relza is able to pick him back up.
Yeah, and Smite doing a great job kiting it out while Nethy is sitting in CC, keeping himself safe, and will maim stump from Tony. Smite under a lot of fire. And of course, the big external from Nethy thrown in. Time dilation, slowing down the damage ever so slightly. And Nethy finding himself in another full polymorph, the Ring of Frost to follow it up. The sheep does not quite walk into the frost. So, staying nice and warm in the wool there. But for the moment, it's on Ultima. They need to find a way to connect on Thessia, onto Tony, and put some pressure to them. And Cassidy is trying to catch up and get some CC in, but Thessia is doing a fantastic job at kiting. Maybe now with a deep breath, that's Smite almost going out of healer range. Nethy follows up deep. The Spirit Bloom tops him off in an instant before Tony gets the maim summon in. And even then, he gets carried onto his target. Relza in a full sleepwalk. Great setup here by Ultima.
Yeah, but Tessia's playing so well here, staying ahead of the damage, using his greater invis there, and he keeps dodging these deep breaths with his shimmers, really doing a great job in the match, just holding on to his cooldowns despite being in this position where he has to be aggressive. Tony, though, is left behind here. They could swap to him. He needs to be very careful. He's going to bear for him to stun. No, he's not. Actually, they're going to go for a bop there. Nice wall coming out there from Tessia as the rep connects onto Neffy, but they destroy the wall there to get in line of sight. They get a resheep. Emerald Communion will be traded here. Should be more than enough defense to keep Smite alive, but I'm not sure actually. The Dragon's Breath connects. Still a lot of punishment coming out there. Finally, a big heal connects from Neffy, but that was a very close situation, and they did get the Emerald Communion out of it.
Yeah, great. Tip the scales to top everyone off here in that situation, but Smite is not out of the woods yet. Still so much damage as Neffy is going for the deep breath. The heal is a little bit lower. Full Hodge coming through from Relza, catching him mid-air, but Smite stays alive as Tony is cycloned up. Great reaction and peel from Cassidy. Finds another precog, swaps the cyclone over, but Neffy sitting in a full clone himself as well. Smite once again under fire. Big Comet Storm, so much damage. As they carry him over onto Relza, can they find a CC setup? Thessia says no, counterspells the Sleepwalk, and further puts the pressure onto Ultima. And you can really tell, Streamer Zone, they've woken up, they've realized how to play against this copper. They're doing a great job. Big heal, tops off Tony once again, and the Repentance is followed up on Neffy. He's sitting in CC. This is not looking good.
Yeah, they got so much CC. The time stop is going to fade onto Smite. This could potentially be the rewind here onto Neffy. No, DR rep coming out here. He's going to potentially have to rewind out of it if he can even make it to that situation. Triple DR Dragon's Breath coming out into a nice root, into an ice wall on the opposite side. Tony and Tessia wraps around the corner. They break the wall. Smite, though, trying to stay alive, trying to kite around the corner. They got to stand onto Neffy. Big Spirit Bloom, but it's not going to be enough. Smite will fall.
Oh,
and that little wall play there at the end. Oh, my goodness. That was beautiful. And it's exactly what we were talking about with hook point. You can chop off, you know, pieces of the map like that, and imagine a Feral Druid in that position. They both they just block that little zone there in the corner, and then they both kind of blink around that wall, and they're able to isolate Smite for a moment, and then they take it down so they can continue with the damage. So really nice, couple of extra seconds there, and this was a great chain. So they get a Hammer of Justice onto Neffy, then they go for the Ring of Frost, and then Cassidy is trying to get a Cyclone, but he gets interrupted. Then they get a nice Cyclone there onto Neffy, and then they get the, was it a triple DR Dragon's Breath, or a double DR Dragon's Breath? It was a Repentance. Tessia gets a triple DR Sheep into a Dragon's Breath, and then Smite at this point is so low, but they still have the rewind, you know, they're still feeling good about that, and then the Ice Wall comes through, and then they both just do a big little heist here around the corner, and Smite line of sights gets line of sight there from his healer for just a second, and then Neffy pulls the rewind, but it's not going to be enough because it is based on the damage that you took the last 5 seconds, and Smite will fall. And just like that, Streamer Zone, they clean it up. They win 3-1.
Yeah, beautifully done. I think this is a great spot to quote Waz from last week. It's like him saying, "It's really not that bad to lose if Thessia is playing this well." It's like you just gotta pay your respects to the man. He is playing so incredibly clean, and that's how you win games. That's how you win a series, and Streamer Zone is going to move on to at least top 3. They're going to be in Championship Sunday, and quite honestly, more or less already guaranteeing their top 3 spot for the finals, but I think they're looking pretty solid at the very least.
Yep, certainly are. Streamer Zone GG, I mean, that was the team that kind of was a very threatening team to Echo last week, so I am personally hoping that we see them continue on in the series, and then maybe we see a rematch of that, because they are looking very powerful. They're ramping up every time we see them. Ultima, like you guys have said, unfortunately, they are falling to the lower brackets. They do kind of have a chance to maybe have that rematch, maybe get back up to the grand finals. We certainly shall see, but Zigo, they do have to face off against Old and Bad.
Old and Bad is looking kind of young and good today.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that's gonna work. I feel like compositionally, Old and Bad, they're running some stuff that could be good into these dragons with the Outlaw Rogue of Nixie. So we'll see. how that matchup plays out. It's definitely going to be exciting for Old and Bad. I mean, they made their gauntlet qualification. They took down Bleached Bones. Now they're going to go up against Ultima. And then, of course, we got Phoenix Reborn going up against Drive Overload. So this is, two really massive teams in the region. Both of these teams, in that top 4 position in terms of standings, going head-to-head here for the last time before the finals. And sure, it's not possible for Phoenix Reborn to get into that top 3, but this is still a good opportunity for them to show, hey, we still got this. And for Drive Overload, I mean, they're tied on points here with Streamers Own GG. It doesn't really matter for the finals if you're second or third, but you're gonna have that momentum. You're gonna have that confidence heading into the finals, because the seeding on the finals is gonna be the second versus third and the first versus fourth.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to face each other anyway. So this kind of gives us a little bit of a preview of what that is like. And, of course, it gives you that mental edge if you're like, hey, last time we met, you remember what happened? So I think for them, having that momentum on their side is definitely going to be important.
Certainly could be a testing ground for a series that we may see at the end of the season. So definitely tune in for this next up one. We're heading back down to that lower bracket. These teams are facing elimination as well. We're not even in Championship Sunday yet. It's Phoenix Reborn versus Drive Overload. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're heading to that lower bracket series in just a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're in the second to last series of the day in the lower bracket. It's Phoenix Reborn versus Drive Overlord. I kind of like Drive Overlord better. I just made up a cool team name for them. Anyways, what were you saying?
I was gonna say it's so hard to say that Drive Overload.
It's a tongue twister.
It's like welcome to the jungle. It's like welcome to the jungle. Drive Overlord. It's like,
I know.
I always get those mixed up a little bit.
All these teams are making it difficult for us. All right, well, Drive Overload. If you were in the chat, let us know who you think is going to come out on top in this series. And Zico, I'm a little disappointed in you because you were cheating. You were phoning a friend for your prediction in this during the break here.
It's not cheating. I'm leveraging my position. Like that's not the same as cheating. What she's talking about is I messaged Numbless, on Phoenix, and because this is such a hard series to call in terms of predictions, so I just asked him like, "Yo, bro, are you guys winning this next series, or like what's happening here?" And he said he hopes so. I said, "Well, that doesn't sound very convincing," but he said he thinks they can win. It's a 50-50 matchup, and yeah. So I said, "No pressure. I'm betting on you. Good luck."
Okay. All right. Looks like only me and Lithy are voting the other way. Supertees, defend your position. You did this just based off your own feelings.
Yeah, 100%.
I hope.
I mean, I think Phoenix Reborn, Ellie Shamans can be difficult for Frost Mages specifically. I also think the fact that Drive Overload, they don't have the Subtlety Rogue, so they're probably not going to have potentially that same type of aggression that we were seeing from Echo. I think Phoenix Reborn are likely to have a little bit of a better shot in a matchup like this. And they've also done well in the past against other teams with similar composition. So I'm kind of expecting them to be able to at least get through this round. Otherwise, it's going to be, I think, pretty rough for them.
Yeah, I think so also. And, we're kind of saying also this might be, we know kind of where the standings are, at least for these two teams, Sid. So it could be something that we might see in terms of a rematch heading into, like the grand finals, depending on who makes it out of the gauntlet. So we're kind of just playing for bragging rights at this point. Phoenix Reborn versus Drive Overload. Two very powerful teams that are meeting down here in the lower bracket for potentially the last time of the season, because things are looking spicy, Sid, here in the lower bracket.
Very, very, very spicy. Drive Overload. I'm kind of like thinking that Tessia is kind of starting to like take me away as being like at least the flashiest Frost Mage in the bracket. I feel like Elswave was kind of leading the charge earlier in the cup stage, and then Tessia was like, hey, that looks kind of cool and fun. I'm going to start doing that. And now Tessia is just absolutely destroying with the ice walls and how he's able to play around those talents. So for me, it's like Elswave and Tessia going up against like who's like the flashiest Frost Mage. Meanwhile, Raikou is just like, nope, I'm not playing that. No ice wall for me. I'm going to play the versatility damage increase. It's obviously working for him, so why would he change it? But I would love to see like Raikou at some point, just even if it was an exhibition match, just to see who's got like the best ice walls between him, Tessia, and Elswave.
Who's the best architect? Who's the best engineer?
Like Fortnite, but World of Warcraft version with ice walls instead of buildings. That could be interesting. New game mode idea for you devs. All right, well, in the meantime, we're gonna get these two teams ready to go, Phoenix Reborn and Drive Overload, of course. So excited to see how this one does go. The winner does get a move on to Championship Sunday, and then we've only got one series left after that, Ultima versus Old and Bad, before we head into our the final stages of this fourth and final cup. So Zico, overall, I feel like these two teams, they both kind of surprised me. I don't know about you. It's been fun to see them sort of develop over the course of the cups, kind of try out new specs, things that worked for them. What's your take on how these two teams have been performing in the past?
I mean, both of them have been performing really well. To be honest, I expected Drive Overload to be, one of the teams to beat at the beginning of the season when I saw their roster. So I expected them to do kind of well, and I feel like they've lived up to that expectation. But I also expected that of Bleached Bones, right? And Bleached Bones has looked a little shaky. But Phoenix Reborn definitely been surprising. This is kind of a team, they didn't even play in the first cup. Zipai was unavailable, and they came back in here looking super solid. So definitely impressive stuff coming out from them, being able to kind of catch up with just an instantaneous big performance. Got a lot of legends on their roster, a lot of BlizzCon champions, a lot of experience, and a lot of young blood as well in Houston, of course. And now they're gonna need to. What is
Swapsy
this?
Cat.
Swapsy?
The cat's out of the bag. Swapsy's a feral druid now.
Swapsy Cat. Okay.
Wow. All right, game number 1 starting off in 6 seconds. It's Phoenix Reborn versus Drive Overload.
Ellie Shaman versus Frost Mage, basically the main difference between these. Swapsy's super sweaty and casting Wild Growth before the game starts. That's not even going to probably last for an attack. So let's see what Swapsy can do. This is the first time I feel like we've ever seen him on a Feral Druid, and he's going up against TJ. And TJ, at least in Europe, this guy does the highest damage of any Feral I think I've seen.
Yeah, TJ gonna go up. And you can see it here already on the damage meters. TJ definitely leading the charge right now in terms of damage done. Already up to 20 mil damage. Swapsy desperately trying to catch up, but he's doing a decent job with it right now. A lot of damage coming out here onto Elsewave, actually catching a kick there from Swapsy. TJ caught up in a stun. Zeepai looking for the Hex there. Elsewave actually blinks around there to avoid it. And I didn't see if that was a Shimmer blink. I think it was actually. So we'll see. He's caught up in a full stun. And could be Elsewave actually taking a page out of Tessia's book here. I'm going to have to take a look.
All right, let's see if they can continue their trades here. They got Swapsy's Trinket and TJ's Trinket in the initial exchange, so swapping to the Feral Druid's definitely on the table, and they're pressuring TJ quite heavily. Zeepai lobbing in Lava Burst and forcing the Heart of the Wild. Nice wind shear on that Cyclone. It's really fast when you have Heart of the Wild active, so it can be hard to land and interrupt during that time. He's going to stun TJ and try and prevent him from casting one of those fast Cyclones again as well. TJ just opting to keep his bleeds up. A lot of times this Feral Druid is just better to prioritize Cat rather than look for clones, but Ice Wall comes down. Line of sighting Numbless from his team. They're both getting rotted down. They stun Zeepai. The wall finally falls, and it looks like Swapsy's going into a clone. Zeepai is still the target. Numbless is trying to play conservatively. I think the main game here for Phoenix Reborn is to win on mana.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it here. Zeepai is taking heavy fire here from Elsewave, and Elsewave is playing that Shimmer talent, so definitely can find some crowd control out of thin ice onto Numbless. He's looking for it right now. The Snowdrift connects onto Numbless. He doesn't find the sheep, though. Nice stun there coming out from Swapsy, but TJ stops the Cyclone from being casted. They stop the Polymorph as well. Now Zeepai caught up in a Hodge. Numbless is able to duck in and dispel that one, and now Swapsy going to be making his way back into the field, and so surprisingly, Swapsy is keeping up with TJ here on the damage. They Hammer of Justice TJ to go for a big swap, but meantime Zeepai is taking a lot of punishment, forced straight out the Astral Shift, forced to try to run away and stay alive. Nice stun here onto Numbless, continuing the chain. They're just cleaving the entire team right now, but Numbless has some big heals in his back pocket and manages to recover.
All right, Swapsy's Heart of the Wild is now forced as he's going to be tossing out some big instant regrowths, but the pressure is still mounting. Crazy burst onto Zeepai and Swapsy here. Even with the Heart of the Wild, Swapsy has to Barkskin. Zeepai is still dying. Perhaps they're going to be able to force his Burrow. Numbless is trying to line of sight, but he's into the Hammer of Justice. He has his Divine Shield. They overlap Divine Shield and Burrow. And I'd say in terms of momentum, Drive Overload have a lot more control in this situation. But in terms of mana, Numbless is still ahead. So I'm wondering if he's being more greedy with his mana-costed heals relative to JT, because technically they're winning on damage. Technically, you know, they're ahead on a lot of fronts, so you would think that JT would be ahead on mana in this position. Maybe he's going to go for a drink here. He's kind of behind the pillar there in the back line. Behind that pillar, he's drinking. Gulp, 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 big gulp, back up to where Numbless's mana is. It's always risky when you drink in a meta like this. If you're not healing for even just a couple of seconds, it can start to spiral out of control. But we see Swapsy switching over to JT, landing a rake stun, but Zeepai's falling behind. Numbless has to trinket and sacrifice, but now Elsewave is falling behind, and it is just absolutely both teams blasting damage at each other here to try and find an opening.
Yeah, and that was Numbless' last kind of break or cooldown. He cannot get out of any more crowd control, so the next time he gets sheeped, Zeepai could be in big trouble. JT, though, did get blasted there for a second. Numbless trying to avoid that Snowdrift. They need to punish Elsewave more. This guy's playing Shimmer. They need to stun him on cooldown. So where's the Swapsy strat? Do damage, don't die. Like, where's the punishment onto this mage? They swap to Numbless. Big damn connecting here. Potentially, they're going for the kill, but they don't have the Icy Veins. I would have liked to see them maybe wait a little bit longer with that swap. They could have potentially been able to take him down, but I guess they had to because of the forbearance there onto Numbless. Numbless, though, is gonna at least use his Dwarf Racial in that position. And here comes a big swap onto Elsewave. TJ as well taking a lot of damage. Now Zeepai could be in trouble. There's the sheep connecting onto Numbless. Swapsy in a stun. They're gonna swap to Swapsy as Zeepai. Oh my god, that was beautiful by Zeepai. The Thunderstorm. Here comes the Ice Wall, though. Beautifully done there by Elsewave, but Numbless does manage to get around it. That was a beautiful play by Zeepai, thunderstorming and lassoing one player and the other, managing to stop all of the damage in that position. Now looking to blast Elsewave, but it's going to be Swapsy on the back foot. They got to respect this Icy Veins of Elsewave. They need to shut it down. Zeepai caught it midfield right now with no Astral Shift. What is he going to do? He has the Burrow, but he doesn't. He has a Trinket as well, so he could Trinket Burrow here, but Numbless not in crowd control, has a Sacrifice, has his Trinket as well, and defensively, I think Phoenix has recovered a little bit.
Well, TJ looking for a Cyclone, trying to fake cast and interrupt here. He's not going to get the clone, but Numbless is getting low on health, trying to go around the pillar. Elsewave intercepts him, but Dragon's Breath breaks early, and he manages to escape that crowd control chain. Now Zeepai's trying to kite away from the Snowdrift as he's caught in that snowstorm, stun locked by Elsewave, but now thunderstormed away. Swapsy's trying to go after JT, but TJ is going after Swapsy, and it's a cat on bear chase here. Swapsy pre-bears the stun. TJ swaps off the bear form. Just tossing full bleeds up onto Zeepai real quick, but TJ gets caught. He's going to trade Bark Skin. It's just nobody is safe in this matchup. Both teams are not afraid to go after anyone, and now that we're at the 5-minute 30 mark, this is where things become really difficult to recover from.
Yeah, and here comes another swap onto Numbless while he has that sacrifice ticking onto Zeepai, kind of taking double bleed damage right now. TJ pushing for the Divine Shield, but Numbless with the wings is able to recover his team. And TJ kind of caught a little bit too far away there from his healer. JT on the opposite side here, tied on mana, but Elsewave getting blasted, forced to blink back there for a second as well. Now Swapsy is going to be the next target on the chopping block. Elsewave has an Icy Veins active here, could be very dangerous. He fake casts a kick of Swapsy. They stun Elsewave though, and they're pushing for the Ice block here potentially, but Elsewave able to just get bopped through that, doing a lot of damage here onto Zeepai, but the Astral Shift is good. It blocks most of it. JT just sitting back here around the corner, trying to sit down for a drink potentially, but no, it's going to be a Tears Deliverance. There's too much damage happening right now. I don't think either one of these paladins is ever going to be able to get a drink in this matchup. Numbless is now trying to duck around the corner. Elsewave looking for the double blink. Sheep finds it there. Numbless is going to just trinket out of that one. There was 2 blinks committed to that. He feels like it's worth it, and Numbless should be able to recover his team once again.
Well, JT got a drink at like the 1 minute mark, and that's the only reason I think he's still ahead on mana in this position, and maybe just that one time that he got to drink could win him the whole game. But there's the Hex. Where's the decurse? No one's getting it. It gets a little bit late here. It manages to recover, holding onto that Divine Shield, and if they can keep their pressure up on Numbless, is going to be so important. But TJ is cycloned. Swapsy bashes JT. Full bleeds are loaded up onto him. He's swapping over to the Mage to get full bleeds on the Mage, and that's the name of the game. It's just, who doesn't have bleeds? I need to apply them and keep dots rolling on as many targets as possible. Now he's going back onto JT, maintaining that rip. Trinkets out of the stun to stay aggressive, but he's not going to go behind the pillar as he pulls back with TJ, getting bleeds up there. We see a Dragon's Breath. Elsewave blinks in. Does he get the polymorph? It gets grounded by Zeepai. Numbless is trying to escape. He gets caught in a Frost Nova. Ring of Frost poly attempt from Elsewave again, but he's getting blasted. He has to block, and suddenly Zeepai and Swapsy, their damage is starting to sink in, but GT is there. He's got Avenging Wrath. They might be able to turn it around here with some big heals and really start to put the pain onto Zeepai. Numbless Divine Shields. He's deflected all damage away from himself. TJ, he gets bopped off at 10% health. JT has to bubble. It is absolutely coming down to the wire right now, and despite the advantage that Drive Overload had initially, it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, Zeepai, what are you going to do in this position? He's going to trade out the Astral Shift. He's trying to get away from TJ. Look at the damage on the TJ. The Swapsy damage is unbelievable behind that pillar, but Zeepai at the same time rotting down. But Numbless has some work ahead of him. They get a beautiful kick there into a bash onto JT. He's going to immediately trinket that. Sacrifice comes out. TJ now trading his defensive cooldowns. Elsewave could be forced into the Ash block. Zeepai, what are you going to do here? He still has his Stone Form racial. He still has full HP. Numbless has a Blessing of Protection as well, rolling right now. There's no forbearance on to Zeepai, but he doesn't have any more big cooldowns. Elsewave going in for the Snowdrift, trying to find the
Swapsy's
kill. JT
it
with his last mana, but look at Swapsy, dodges it, fake casts a Hex onto Elsewave. Getting Hexed at this point is so devastating. TJ rotting down, 1% HP. Swapsy finds the bite, finds the kill, 42% dampening, but Phoenix Reborn claim victory.
Yeah, against TJ, man. TJ is one of, like, I would love to see Drake versus TJ, because I think Drake, at least in North America, is like the highest DPS feral, but in EU, I think TJ is holding that title for highest DPS feral. So Swapsy comes in on Feral Druid for the first time in a tournament setting, has to go up against the highest DPS feral in the game, and he's keeping up with them. He's keeping pace with them. They battled it through. And watch what Swapsy does here. He shapeshifts while he's in the Snowdrift. So every time he shapeshifts, it stops the Snowdrift from stacking to stun him. So he's dodging it by shapeshifting multiple times. He doesn't get stunned, and then he can keep up his aggression.
Nice.
He catches TJ, and he's just absolutely rampaging with damage towards the end here. And that's the thing, is like, you don't need to be exactly equal with TJ, but you've got to be within, like, I'd say like 10 to 15% if you're really going to have a shot.
Yeah, and also it depends on when that damage is coming in as well, because Swapsy was more behind than that. At some point he was like 50, 60 mil behind TJ on damage, but I think Swapsy, he's just been molded by dampening at this point. He's played so many deep dampening games. I feel like he just has like an enrage timer, you know? And as soon as dampening hits critical mass, I don't know, something just unlocks and he just bleeds everyone. Like as soon as he started doing that, their team just had infinite pressure. He just bled JT. He trinketed to like reapply his rip. He went and got his bleeds up back on TJ, kept triple bleeds up for as long as possible there. And then also when he was behind that pillar, he landed a kick onto JT, put him even further behind, and he bashed him. Really just slowed things down. And even there, the play that you highlighted with the snowdrift, I didn't know you could do that, but Swapsy doing that allows him to stay. That you highlighted with the snowdrift, I didn't know you could do that, but Swapsy doing that allows him to stay in and do damage, whereas normally the snowdrift is going to push you out for the duration, and then you have to run back in, so you lose uptime. But Swapsy just knows like these little tricks as well that you can do to just really get just to squeeze every last bit of damage out. And during dampening, that's definitely a player that you want on your side. And Phoenix Reborn coming out with another unconventional pick. I feel like we've seen Feral Holy Paladin almost with every single caster at this point, and I feel like I don't even know what the best version is, because prior to this I was like, oh yeah, Feral Mage looks absolutely disgusting. But now after that came up, I was like, Feral Ellie actually. Well, it's kind of annoying playing Mage and casting into an Ellie. I could see that. And at some point, like the Earthshock lottery comes in, the Lava Burst lottery comes in, and you just proc a jackpot sometimes.
And then you got NA, where it's just Feral Shadow Priest. Is that the best Feral caster comp? And then you got Waz's team, who plays Feral Warlock, and they're taking games off of that. So like, what is the best caster? It's really, I don't know. Like, it's like I said, like in the current meta, there are some clear kind of outliers as far as specs and some comps, but when it comes to the matchups, it seems like it just comes down to whoever's playing better is going to be winning these games, and it's not like a counter comping or a counter build type of scenario. They want to go to hook point. They want the small map. This is going to get TJ to the Paladin a lot more frequently. Also, Ice Wall is a lot more effective here for Elsewave, but maybe I can't imagine they're going to change comp. What else would they even change it? I feel like we've only really been seeing they're going to mirror them. There's no chance. There's no chance they're going to mirror them. They're going to mirror them.
This is insane.
What? In one game, he gives up on the mage and he's going to mirror Zeepai. We were talking about Zeepai coming back. He's the king. He's the champ. He's the great dawn of Ellie Shaman. And Elsewave comes out of solo shuffle, molded by the shuffle, and is going to challenge Zeepai after Swapsy challenges TJ on Feral Druid.
What is going on right now? I mean, Elsewave, he is an insane LA Shaman. Like, this is not something that he just picked up on a whim. Mage, however, is. He picked up Mage when the AWC season started. He picked it up, like, on that week, you know? And, you know, if you're watching, you might think, oh, Elsewave, he's a Mage main. He's not. He's been playing, I think, Demon Hunter and LA Shaman as his two mains. Basically all of Dragonflight. He's been, you know, a phenomenal multiclasser. But LA Shaman, he is really, really, you know, up there on the LA Shaman. And it's kind of like the old King Zeepai versus the new King Elsewave here in a complete showdown. And I guess they're really just relying on that TJ diff, because TJ, of course, is a Feral main. He's been playing it for a long time, whereas it looks like Swapsy, I mean, we've seen him play Boomkin in the past, so at least he's played Druid in the past, but I don't think we've ever seen him actually play a Feral Druid up until just this week. So that's interesting to see from Swapsy. And I think both healers, you know, it's so funny as well, because Numlis, he used to be a priest main, and so did JT, and now they're both Holy Paladins. So I would say like the healer side is kind of even. I would say the Ella side, I don't know. If there is a difference there, it's not by much. And for the Feral side, I would say that's where the big difference is going to be. That's where they're really going to try to push an advantage. But Drive Overload, you know, they did try to mirror Streamer Zone and got reverse swept with that Feral Mage composition last week. So I'm not sure here. I'm not sure how this one is going to end, but this is going to be an exciting one for sure. On hook point as well. This is going to be a bloodbath.
may the greatest DPS win. This is 100% a damage matchup. Hex is useless. Multiple decurs. Can't hex the Feral Druids. Like, this is just pure raw damage. This is the only metric in this matchup that matters, is damage. You can stare at the details in the bottom left and you will know immediately who is winning in this matchup, in this head-to-head, as Elsewave is getting off the mage, going on to the Dwarf Elemental Shaman. Obviously, Dwarf can be really effective with these Feral Druids in the current meta as well. Dark Iron, Holy Paladins for extra protection as well in their front. Gates are about to open, and this is a showdown to be seen in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I just got word Swapsy made his Feral Druid 2 weeks ago, so Swapsy looking good for a 2-week Feral, but Let's see here who is going to be the king of the damage. TJ leading the board right now, and Zipa actually fake casting a kick, getting a nice lasso, but it gets interrupted there at the end of that precognition. Now Elsewave trying to blast off as well. So many lava bursts just flying all over. It's going to be Numlis. What is going on right now? Numlis almost dying there. Actually going for the lay on hands. He's on forbearance. They could just ride Numlis here, but at the same time, look at Zipa. He's dying as well. He's going to trade the Astral Shift, and both of these teams are already down defensives here in just 1 minute. Not even 1 minute.
Yeah, I think Phoenix Reborn, they took the brunt end of that exchange. There was a stone form, 2 medallions, or there's 2 medallions on Elsewave's side, but he still has Astral Shift, and it's really whoever can pressure the Paladin, I think, that ends up winning in these kind of dot matchups. And they actually catch Swapsy as he was trying to swap to the Paladin here with a Hammer of Justice. JT's repositioning, so he's in line of his team if he needs some help. He's trying to dispel Flame Shock and stay ahead of the pressure here as well, but it just seems like Numlis is getting attacked way more frequently, and that's why Drive Overload have this huge advantage. Look at JT, he's having so much fun pressing Holy Light behind the pillar while no one's even looking at him. Meanwhile, Numlis is screaming. Elsewave is just following him around the pillar, ready to win share a cast at any moment, and they could just pounce. Zeepai gets caught in a Hammer of Justice. Nice dispel, but Numlis hits a Flame Shock with that and takes a huge hit of damage as well. And Drive Overload, it just feels like they have control of the game right now. So I think Swapsy finally realized it. He's going after the Paladin, but it almost looks like it's too little too late. Zeepai is dying in the back. Swapsy's into the stun, and they need to stay aggressive, but it's just so risky to make the decision to do it.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Stone Bulwark Totem there coming out from Zeepai as well. Another defensive being popped. They get a Cyclone onto JT, and that's going to be potentially what could save them. I feel like this matchup looks like a solo shuffle lob at this point. It's just everyone is just farming damage onto everything. Zeepai finds the wind shear there onto JT behind the pillar on his Tears Deliverance, slowing him down for a second. TJ gets caught up in a stone into cat form. Swapsy forced to also go back into bear form there as he was caught behind enemy lines. Zeepai going for Lightning Lasso gets interrupted as well. Elsewhere, in the meantime, trying to bully Numlis. Numlis trying to stay ahead of the damage, trying to get the dispels out. JT looking for the Searing Glare. Here comes a swap onto Numlis. Stun. No follow-up though. Beautiful denial there. Elsewhere gets bopped out of his stun. Looking for the Hex here. Able to find it onto Numlis. Gets instantly decursed by Zeepai. It's going to be TJ on the back foot. Swapsy in a stun gets dispelled. TJ now in a stun as well. Both of these druids taking so much damage, and that will be the lay on hands from JT. He's going to trinket a Hammer of Justice and get one in return onto Numlis, which he is also going to trinket. The sacrifice is out for Numlis. The wings are active, and there is so much damage, but Numlis has the healing to deal with it, I think, for now.
Oh, Avenging Wrath just ended. He's trying to cast. Elsewave is stunned. He doesn't need to deal with Wind Shear, but it looks like TJ is just right there waiting to go. He's getting full bleeds. Another Rake stun comes through. What's the Incarnation cooldown? They just rotated through them, so that big burst one is going to be lost. Swapsy's trying to go on JT, but he's met by a Hammer of Justice. JT caught into a Maim stun. Could be a bop here. He's trying to be greedy. He makes it through. Swapsy's getting crushed. Numlis is struggling. He gets his Tears Deliverance off behind the pillar, and he's trying to recover after having to cast that for so long, and now Zeepai is still dying. Everybody is dying. Drive Overloader looking for a triple kill. Numlis, Divine Shields. Is that even going to be enough? Avenging Wrath is rolling, and he should be able to pick his team back up, but at what cost? He's now so far behind on cooldowns. Swapsy is trying to make a push onto JT once again, but JT seems to just be blocking him off. He's not finding any momentum there. He comes back onto Elsewave, but Zeepai is still getting destroyed. They knock him behind the pillar. Elsewave knocked out of position and forced to burrow. A clutch thunderstorm from Zeepai. He's going to need some miracle knocks like this if his team's... Oh, this is it. Numlis is absolutely getting chopped. He holds on by a thread. Zeepai saves him with 2 healing surges right there, buying his team a little bit more time, and Zeepai's utility is keeping his team in the game.
Beautifully done there by Zeepai, but he's getting swapped to. He's got no Astral Shift for 2 more seconds. They push for the kill potentially. He's instantly going to pop it as soon as it comes back off cooldown now. They swap back onto Numlis. He's bled up. He's behind the pillar. The next stun, he's got no way out. Actually, he does have a Blessing on Protection there. Manages to get around the corner. They try to purge it, but Elsewave is caught up by a stun there. Beautifully done by Swapsy, but I feel like they're just stalling the inevitable demise here on the side of Phoenix Overload. What are they going to do to get back in the game? Zeepai is getting blasted here, finally going after JT, and that is going to net them at least the Avenging Wrath, but Numlis as well. His Avenging Wrath is ending, but he's got the lay on hands here coming up in 5 seconds. There's the trinket though coming out from Numlis, the Divine Protection as well. Elsewave getting blasted here around the corner, and he gets caught up in a stun. But look at Zeepai, he's just dying. The sacrifice, is that even going to be enough here from Numlis? That's going to be the Stone Bulwark as well, but they just swapped to Numlis on the sacrifice. So much damage coming out, and if they don't overextend, I think they got it here on the side of Phoenix. That's going to be the second Blessing of Protection. Swapsy also dying in the midst of that. Finally gets a Cyclone onto TJ, but it costed him his Barkskin, his Survival Instinct, his whole spellbook basically at this point, and JT meanwhile is just chilling here on the other side of the map.
Swapsy's trying to get after JT, but again, I think it's too little too late. Elsewave jumps over. His Astral Shift just fell. Elsewave is an open target. He's got the Stone Bulwark. He's absorbing some hits, but he's in the Hammer of Justice. They cut through the Absorb. Z-Pie knocks him behind the fence line. Z-Pie's going in for the kill. Lightning Lasso. Z-Pie trying to carry this game for his team. Swapsy jumps in, but it's not enough damage. JT is starting to recover, but at least they're back in it. Everybody is dying on both sides. This could easily come down to like a 2v2 situation. If this pace keeps going, they're so evenly matched. The mana is so close at this point. Both Feral Druids in trouble. Swapsy trinkets, but he might just die. A couple seconds away from his Heart of the Wild. 2 seconds away from his Heart of the Wild. 1 second. And he's likely going to have to pop this. He's going for a clone, but he gets kicked on it. That can be devastating as he jumps back into bear form. Heart of the Wild pop. Frenzied Regens. Trying to recover in this position and stay in this game, but Numbless gets hit by a Repentance. JT secures crowd control for his team, and Z-Pie likely to topple somehow, some way. Holding on. Heroism comes through. It's not enough to stay alive, and Drive Overload absolutely destroying the meters in the mirror.
Wait, what is it saying on Elsewave there? Look at that, -8. What,
We need to see the score
Elsewave
screen.
literally,
We need to see the
did
score
Elsewave
screen.
literally break
He broke the
details
damage
in his
meter.
damage?
It's like the
He literally
scouter.
broke it.
It's a Dragon Ball Z scouter, and like it went over its limit, and it just broke. It's on the floor. It's busted. Okay, Drive Overload. That, I mean, they even got the sneaky crowd control. Like that Repentance definitely won the game from JT at the end of the game. You'll see JT gets a Repentance on Numbless. So I said it wasn't about crowd control, but I swear it was literally the game-winning moment. Crowd control was I think in just a moment from here, JT casts a Repentance on Numbless.
Yeah, that Repentance definitely sealed the deal, but I feel like it wasn't looking too good here. It's a lot easier to get that Repentance off when the whole enemy team is just on 20%, just getting blasted, and your team is just farming. But yeah, it looks like Elsewave actually broke details here with how much damage he did, but TJ definitely pulling ahead of Swapsy in this one, but I really do think that it comes down to targeting JT versus targeting Numbless. I think that was the big difference here in this one. I think Numbless was bullied from start to finish, and Drive Overload kind of pushed on top of him early on and kind of just held it down. On the side of Phoenix Reborn, they really weren't able to kind of do the same thing to JT. They tried a couple of times, but when they did, it was just a Hammer of Justice on Swapsy, and then he would have to like get dispelled and run back, and that would force Numbless to get exposed even further. So I wonder how this matchup is going to develop here. Are we going to see a comp swap? Are we going to see Houston tagged in? Or is it going to be, a matchup that goes back and forth? Are we going to see the exact same mirror locked in here? There's a lot of questions. Wait,
honestly, can we go back? Honestly,
yeah,
the
can we go back to the damage board? I missed it.
There was a big Paladin gap, actually. What if the Paladins had like an extra 20 million damage? And the Feral Druid had an extra 30 million or 40 million. So, like right there, 20 million, 60 million, 70 million more damage. And healing pretty even. Z-Pie actually got 20 million more healing. So that evens out the 60 million damage to only a 40 million advantage. Yeah, but then Swapsy also had more healing too. So now it's like a 30 million advantage. See, they're healing too much. More deeps, less healing.
Z-Pie had more healing because his Nature's Guardian procced on CD the whole game.
Probably. Oh, it's off cooldown? Oh, proc. Okay. Saying this.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it really was mostly about just like getting on top of the enemy healer and just never letting go. So it is interesting though to see like how this mirror played out. I think the biggest difference was for sure for TJ, like the damage as well from JT is obviously nice as well. But I do think that the TJ diff definitely made a big impact. Also Z-Pie had some really nice saves in this game, like defensively, like the one moment on Numbless, he was dead there. With any other early Shaman on his team, he's for sure just dead on the ground, but he was able to extend the match, and also that thunderstorm into lasso that they did onto Elsewhere, like kind of Hail Mary play, that almost worked out for them, but not this time. Drive Overload taking their sweet time right now with locking in this composition. I don't do you think they're gonna do it again?
I mean, blind. Like, what would they really be afraid of? Is this? It seems decently well rounded.
Maybe Houston. Maybe Houston being tagged in on like a BM Hunter or something.
You really
think LA BM Hunter? I think LA BM Hunter beats LA Feral.
I don't think so. I don't see why it would. They're really thinking about it. I mean, I feel like they were so far ahead in that matchup that I feel like you lock it blind and just make sure they don't have an answer first.
Maybe it's the map. Maybe they don't want to play it on big maps because it's going to be way harder to kind of go after and bully Numbles like that. And
I don't think you care.
The
I think you
mage is
just do
more
it.
effective. Yeah, I mean, I think you do it as well. I think if you're driving, you just knock it in, and at least then you will see, okay, Phoenix has an answer. But maybe they've already wargamed, maybe they know. Timer is up. Let's see. They're going to do it. They're locking it in again. And what do you do now, Phoenix? What do you do? If they lock in the mirror, that means they have no better option. And I don't know, is that where you want to be? Do you want to be going... Do you want to just play out the series as a mirror into TJ with Swapsy's 2-week Feral? By the way, it looked really good, especially for a 2-week Feral, but TJ has a couple of decades on Feral compared to Swapsy, you know? He's a little bit older of a cat.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard. There's a lot to manage. You got Blood Talons mechanic you got to track. You've got combo point management. You know, at what times are you generating more combo points, overspending? Should you use a builder? Should you use a spender? Should you go for the lower than 5 combo point rip in this instance? There's so many little calculations you have to make on a Feral Druid that add up over a 7-minute game that builds you such a huge advantage. So it's very difficult to just log on it with limited time against somebody who's put the mastery into it. So Phoenix Reborn are running the clock a bit here at least. Unfortunately, you know, the other comps that they had, like maybe they would have ran like a Death Knight in this instance or something if they wanted to, but I just feel like that's not an option anymore for them. So all that preparation, you know, is kind of squandered in a sense. They had only like a couple of, maybe they can win with the knock strats on a bigger map is the only thing I'm thinking, because that's the only time they really got pressure was they knocked Elswave behind the pillar once, then they knocked him behind the fence the other time. And they were kind of out-positioning him as far as trying to get kills. And maybe that's the key. If they're attacking their Paladin so heavily, you've got to, like, look at where Elswave is standing. Like, he's literally standing in melee range of poor Numbles the entire game. He's probably auto-attack. What is that? What is that? What is that? What is happening? What is happening in this series right now?
I was thinking, okay, like if somebody is tagged out, I want it to be Swapsy in favor of Houston. But what?
I think, in theory, maybe this just destroys the Paladin. You know, like Demon Hunters used to counter Paladins, and this Feral Druid obviously looks really good at training the Paladin. So, like, maybe there's some weird world where they just run the Paladin down faster. Yeah, but then, yeah, the map doesn't make sense if they were going to set up for a cleave. So maybe they mismanaged it. Maybe they're like panicking the disco. They're just like, I don't know what to do, man. What should we do? Like, let's lock in Houston DH. Like, they didn't really plan this all the way through because, yeah, locking a melee cleave into a ranged on Ashamanes doesn't make any sense after the draft is completed.
I think Phoenix Reborn is not sure of what to do in this position. Because before the game when I asked Numbles, like, oh, yeah, do you think you win? And he said, oh, yeah, it's a 50-50 matchup. He was definitely talking about Feral Mage into LA Feral, I guess. I don't think he was talking about this. I don't think he expected this from Drive Overload. And now, I don't know. I think they're just throwing whatever they can at this wall and see what sticks. And I don't know, man. Like, Demon Hunter... I feel like this Demon Hunter is getting chopped up. Like, I don't think there's many ways around. I think this Demon Hunter is a big liability in this matchup. He's going to be caught up in stuns on CD. He's going to be bled the whole game. And I don't know. I feel like Demon Hunters, they don't pack that same punch that we used to see. But Houston, of course, being phenomenal at it. He has a chance to make it happen here. But what is even the strat here, Sid?
I think you run the Paladin, dude. I swear. Demon Hunter Feral. You just high mobility, just full gas pedal to Paladin here. We're jumping away from the birds. TJ, Swapsy, and Stealth. They find Houston, and Demon Hunter likely going to be one of the main focus targets here. How fragile is Houston going to be? Is he going to be able to keep up his aggression? We see Lava Burst. Just Elswave is just immediately chasing down Numbles. Just if he's in line of sight, he's casting Lava Burst on him. They hex Demon Hunter and clone Feral to cover the decurse. That got Houston's trinket. Elswave is taking a decent bit of pressure, but Houston's trying to go after JT. Can Swapsy get there? He needs to support the Demon Hunter. If Houston gets punished, he's stunned behind the pillar. Numbles, he gets Vortex back in on the Grimace. A little unlucky for their side there to knock him in the Vortex. So he's pulled back immediately. And Houston is being pressured so hard he can't even stay on JT. He's getting Cyclone. They're getting Hexes. They're getting Lassos. I would say so far it's not looking very good for the Demon Hunter.
It's not looking too great as Numbles is getting blasted down to half HP here. Darkness drops for Houston, and immediately they're going to get that big cooldown. They're going to Cyclone Numbles on that Darkness. Now they're going after Houston. He's caught up in a stun with no defensive cooldown up. He's not taking too much damage, actually. Good peels coming out there from Swapsy. They catch TJ out of form here. Good pressure on the TJ. They force the sacrifice. They swap on the sacrifice. This could look good here onto JT. Do they have a follow-up stun, though? If they do, actually, they might be able to push for the bubble. Nope. Not enough damage. They will get the lay on hands, though, so still a victory there. But look at Houston, man. He's getting absolutely blasted. There's the blur coming out for Houston as he ducks around and tries to turn the pressure back on Elswave. He gets a lot of damage off, actually, onto Elswave. Elswave back down to half HP, but JT, once again, with a big heal, able to save the day. Houston now sitting to a clone. Lightning Lasso onto Numbles. Big potential here. They're going to Cyclone potentially. No, Houston blocks it with a kick, and Numbles is going to be able to stabilize and get around the corner.
Elswave is actually weaving in auto attacks. Some auto attack Numbles for a second. He popped his Astral Shift preemptively on the stun here. It could have been his trinket, maybe death if he wasn't careful, but Swapsy is also getting cracked. He's going to pop part of the wall and get some big regrowths in a second here. He's jumping over towards the Paladin, getting bleeds up. They have decent pressure right now, actually, as Feral Demon Hunter. Elswave's in trouble. Whoa. He's not completely out of this. He drops a Stone Bulwark. He sends him away with the static field, and he's still getting pressured. Stun now onto JT, but a stun onto Swapsy. JT trinkets out to make sure that Elswave is looking stable. And honestly, Houston's aggression for like the last at least like 30 seconds has looked pretty solid. He's got Metamorphosis. He's jumping on JT, who just trinketed. He's going to be off stun DR pretty soon. He's ramping with the I-Beam. Swapsy's controlling the DPS with stuns, so Houston can have some free reign, but he's caught by Hammer Justice. He's going to trigger that right away. Houston is just full gas pedal, but he gets rooted. Nice dispel as his healer pushed up there. Numbles gets caught into a stun, though. In the meantime, it's JT being raced by a Demon Hunter in the back. Numbles getting raced by a Feral Druid on the opposite side, just dying to some bleeds at the moment. And JT, at this point in time, JT is struggling because Swapsy has full bleeds on Elswave, full bleeds on TJ, and now he's swapping to JT probably in the near future. He stuns TJ. He's moving over to JT. If he gets full bleeds on JT, it's going to be so hard to heal this.
Yeah, I feel like they're playing like tag team Cleave here almost. They get the bubble from JT and the sacrifice. This is working out, but look at Swaps. He's caught behind enemy lines into a stun lock, but manages to survive there with the Barkskin. And actually, it's kind of working out, this tag team Cleave. You have Houston popping meta onto JT, getting massive pressure onto him after a period of time. And then Swapsy opens onto JT as well. And then Houston controls the DPS. So this kind of tag teaming back and forth between the DPS and the healer is netting them some big cooldowns. They're ahead on cooldowns, and they're ahead on mana. This could actually work, Sid. We might have to eat up our works right now. Houston Demon Hunter looking absolutely bulletproof in the matchup. They force out the Astral Shift here from Elswave as well. 1 second Hex there coming out as it does get decursed immediately, or it does break there. But look at Elswave still taking a lot of damage here, down to 50% HP. Swapsy just loaded up a fresh round of bleeds here onto TJ and JT as well. So his damage is really going to start sinking in here as we get deeper into dampening.
Double static field. Elswave's trying to get distance. JT looks like he's trying to drink on the corner there. I think he might have got a couple ticks of mana, but his team is in shambles. It does. They have Avenging Wrath. I don't think the tracker is accurate here. They punish Houston, stunning him, but it's on DR. He's so happy about that. Double Chaos Nova. Big pressure coming through. Huge cleave. Monster damage coming out from Swapsy and Houston right now. JT doesn't have a lot of options as his Avenging Wrath just became available. Static field on Houston. Back into the corner. Numb was into the clone. They stun Houston again for good measure, and JT pulls his team back from the brink, and now he's got to get some distance. They're still right on top of him. Searing Glare. Houston tries to meta immune it. Not sure if he actually hit it. It looks like he might have, as his I-Beam is connecting full onto JT. Swapsy's getting bleeds up onto Elswave. He's got bleeds on TJ. It's cleave pressure onto the DPS, and now he's swapping to the healer, and JT could fall at any moment here. Blessing Protection. Some damage likely going through this. They imprison him on his Blessing Protection. They swap back onto TJ. Renewal up in 1 second. He gets stunned. He can't pop it. He might need to trade the bot, but he can't. He's cloned. He's coming out of it in just a second. Sacrifice comes through, but now they're just going to swap to JT, and with that redirected sacrifice damage, I don't know if JT can make it out of another situation like this, Eco.
Oh, the damage is absolutely incredible onto JT, but beautiful peels coming out that Houston with no trinket and gets Cyclone. Swapsy lands a beautiful kick there onto JT, but JT has recovered. But look at TJ once again on the back foot. No cooldowns available. TJ down to 20% HP. Huge damage, but the Blessing of Protection will for a second, but they just swap back to JT here. Still a couple of seconds left on that Metamorphosis. There is the stun onto JT. He could fall behind the pillar here, but it looks like he will recover. Nice heal, and the Metamorphosis has subsided here for Houston. So the next Metamorphosis, I think, is likely the game. They still have cooldowns in their back pocket. Mana is still in the lead for Numbles. He's got his trinket rotated back up. He's got his lay on hands. I don't see any openings here for the Ellie Shaman and the Feral Druid. Meanwhile, Swapsy loading up another fresh round of bleeds. Numbles, though, not trinketing this time, is extremely greedy. It might just cost him the game, and it will. What is going on? That looked so good there, and he just falls.
Just tripped at the finish line there. Incarn's coming up, 28 seconds. Meta's coming up, 30 seconds. JT is just screaming like he lived like two minutes of just straight pain. They were just about to win, and he just falls over. I think was he on forbearance because he had lay? I think he could have trinket lay. I'm pretty sure trinket lay on hand. So unless he was on forbearance, I don't know if we were following him at that moment in time. Like, he's got a bop right now, and his lay is coming off cooldown. So does he use this bop on himself for anything? Because that's the only thing that would have put him on forbearance at that instance, and I don't think that he did. TJ tries to go for a clone, he gets stunned. I'm just watching Numbless because obviously that's like the main focus on, like, look at his, they're just winning the game. And right here, like, he doesn't bop. He could either bop this bash or trinket lay. The bop's risky because Purge is right there, but it also just takes the bleeds off. He's just, is he on forbearance? No, I don't think so. Was he? Wait, I need the last like 5 seconds. Maybe he was. What would have been on? Oh, he bopped literally as he died? Yeah, he bopped as he died.
Yeah.
That's why he's on forbearance. I was like, I saw forbearance pop up in the last millisecond. It's because he bopped as his last global.
Yeah, I was just saying that too during the cast. I don't see any opening on Phoenix Reborn. They have cooldowns, they have trinket, but I was shocked that he didn't just trinket this. I feel like if you don't trinket the bash, you definitely trinket. I mean, I guess you want to greet it on the bash, and then the restun comes in, and it's like, yeah, it's a bit fast. Like the trinket lay there, you have to be really fast to get it off. But I think you just trinket that bash, and you just get around the corner and save your lay for later even.
I wonder if he's thinking,
obviously it's easy
like,
for us to say, but I feel like that would have been the play. They were so ahead, actually. They were so ahead.
He's probably thinking Incarn comes up. You know, he's looking at his Omnibar, sees Incarn's coming up, and he's like, if I bop here, I'm dead on Incarn or something.
But you can just trinket now.
Yeah.
I feel like that was a trinket.
I definitely think it's a trinket.
Right?
It's a trinket lay on hands, so in case you get restunned, and then you bop the Incarn later, is what I think. Is that,
yeah.
If I was gonna do the trades, I would do.
You know what it is? He doesn't want to get stunned on his trinket.
Yeah.
So
that's why trinket lay first global. Don't think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but you know, it's all about the greed as well. Like to give him the benefit of the doubt. Like if you trinket and you just try, like if you trinket instantly as the stun lands, you could get restunned and then have to bop as well. That's what he's trying to avoid. So he wants to trinket the restun, but the damage kind of connected late in the bash, and then the restun connected late as well. And I guess he just he wasn't fast enough, so he just wanted to bop the restun and use like another heal. Didn't work out for him, but it's a high pressure situation. I actually liked the Demon Hunter though.
Yeah, no, it didn't. After the opener, as soon as they were able to actually get on the Paladin, I think that's the name of the game with all these feral teams. Is like whoever is actually attacking the Paladin, who's getting more pressure on the Paladin, is going to be in the winning position. It seems like they're the biggest vulnerability, at least before dampening, from all the games that I've seen so far. It's the same thing in North America. Like Drake is going after Absurge on Paladin more frequently. Just whoever can attack the Paladin for a longer period of time without getting overextended or punished is the team getting all their momentum. So Drive Overload though probably realized that like that game was kind of lucky. So do you do you send the LA Feral again? Because like that,
send it.
I'm pretty sure you're sure you send it again, not the mage.
I think you send it. You're undefeated with it. Send it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Demon Hunter's coming in 100% because that was just...
Yeah.
Oh, no. Phoenix Reborn, they realized the mistake. They shouldn't have picked a big map.
That was the mistake. 100%.
It was a throwaway. They didn't think about the series, how it would play out as far as the draft. That's why it's so important. Like, at the last second, they're like, oh, wait, what if we play this? And they picked the Melee Cleave, and it's like, wait, we should have picked the Melee Cleave map if we were going to do that. We should have planned this all the way through. Because now surely they're going to do the same thing. Like they were going to win that game. Like they still had Trinket Lay, they had a bop, they had Darkness coming up in 30 seconds too. So they could more than trade for that big Incarn exchange that was coming in 20 seconds. And JT had nothing at that point. So yeah, Phoenix Reborn, they're going to stick with it. Feral Demon Hunter. We're seeing compositions that I don't think the AWC has ever seen. And how many years have we been doing this? It feels like a lot. It's a lot of years, and we're still seeing surprises even this far into it. So this is quite the treat if you're tuning in right now. Drive Overload. I'm pretty sure they're locked in for top 3 at this point. I don't think anyone else can pass them. Maybe a top 2 contestant with Streamer Zone.
It's between them and Streamer Zone. I mean, if they win this, I think they're ahead of Streamer Zone 20 points. And then if Streamer Zone wins their next, I think they're tied.
And that doesn't matter, right? Because they fight each other, right?
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, 2 and 3 fight each other.
Rights.
Yeah, they don't care.
It's literally just bragging rights.
You just don't want to be 4th because you get Echo as the first round. So they're pretty happy about that. Obviously, there is money too on the line for the cup this week, and you want to finish strong. And they also want more intel, more practice, more games. So going as deep as possible in the tournament is going to matter for them. I was just trying to think like overarching details possibly for them, but it doesn't seem too huge. For Phoenix Reborn, it's like gauntlet placements, but with Bleach Bones knocked out. I'm trying to think if anyone could, maybe if Ultima has like the most ridiculous run ever or something like that. we could see something happening with that. But here we go. We're jumping in. It's Runes of Lordaeron. It's match point. It would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery. An excellent map for some Zugs. Let's see some smorks in chat.
All right. Smork for, I was going to say for these orcs, but
no
actually
orcs.
Elsewhere, yeah.
Well,
No, actually, no. There's no orcs. There's actually no orcs. But we're gonna see a lot of smorking happening here. Onto Numbles. He's caught up in a stun, but this time he does use his trinket. Drops around the corner, down to 50% HP. Elsewhere is just blasting off here, and this is the problem with Ruins as well. They can target Numbles a lot better on this map. TJ getting a lot of bleed damage on the entire team here. Might be an early darkness potentially being traded out here for Houston if Numbles can't recover, but he is able to dispel the flame shock and get a nice recovery. But he's caught up in the Hammer of Justice. He can't bop that. It could be the bubble, but the darkness is going to be good enough to play the darkness lottery. That is so greedy. Oh my goodness. They're actually going to do it. They hold on to it. They rely on the darkness and it pays off, but still, it's not looking like a great opener here.
He might have been on forbearance. He laid. He might have been on forbearance though. That might have literally just been, he just fluked out of not dying right there and being knocked out of the tournament. And look, whoever's attacking the Paladin is winning. If I've learned anything from this series, attack the Paladin, because Phoenix Reborn are absolutely falling apart. But now Phoenix Reborn are finally getting on the Paladin. JT and the Hammer of Justice, Elzwave and TJ are starting to rot. It's just, get to the Paladin, get to the Choppa. It's time to train down some Paladins, see which one can get out of this mix alive. TJ gets stunned up. Big blasted damage from Houston. He tries to go for a clone. He gets shut down by Swapsy. Looks like they overlapped kicks though in this position, and JT's in a great spot to survive. TJ jumps over to Numbles. He gets rooted for a moment. He's trying to stay on top of that Paladin. Swapsy's going after JT, but he's getting cracked by Elswave. He trades up the survival instincts at 5% health. Full clone on Numbles. He's greeting it. How is he getting away with this greed? He skins it at 10%. He's just trusting that Swapsy will stay alive right now, and he manages to get away with it. The greed is so good for Numbles at the moment, and it seems like Phoenix Reborn are having a way harder time actually getting on JT.
Yeah, JT doing a tremendous job with healing right now, managing to keep everybody alive. But as I say that, Elswave takes a chunk of damage, and Numbles manages to recover once again, but at the cost of his trinket, and he's going to need to rotate perfectly here with these next bops, because he's got no way out other than that. But look at Elswave, he's rotting down, huge damage onto him, but Swapsy caught up in a Hammer of Justice, going to slow things down. JT looking for the Searing Glare, slowing down the damage even more, manages to recover the entire team at that point, and now Swapsy looking for the fresh round of bleeds onto JT. What are they going to do here? They're going after Numbles. He doesn't want to use his bop. It's his last line of defense. He trades out the Divine Protection instead, and it should be enough here. Elsewhere, proccing a lot of lava burst. Right? What? That is insane burst that just came out there.
Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. Okay, drive overload. You know what we're saying? It was looking shaky for them. This did not look shaky. This was just absolute
maybe
dominance.
The map was good.
Absolute. Yeah, maybe the small map actually worked better for the Feral Ellie. Like, what? What? They just got on the pallet. They got to the Choppa. Okay, they got there. They delivered. They had so much pressure. They almost killed Numbles so many times throughout this game.
They almost killed him in the opener.
Darkness. Yeah, I was killing through darkness. I think I was killing him through his trinket and his lay. Just like everybody on his team is dying the whole time. And right now the meta and this Feral Pally meta is just whoever can do more damage to the Paladin. Also attack other players as well, but you need to be getting damage on the Paladin. You have to get them involved. You got to get them rotting down, take their globals away, and he just absolutely got caught. Just totally got caught. No cooldowns. Like maybe they could bop. But he wasn't stunned either. It just came out of nowhere.
I want to see that death log. Like, what is going on?
Big bite and a big earth shock, I think.
Yeah, it was. I just saw Elswave just popping off in Ascendance, proccing lava bursts and sending some earth shocks. I think he double earth shocked him. It must have been a huge earth shock. Like you actually just you blinked and you missed it. Like look right here. There his Ascendant procs, and you see that big spike of damage there? That was one earth shock. I think that he hit him for like a 1.5 plus earth shock. And at the same time, TJ probably bit him as well.
Yep. He ate dirt.
Wow. All right. Well, that's gonna wrap up that series 1-3. Zico.
It wasn't even that big, bro. Like 500k. The Blessing of Summer for 500k. We weren't even talking about that. Blessing of Summer, 500k, 300k, 500. It did 1.5 million. That's the highest value Blessing of Summer.
That's crazy.
JT, no one else hit him for a mil. JT did a mil damage.
JT killed him.
JT.
What?
How does JT? Okay, I need to. Let's see if Summer is an important button. Add that to the weak auras. Okay, if that's it, if that's up, you gotta. Okay.
Gotta update the package here. What's going on here with these bites though as well? Like 800.
Hungry.
It's not even that. It's
That's
like,
what I'm saying. This
when
wasn't even
you
that
look
big.
at, but when you look at the def log though, like look, 0.8 seconds, 40 to 0. That's insane. But it didn't feel like when you look at it, it's like a lot of small numbers that happened in that time frame. It's definitely the blessing of summer that did most of the lifting there, and also I guess the bite actually. It's just everyone. It's so important to have a healer that just adds in damage during those moments when your team has pressure.
Yeah, definitely. All right, and they've proved that here today. Drive Overload, they're going to live to see Championship Sunday. And they're going to have an opponent, I believe, from this next up series. So they could either be facing in the lower brackets at Ultima or Old and Bad.
Ooh, all right. Old and Bad, they got their top 8, but now it's about trying to climb as many ranks of the gauntlet as possible. Because obviously if you're starting that first round, you've got to play back-to-back series to get a spot to go up against Echo. Congratulations. We hope you enjoy your spot.
Here's
here
your prize.
to face Echo in the first round after all that hard work. So, like, you kind of want to get through as many teams as possible. And now it's kind of in their hands. They're fighting Ultima, which is, you know, it's their contest for one of those higher ranks in the gauntlet. So going head-to-head for them here is going to be great that it's in their hands.
Who do you feel like they would be a better matchup against?
I mean, I don't think they want to fight any of the teams left in the tournament.
Fair.
Ultima's probably, out of all of them, if I wanted a preference, it probably would be Ultima. Just based on, I mean, streamers, we're literally looking at the top 3. The top 3 teams.
That's
Like,
true, yeah.
I'd probably pick Ultima. So if I was Old and Bad, I think I'd be pretty happy about getting this. I don't know if this is like enough points to jump their standings at all, like even if they just win this series. I kind of doubt that it is. So they're eventually going to have to beat one of the top 3 dogs if they manage to make it through Ultima.
Yeah. It's. I mean, you were right when you said it this morning that it is a shark pit down there, and it's certainly forming to be that way. So we've got one more series left here, like we're mentioning, Ultima versus Old and Bad, and then they're going to meet up to face off against Drive Overload. So no matter which team you are down in the lower bracket, it is going to be a difficult battle, and that's the same for the upper bracket as well. Echo and Streamer Zone GG. You know, Streamer Zone GG, that was the team that kind of made Echo bleed last weekend. So one of those teams could be dropping down to face some of the teams that are left here in the lower bracket, ready to claw their way back up to the grand finals. So we're going to head to a break before we get that last series. But before we do that, we've got one more final game of the day of the spell guessing game. And they've been, I feel like we've been doing pretty good at this.
One.
I was going to say, we haven't seen you do it yet, Seiko.
Yeah, the
Right.
production
Italy-
is,
I'm gonna
they
let
don't
you-
even.
Go ahead.
They don't even want to play with me anymore. I just
No.
require 7 rapid fire done. Lock it in. Final answer.
Wait, how did you...
It's just.
Wait, why did they show it so
Actually,
soon?
wait.
I think you could be wrong here. I think it's a
Is
20-second cooldown.
Is Barrage?
I think it's
Wait,
yeah,
is Barrage
yeah,
usable?
yeah,
Is
yeah.
Barrage usable while moving?
Yeah, well, so is Rapid Fire.
Yeah, but I think that's the difference.
Does it differ?
You can use
which
Barrage.
spec, though? Which spec is it?
Is it 7 shots from rapid fire?
Is it a 20-second cooldown?
Well, this is just okay. It's not multi-shot. We can just strike multi-shot off. What even is the difference between Barrage Marksman and Barrage BM? My initial reaction when I saw this was rapid fire, but I feel like there's some details here.
It's the same ability for both.
Yeah, isn't it the same for Barrage? Like, isn't Barrage BM and
reason I
Barrage
know this
MM?
is
Wouldn't
'cause
that be
when
the same?
The only reason I know is because when I leveled my hunter and I copied a talent build from a PvE hunter and I pressed Barrage and I didn't know what it did and it just shot pellets out in a giant cone and aggroed the entire dungeon. So I was like, okay, I'm not pressing this ever again. But I'm pretty sure it's the same for BM and it's the same for MM, which makes me think
But if
it's
it's the same
rapid
for
fire.
both, yeah, then they're both wrong if it's the same. My initial gut reaction before I saw anything was rapid fire, so I'm just gonna go with that. I'm just gonna lock that in.
Rapid fire.
That's my final answer.
I also think it's a
and if
20-second
I'm wrong-
cooldown and Barrage is like 40 or something.
Yeah,
Go with your heart.
yeah.
It always-
I'm going with my
it
heart.
always
My
serves you
heart's
well.
telling me rapid fire.
Okay. I'll trust you.
All right, you're locking it in too.
Blind
Yep.
faith.
All right.
Let's see.
Ooh, it's Barrage.
Ooh.
Oh, no, we're good.
Oh, you changed
back.
it there. You
We're back.
changed
You
it.
didn't
That
believe
counts as
yourself for a
changing it, bro.
second.
What?
You doubted
No.
it, dude. You doubted it. You
What?
changed-
That doesn't
you
count as
wanted
change.
to change it. You wanted to change it.
No, I locked in. I just thought we were wrong. I was like, oh no,
Oh,
it's
okay,
Barrage.
okay.
That was not a change, Super. Don't like no, absolutely not. Not after you piggybacked on all my homework. I just
Whoa,
no way, dude.
whoa, okay.
Yeah, my
Shots
story
fired.
about Barrage was important. Okay, I knew that it was
Yeah.
the same.
Okay, wait.
proposal.
I brought a tool for this.
It was teamwork. It was
I brought a
teamwork.
tool
There's
for
a
this
stick
section,
of
guys.
dynamite tied to rapid fire. No wonder this spell hits so hard in PvP. I didn't know there was a stick of dynamite on this
Wait.
tooltip. What?
Production, put the cameras on us real quick. I gotta show what I brought. I gotta show everybody.
Wait. Oh my god, Detective
I'm ready to
Ida.
go. All right, I'm ready
You
to
have,
go.
like, bubbles
We're gonna lock
right
it in.
now.
Zoom in, yeah.
You have
Zoom in for us.
You
Yeah.
need to get two of
It's
them.
let's see.
Bubbles.
What did production change? Which pixel looks different?
I don't know, Bubbles.
I have bad news. It didn't help me at all. I don't know
You have
which
to do
one
the
it is.
Bubbles accent, and then we'll know which one it is. It's not D. There's no way that they put like a pitchfork or something. I don't even know how they got that on the
Yeah.
far right of it. It's not that.
Wait, that looks like an arrow
looks-
though.
It's backwards.
like-
Or maybe it's a backwards arrow. There's no way.
I don't think it's D either.
Like,
That'd be weird.
Okay, what is the okay? So you see like the little green thing underneath the arrow versus the blue. One is green and blue. One is green and blue, and one is blue and blue. What are we thinking here?
I literally played Hunter yesterday for like 7 hours. I don't know.
How do you not know?
I didn't even know.
Ability to be
I didn't
like
even know
half
there
your
was
action
a.
bar?
It is. It's 30% of my damage or something. But I never even noticed there was a stick of dynamite tied to it with strings. Like, what? I just thought it was 3 arrows. So it's like, I want to say it's not the same colors. I think the green is right, but I don't know what the difference is between B and C.
Yeah, what is the difference between B and C?
Do we?
Oh, you see on the actual arrow, you see like the little.
Oh, it's jagged
the little,
more?
Like, yeah, I think it's C. I think C looks actually.
I think.
Actually?
Yeah. Which one's more
Yeah, but look
Photoshop,
at
B
C.
or C?
Yeah, but look at C. Okay, so the jaggedness there looks a little crooked, and on the top you see.
I think it's B.
The right side should be more jagged on the top of C. You see that the left side has like a little, it's like a little
uneven.
jagged there.
It's uneven.
Yeah, it's uneven.
I don't think they would
exactly
do
like my
that
last
officially.
haircut that my barber gave me.
I don't think it's
Yeah,
C.
when
I
it-
think
when
it's
it
B. I think it's B.
I think it's B. I'm locking
right.
in B.
I'm gonna laugh.
It's either
if
B or
D.
A.
I'm gonna laugh so hard if it's D. Let's see it.
I think it's B or A, but I'm locking
Okay.
in B. I'm sticking to B.
Why should it
Alright.
be D?
Unleash the
Yeah.
answer. That's what I'm saying. What if it's D? Guys, what
It's
if D?
D.
Guys, what
Oh,
if
there's
it's
no
D?
way.
It's D.
No.
Come on, dude.
That's an XD, not a D. Okay.
Oh my god. What is that thing?
What is that?
It's like a little
Yeah, what
turret
did
or
they-
something. It's a sphere. I think it might be pointing.
It's an arrow.
It's just an arrow.
like a
but,
metal arrow.
I
I
don't
don't know.
understand.
That's horrible. Huh. Okay. Well,
Oh, they got
learning
us.
something
Okay,
new
well
every
played.
day.
Well played.
Well
They
played,
got us. They got us with that
production.
one.
They're snickering. I can hear it. I can hear it
Yeah,
behind the
they're
scenes
so
at
proud of
us.
themselves
Okay.
right now.
Well, I'm sure chat did a little bit better than us for that round, but let us know. And in the meantime, we're going to head to a break and we're going to come up to that final series of the day. It is the lower bracket game of Ultima versus Old and Bad coming up next after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are on the final series of the day. If you are in chat right now, let us know what your predictions are. I think I saw before it actually, I think it's done, and it was Old and Bad that did win the chat prediction. So maybe we can take a quick look at what our predictions are here on the desk, and maybe our predictions leaderboard. Lithy, you're still okay. You're tied with Zico at the moment. It's pretty close though. There's only like a 3-point differential, so I'm taking that victory. But how you feeling, Lithy, about that?
I fell off with the perfects, man. It's not good. It's not good. Last weekend, especially the Sunday, there were a few in there that did not work out.
Yeah, I'm proud of chat for winning. I'm a little surprised, frankly, that they do it with such accuracy, 71%. Then how does it feel to get beat by chat?
I don't know. Beginner's luck for chat, honestly.
Yeah.
Everyone gets lucky occasionally, so.
Yeah.
Well, I told Chad at the beginning of this, I'm coming for you. All right, like the weekend's not over. We still got plenty of time to figure this out. So we'll see where we stand at the end of Sunday.
Yeah, we certainly do. And these teams have time to figure it out as well, because we are very crossed on the desk in terms of predictions. Then you've got a quick 3-0 as your prediction.
I do. I think my prediction is actually not correct there. Like,
okay.
Yeah, I actually predicted
Old
was going to win 3-0, yeah.
Okay.
So,
oh
we
my
get that
God. Am
fixed
I the only Ultima fan on the desk here?
I think you are. Do you want to defend your stance, Lithy?
I just think Ultima is neat, you know?
They're neat. Yeah, we can go with that.
Yeah,
neat.
they're neat.
You like the double dragon, huh?
Oh, absolutely. I'm a big Nethy fan in general, so
There we go.
gotta support that.
That's fair. We can go with that. All right. Well, chat, let us know how you feel about our predictions. It is game number 1 in this lower bracket series. It's Ultima facing off against Old and Bad for the last series of the day.
Ooh. Oh, Galu. Well, Galu's one of my favorite players in Europe, so I'm really excited to see him tagged in here for Ultima. They're going to be playing the Feral Frost Mage Paladin, but Old and Bad, the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman once again. And Shadow Priests in North America have been extremely flavor of the month, and we'll see how Frosty can do in this lower bracket game.
Indeed, we shall see. It's all about the seeding for the gauntlet here between these two teams. After all, the winner takes more points. Especially for Old and Bad, it's getting out of the bottom levels of the top 8 at the moment, and Tana gets some of the first hits. They swap over onto Galu. He's taking massive damage, but some solid heals are coming in from Nethy on the Paladin now. Cassidy already through the Incarnation, not finding the damage he was looking for, actually, but gets taken low himself. Frofsy, in the meantime, I think this is the guy we need to keep our eyes on. He's definitely taking a page out of the Book of Whiskey and performing today.
Yeah, big damage for both these teams. Gelu right now down to about 50%. Kidney shot onto Nethy, followed up by a silence, and Gelu is in trouble. This could easily be an ice block. Nethy powers through, and somehow Gelu does manage to stay alive. Cassidy looking for counter pressure here. Gets an interrupt on Frosty, but Shadow Priests are very durable. I think Nixie's probably going to be the main target in this match. Big Comet Storm Meteor here onto Frosty as Gelu is doing what he can, but that's one of the things about the Shadow Priests. They're so incredibly durable in a matchup like this. We're going to have to find crowd control onto Tana for them to really push through those defenses. But Gelu is just pressured so much that he's unable to. He goes down to 1% health. It's overlapped with the lay on hands. That's super unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a massive cooldown overlap, and Nethy really will be struggling after the next rotation of cooldowns to keep Galu alive if Nixie keeps popping off like this. I mean, I was just talking about Frofsy doing well, but we gotta talk about Nixie's Outlaw, while Galu is getting taken down to 20% once again. Nethy really needs to get the heals rolling. After the entire day on the Evoker, the start on Paladin not quite as smooth as he might have hoped for. And for the moment, Frofsy gets the damage turned on him, at least for the moment. But overall, it's a little bit of a standstill. It's more of a setup comp after all here with the RPS that Old and Bad is running, so they're looking for their opportunities.
Yeah, Frosty still creating good pressure here. Gelu trying to do what he can to get some damage rolling. Cassidy gets shut down with a nice lightning lasso from Tana. Mana is slightly in favor of Old and Bad, but a nice setup here. Big stun on Nixie. This is huge pressure. The Incarnation. Nixie has to be careful. He pulls out not only the Cloak of Shadows, but the evasion. Now looking for that counter pressure, but the damage is unrelenting. Nixie's health is just not going up. Tana has to play catch up here. Will connect some heals. and manages to do so. Nixie stable. He goes for the counter kidney shot here onto Gelu, and this could be the second ice block. 1% again. I mean, Gelu, close call after close call. You will hold on, but I mean, that's a little too close for comfort.
It is a little bit too close for comfort. That's a block and a bubble overlap once again. It's getting dicey for Ultima because Nethy has rotated through the majority of the cooldowns. He only has 2 bobs to work with, and quite honestly, those don't do too much against the Shadow Priest. He's just gonna either go through them or purge them off. But the swaps onto Nixie are very dangerous, and Gelu does a lot of damage, especially with the Icy Veins. No defensive left in the tank here for Nixie. Tana might actually have to run in and link, but Gelu takes a lot of damage here. The killing spree once again coming through. Always super dangerous moments here. Kidney shot on Cassidy, shutting down the Cyclones. Shifting power comes in for Gelu, and he's just gonna die. No chance whatsoever. Old and Bad popping off in game 1.
Yeah, Old and Bad had a really good game, but I also feel like Ultima did not have their best performance in this one. The first ice block of Gelu overlapped with the Lay on Hands. Second ice block of Gelu overlapped with the Divine Shield. And then during the final moments, nothing was just out of line of sight. He used the Blessing of Protection on himself, and that would have actually, I believe, kept Gelu alive. So really, really unfortunate there. And just in terms of defense, Ultima just felt like they were kind of all over the place in this one, and Old and Bad definitely punished for that.
Exactly. CD overlaps in general. I also feel like that the healing throughput, or rather the... Actually, I probably shouldn't be talking about Nethy's healing throughput here, but rather it's a lot more about the defensive rotation and bringing in the right defensives at the right time. That just wasn't quite working out, and especially with how much damage Gelu was taking in these burst windows, I think Nethy just got a little bit overwhelmed.
I think it's the Void Collapse. It's one of the new things for Shadow Priest. And it is a surprising amount of damage. I think in the death log, we'll end up seeing it. But look at Nethy going for the Tears Deliverance. I think it's a respectable time to do it. You know, Gelu's looking okay. He's like 60% Tears Deliverance, and he just gets destroyed by that collapsing void. And Frosty just takes him down with some massive burst. It looked like that was a lot of Nixie kind of rolling over and getting the kick, but I think that was actually all Frosty there in those final moments, bursting him.
We shall take a look at the death recap, but it's definitely something this comp does very well, right? I think we've seen a good chunk of Outlaw, especially the later stages of this first season. Oh my god, 500k Blessing of Summer. Yeah, that's gonna do it, honestly.
Yeah.
Wait.
This is a different one. I was like, wait, Swapsy's not in this game.
That's the old death recap. Still Blessing of Summer doing good damage. I mean, I like to see it. Where was I? Outlaw Rogue definitely gaining some popularity, and I feel like over the course of the season, the teams that have started to pick it up really found their ways to make it work. In terms of especially damage, Outlaw does a surprising amount. If I consider kind of the first 2 weeks, Cup 1, Cup 2, there were, I think, a few teams that tried Outlaw, and it really just completely fell flat.
Yeah, so I will say, like, the nice thing about Outlaw, and one of the reasons I think Nixie might be playing it here, it seems like it's a comfort pick for Nixie, but also, all right, let's see that collapsing void. There it is, the 852,000 with the 567,000 Void Blast followed up by a 520,000. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, how much damage is that? The quick math, we're talking like 2.3 million, 2.4 million in such a short little window. Shadow Priest right now really, really pump, and I think the collapsing void, it actually caught me off. The reason I called it out is it actually caught me off guard yesterday. I got absolutely one shot by a Shadow Priest. So, and it was that same.
I think you can also you can cancel the buff as well to kind of get that damage proc a little bit more when you want it instead of having it run out, because it happens. I mean, it happens automatically once your Entropic Rift runs out, but. Yeah, if you cancel the buff, it detonates immediately, and you can kind of time that with your burst a little bit better and kind of overlap everything with when exactly you want it. A little bit of extra Shadow Priest tech that Frosty might be using here, but one way or another, definitely cool to see Void Weaver, the Void Weaver hero talent coming in. Honestly, also visually very appealing.
Beautiful. I just want to finish my thought on Outlaw as well. Like, Outlaw is really good into mages, because right now, like, as subtlety, you're kind of like, you're dealing with a mage and he's just shimmering around, and if he's not shimmering, he's just going to be blinking out of your stuns, so it becomes difficult to actually have that uptime, whereas Outlaw doesn't really care about stunning the mage as much. Like, mobility is good, and you don't really rely on those stun lock windows to take down the mage. So I think Outlaw in general is one of the better specs for actually training down a mage, but a totally different shift here. They're going to be tagging Gelu out in this one, and we're going to be seeing the double dragon once again.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Gelu is a fantastic mage, but I just don't think the mage was working very well into that matchup, especially with the Frofsy on the Shadow Priest. It's just one of those situations where you're just going to get hammered with insane amounts of damage. And if you're not playing perfectly defensively, this is going to be tough to even stay alive. But luckily, that's nothing they need to worry about for now, and we've already seen Ultima on the Double Dragon. They really know how to rotate their defensives and how to play defensively clean. So I'm very excited to see how they can pull that off on Ruins of Lordaeron.
Yeah, let's see. Nice small map here, and Ultima is going to be working together as a unit. Time Stop going to be utilized here by Smite, so he's going to basically be able to make his team frozen in time, and stop goes. It can be really effective. Like if crowd control goes on to Nethy, he can time stop Cassidy and just completely stop the go. So I'm going to be looking to see if Smite can make some really cool plays with that PvP talent.
Yeah, nice kick on Frofsy's first round of dots here. Gets delayed with the damage, but also finding a double fear, locking down Nethy and Smite for the start here. Now the dots are in, the Dark Ascension also, and Frofsy is looking for the first round of damage. Massive Void Torrent, take Smites down to half, but Nethy has things under control. The damage on Tana, though, looking very solid. I like this change from Ultima here, going for the healer.
Yeah, definitely not a bad idea. Putting pressure onto the Restoration Shaman, making sure you're pressuring him. Maybe you can kill off Healing Stream Totems. Kitty shot now onto Cassidy. He looks like he's going to be fine. Good heals coming in from Nethy. There's no crowd control out onto the Preservation Evoker, and without the crowd control, I feel like it's going to be really difficult for them to take him down. You know, Preservokers have kind of fallen out of flavor because of all these crowd controlling classes, but we'll see if Nixie, Frosty, and Tana can find it. Tana's on the back foot. He's getting destroyed. Smite, in the meantime, though, uses the Obsidian Scales, tosses in a rescue as well to try to get away. Living Flames on himself. A little bit of heals incoming. Nethy has some catch up to do as Cassidy is now under fire, but this is great pressure for Old and Bad. Smite finally getting stabilized, but that was a really scary moment.
Yeah, they're not chilling for a single second. If one target is out of range, they just swap over. It's because they can just kill Cassidy or Smite. It's not a problem at all. In the meantime, Ultima, they really want to take down Tana, and the damage is absolutely insane. Down to 20%. The pressure still going. Nice defensive fear here from Frofsy, forcing Nethy's Emerald Communion out here, actually, to stabilize his team. And even then, Cassidy is still down on half HP. Survival Instinct's renewal is available. Nethy should be able to top his team off here without too many problems. But the damage on Tana is unrelenting. He really needs to get out of line of sight, stabilize himself.
Ooh, nice Vortex!
Beautiful Vortex from Cassidy. And Tana is in so much danger. The jump back in, massive voice shift from Frofsy, saving his healer.
Yeah, nice Void Shift. Good backup from his team, but another stun comes in. The damage is unrelenting. Tana is forced to trade out the Trinket. There's no Astral Shift. He does have that Stone Bulwark Totem if he needs it, as well as the Spirit Link, but he's just dying in stuns! No one's there for the Spirit Link. All three members of Old and Bad are dead, and Tana falls!
Oh my god!
Ultima, unrelenting, Double Dragon Feral. I mean, this is just, this composition looks so good when they play it. And Old and Bad, they might need something else, because that looked pretty convincing on the side of Ultima.
That was brutal. A few good moments for Old and Bad, but not even remotely enough to kind of make it very scary for Ultima. It's the problem you have as RPS, right? If you have a comp that is mobile, that runs into you, and that does a lot of damage doing so, it's very, very tough to stay alive.
Yeah, and Tana just like, it seems like when he's under this much pressure, it's really hard for him to assist offensively. You know, he's constantly worried about dying in this matchup. I would like to see, like, I feel like there's maybe more opportunities for Frosty to land like triple fears here. There's not that much protection against fear for Frosty. So if their whole team is getting clumped up while chasing Tana around, I'd really like to see Frosty just, you know, consistently land these fears. He gets it here onto Cassidy, but I just think there's more opportunities in the match to kind of provide more relief for Tana and allow them to kind of maybe get some counter pressure out of that setup. But this just was absolute devastation, no pun intended. Smite on the Evoker, the Dragon Rage comes in, the triple disintegrates, the huge, you know, deep breaths. It is a crazy amount of pressure you can put out on Dev if you're just not being interrupted or controlled. It's
definitely looking dire for Tana. The other issue, or rather the other thing, of course, is something that Old and Bad can now fall back to is larger maps, right? Because we've seen that in Ultima versus Streamer Zone, especially Ruins of Lordaeron was one of those maps where Ultima was really able to put the pedal to the metal and just run people down, amp the pace of the game up so much, and maybe Old and Bad can slow that down enough on the smaller maps, on the larger maps, just make Tanner... put Tanner in a position where he can't be targeted as easily.
Yeah, I think it comes down to pillars as well. Like just having a pillar that you can actually use to run away is going to be super useful. So we're going to Ashamane's Fall. If he takes that kind of central location, that central pillar, it's going to provide a good cover for him. The Tomb, unfortunately, is just not great line of sight. Like Smite's going to be able to channel Disintegrates while line of sighting and running over the Tomb, and there's really nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. So I think Ruins of Lordaeron was a great pick for Ultima with their strategy. Old and Bad likely just want to have a pillar now that they can actually use to avoid some of this, unrelenting pressure from Ultima. But I kind of feel like Old and Bad, they're going to run the same thing. I think we're going to see the RPS once again. And I don't know if they need to go after Nethy more, like maybe try to force Cassidy and Smite to go and get heals on Nethy. Maybe they need to find more control on Smite, more interrupts, gouges, kidneys, during Dragon Rage. But they need to do something different.
No, I agree. But then again, Old and Bad, they have not played a different comp at all this season. Every single time they were on broadcast, they've played RPS. So the chances of them swapping it, changing it up now, I think are very slim. So maybe those in-game adjustments, as you mentioned, are the go-to. The big problem I see with that, yes, you have these bigger goals with the Dragon Rage for Smite, but generally the consistent pressure from a Devastation Evoker and the Feral Druid in combination is just so high that even if you lock down those bigger goals, I'm not sure that's going to be enough to regain the momentum for RPS.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in that first game how much damage they really were able to put out, but yeah, Smite, it's like, that's one of the things about the Devastation Evoker is you have tools to really kind of solidify your damage, right? Let me take a look at his talents. He's actually not playing it. He's not playing the immunity to interrupt, so they could interrupt Smite more often in this match because he's playing the Unburdened Flight, Scouring Flame, and Time Stop. So he's not necessarily immune to interrupts during his Obsidian Scales, and maybe there are more opportunities to lock down those triple disintegrates. But okay,
that's a change up.
Yeah, Tana, I don't think he can be trained. This is a composition. I don't think he's going to be trained, but I kind of... This is interesting. We got the double dragon versus the double priest.
I mean, I like it. The Disprey is definitely bringing a lot more damage reduction cooldowns in, and especially a lot more potential to play from range than the Shaman. I mean, in terms of the defensives at least, right? The big thing for Shaman obviously being Spirit Link that forces you into melee, but Dispriest not quite as burdened, so I can see this working. I like this a lot, actually.
Yeah, I think it just... And Nixie went subtlety, so it's going to be a little bit more kind of all-in, focus pressure, a lot more about the setups. And one of the reasons I talked about Psychic Scream in that second game and how important it is for Frosty to land those. And now you have two priests. So if you're going to be Smite, Cassidy, and Nethy, wrapping around a pillar, chasing someone, you are going to be susceptible to those fears. And that's going to be the perfect setup for Nixie to go in for those stun locks. So I think a big part of this is just Old and Bad. Tana wants to provide additional fears, and also just you can't really train a Discipline Priest. They have some of the most powerful defensives, like passive defensives in the entire game. So training a priest doesn't really work out that well. And Ultima is probably going to have to go after a different target.
Yeah, just the flat damage reduction with Focused Will and things like that. It's just really, really hard to run down a Dispriest. So I guess we're kind of going back to either locking down Frosty or what you mentioned in Game 1, kind of targeting Nixie and swapping to the Rogue every now and then, which, quite honestly, can work very well because Rogues are not that tanky outside of their big CDs.
Yeah, you just kind of, once you're out of Vanishes, once you're out of Cloaks, it becomes really scary. Also, like, if you're I mentioned this in one of the series earlier today with Echo and Waz, where if you can force a Rogue defensive, like you're forcing out defensive Cloaks and defensive Vanishes, you can throw them off tempo in terms of, them getting offensive pressure out. When everyone's on Diminishing Return, they're having to trade out their Vanish just to survive. It's not ideal for a Rogue in that situation. So I think Ultima can really mix it up. Maybe go after Nixie here. Game number 3. This is a tie ball game right now. First 2-3 between these two teams. Elimination series. Let's see who gets it done.
The big opportunity for Ultima to win the swing match, but the comp change from old and bad will need to prove itself. Drake stuns are in. Nice lockdown. The target is the Rogue, immediately taking Nixie down to half HP, but Tana has things under control, at least for the moment. Swap back over on Cassidy. Full kidney shot, and the damage is not quite coming through. The time dilation from Nethy thrown in very early into the mix here. Nixie's opener not going as well as he would have hoped for, I would assume.
Yeah, unfortunate here for Nixie, not really finding the pressure that he wants early on. Cassidy, Nethy, and Smite all have their trinkets, and Nixie might just die. This is not looking good for this poor Rogue. Stun onto Tana. Smoke Bomb comes in. They're going for a miracle play here onto Cassidy. Cassidy needs to not fumble. They're so far ahead here. What is he going to do? Goes into bear form, Frenzy Regeneration. At the same time, Nixie's just outright dying. Smite and Nethy on the dragons, just hovering around, throwing in all that damage, but that counter setup now, and finally Frosty is really getting it going here. Emerald Communion trades out here for Nethy. Shadowy Duel on Smite, not allowing him to connect the heals. And this is good counter pressure for old and bad. That was not a good start, and Nixie is still in trouble.
Yeah, Nethy burned through 2 big defensives, the Rewind and the Emerald Communion. But Nixie has 30 seconds on his DC, big CDs. The only thing he has available right now defensively is the Vanish. The second power pain suppression already tossed out. Only a barrier and the 2 void shifts of the priests left to keep Nixie alive. The defensives are dwindling. Full kidney shot on Nethy. Swap over onto Cassidy, but he dips behind the pillar to get out of line of sight and out of go range. Meanwhile, Smite is the big target. Great rescue from Nethy before the silence kicks in, but everyone is rotting down. Nethy really needs to make things work right now. Otherwise, he might have a dead teammate or 2.
I mean, Smite is just outright dead. They are not controlling Frosty whatsoever. It's been scary moments here on the Nixie, but he has turned it around. They get the trinket from Smite. Cassidy, Nethy, that's going to be the last line of defense for him. Going for a deep breath, moving forward, potentially looking for a stun onto Tana if he can find it. Unfortunately, not able to. We'll just be going back in time, resetting his pressure a little bit. Eternity Surge and Fire Breath being channeled out. Nixie is being pressured once again. He goes for a counter stun lock onto Smite and Cassidy. Both of them are now rotting down. Incarnation for Cassidy, though. He's got a huge hit of damage, but Frosty shuts it down with a double fear. Really nicely done there by Frosty, who is just completely owning in this game. I mean, look at the damage meters. His damage is absolutely sky high. It's a huge part of the reason why Old and Bad is still in this game.
Yeah, second to sleepwalk. That Tana Death's playing clean on this Dispriest so far.
Oh,
but the swap over on Frosty's
no!
massive. Big damage on Nixie! Last second Void Shift comes through and barely saves their life. They've overlapped 2 Void Shifts, though, in this situation. And this is not good for Old and Bad. They just bled massive amounts of defensives. Maybe the turnaround with the Smoke Bomb here is good enough, but it's only cheap shots. Frosty can't really follow up with the damage. Maybe on the tail end here, Smite taking a lot of punishment. The Void Torrent is good, but Nethy hovers around the side, is going to be in range and in position to top off his teammate. Tana in a full Cyclone. Great moves by Ultima, and I think they have the momentum on their side. If Cassidy doesn't outright die here, Duel coming through. The renewal, not quite enough. Almost taken down. The swap over into Nethy. It's so much. It's so fast. Old and Bad kicking the game into overdrive right now.
Old and Bad really pushing the pressure here. Nethy is really struggling to keep the team alive. Smite is rotting down low. He recovers, hovering back to the pillar here with Nethy. Dream Breath being cast out. It looks like Nixie will be put into a stun. Cassidy just doing what he can to slow down the game, not really getting the most offense out, but just wanting to stay alive. Nixie, Frosty both rotting down. Nethy and Tana both running low on mana. Big cheap shot here onto Smite as he gets rescued away once again. They make a swap back over onto Cassidy, but they need to find some damage. Nixie has been the main target in this game, but got the Cloak of Shadows rotated back up. There are defensives here for Old and Bad. Cassidy, if he can find a Cyclone, it's going to be massive. He does manage to here on Tana, and Nixie's forced to trade out his Cloak.
Yeah, Cloak is gone. This is a massive opportunity for Smite to send something once the Shadow Blades are out. The danger is gone, but for now, Nethy needs to be careful. Has the Emerald Communion ready. Smite looking for a deep breath, only finds Frosty here for a moment. They are still sending the damage. Cassidy under fire, 20%. Still bringing in the survival instinct, overlapped with the Emerald Communion. I don't think this is what Ultima was looking for, but they find Tana in a maim stun, maybe actually getting to kill off the Dispriest here in this situation, but they followed up with the Cyclone. Meanwhile, Smite gets swapped to. Overall, Ultima fumbling a little bit in the last minute.
But still staying alive. Cassidy did get that Cyclone onto Tana, and Nixie unfortunately wasn't able to find too much. Nethy now into a kidney shot as I make it a swap, but Nixie is just so incredibly low. The full sleepwalk comes in. Tana, I think he managed to get the Shadow Word Death to break himself free from that crowd control. Great play there. Silence into a fear on Nethy. Cassidy's in trouble, but he goes for the Bark Skin. Smoke Bomb gets dropped down here by Nixie, making a swap now onto Smite. He immediately trinkets and goes for the Deep Breath, not allowing Old and Bad to get any kind of pressure rolling, and Tana is really struggling. Nixie has no defensive cooldowns whatsoever. He goes for the Shadow Step kick, needing to slow down the Disintegrate, but his health is going nowhere but down. Huge heals here from Tana, being greedy a little bit with the pain suppression. Finally trades it on the stun. Nixie trades out his Trinket as well, freeing himself and getting the counter set up on the Smite. Shadowy Duel. Is it enough to take Smite down? Does he have the damage? Can Smite survive? It's so close. Rescue in the nick of time, and Cassidy in bear form, I think, ultimately will survive. It is really coming down to a close race here.
Yeah, great rewind just before the duel from Nethy, and now Nixie is under fire. Great knockback out of the barrier. The damage is good, but not quite good enough. Cassidy under fire once again, is in bear, has no defensives, nothing left in the tank. Nethy just needs to keep him alive a few more seconds. Sparkskin in 5. Heart of the Wild also almost up. Nixie is dying. He has nothing left in the tank defensively. Tana is and out of HP. Massive double fear. He just goes on the offensive, trying to win the game for his team right here, right now. But Cassidy has Heart of the Wild back. It pops in the Frenzied Region. And Ultima once again on the offensive. They're trying to take down Nixie. Good damage coming in with the Disintegrates. But Cassidy dropping further and further down. Once again back into bear form, staying alive somehow. Incarnation in 1 second. They can send all the damage in the world, and here it comes. Nixie has nothing. Nixie gets bitten and eaten. Done, dusted. Ultima up 2.
Yeah, 2-1 here for Ultima. I mean, it was a close call. Cassidy barely holding on. Once again, no pun intended in that bear form. He managed to hold on to that crucial moment where Heart of the Wild came off of cooldown, and that was enough to kind of bolster his defense. The second Nixie got off him, too, he went for a Cyclone. That was a really pivotal moment in the match where he was just forced into bear. Nixie finally kind of abandoned the chase, and he gets a Cyclone. Actually, we have it right on the replay. He gets the Cyclone here on the Nixie, and this is where they can kind of stay alive. It's like, okay, Nixie's finally out of the pressure. I think Tana actually potentially went for a Mass to spell there. It might have been on Diminishing Return, but he gets out of the Cyclone. Cassidy goes for the stun, and this is where Cassidy once again gets so incredibly low. But Smite has Dragon Rage up, so although he's in a fear right now, he's going to be getting out a tremendous amount of pressure with this Dragon Rage. The Incarnation gets rolling here for Cassidy, so right when he needs it, Cassidy not only gets his Heart of the Wild, he also gets the Incarnation, and they can push in to secure the win. But the game does not get closer than this. I mean, Cassidy held on at 10% health multiple times in the match. Nethy's completely out of mana. Tana's completely out of mana. That was really anyone's game.
Beautiful. Beautiful game, honestly. And Ultima take the swing match, and this is a massive deal in this best of 5, because yes, Old and Bad has another map pick now, but they need to win that to even out the series, and after that, Ultima can send it back to a close quarters map, like Hook Point, where we've seen what they can do on Lordaeron. They're just gonna run someone down.
Yeah. I do wonder what map we're going to be going to here. Old and Bad, obviously bringing in this double priest subtlety rogue composition. I'm just thinking, like, do you think this kind of worked out the way they intended, or do you think they might mix up their composition again?
I feel like the Disc Priest works better. I'm not as convinced by the sub rogue. Because I feel like Nixie has more control and through that more overall pressure on the game as Outlaw. If they want to stick to the sub-rogue, I feel like they should set up harder goes on Nethy, because that's kind of one of the biggest weaknesses we've seen from Preservation Evokers throughout this season, and being one of the main reasons why we've not seen them basically at all, even though everyone was expecting them to be one of the best healers in the game, is because you can set them up so nicely and lock them down and basically insta-gib them in a single stun go. And I don't feel like Old and Bad really tried any of that last game. Also, of course, yes, Ultima is playing very well defensively, but I think they can leverage a little bit more pressure in that direction. But I do personally would prefer the Outlaw Rogue, I think.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. It's funny too, like, this double, it's kind of surprising how much synergy evokers have with themselves. So like preservation augmentation, preservation devastation, which is what we're seeing right now, is surprisingly very good. And there's a few reasons for that. One of the reasons is both evokers gets to play something called Time Spiral, which basically resets a mobility for you, and it resets hover. So you basically have infinite hovers as this. So you're just immune to snares running around the whole game. Smite can hover, he can hover again, he can deep breath, then hover again, Time Spiral, hover again, and then right there, Time Spiral.
Days.
And then Nethy, if he wants, he can Time Spiral again and hover again, and then deep breath's off cooldown, it resets both hovers. You're just so mobile on that Devastation Evoker. Not to mention, Rescue is such a powerful defensive cooldown. Basically being able to just, every minute, you can take someone, move them to a different location, and you give them a little bit of a shield. It's a top talent there. It's, third from the right at the top. But,
what is it? I think 30% max HP. It's massive.
Yeah, it's super good. But you go for a stun if you're Nixie, and twice a minute they can just get you out of it. So you have a lot of ways. Like Cassidy, if he's getting stunned, Nethy or Smite can just rescue him out of it. So I do think there's just some really good synergy between these two specializations. And it's looking. The prediction's not looking too bad. Maybe I should have just left it how it was.
I was about to say how you feeling with the swap there at the start.
I didn't swap, to be fair. I was just being honest about what my prediction was. But Ultima definitely proving me wrong. I'm happy to see it. Honestly, I don't mind being wrong. Especially it's still so cool to see these compositions you don't normally expect to do well.
Yeah.
You see these players that play it at such a high level, they can make it work. And I never thought, if you told me today we were going to see double dragon versus double priest, I wouldn't have guessed that,
And we're having a lot of fun with it. Nixie now swapping over to the Outlaw Rogue, so kind of what we talked about, maybe the additional CC and pressure can catch Ultima off guard, and the opener is in already. Frofsy with a massive Void Torrent. They're targeting Cassidy and getting his Bark Skin right off the bat. Tana gets a beautiful precog proc and is out of danger here for the moment. Nethy already bringing in the time dilation and Smite. They want to run down the Priest here for a moment at the very least.
Yeah, looks like it. Double stun coming in. Big Eternity Surge there for Smite, getting the Disintegrates rolling in the match. Anna is just rotting down. They're just taking him down through all those massive shields. And then, in the meantime, cheap shots going out onto Cassidy. Nethy gets put into some crowd control. Is there a fear to follow it up? Cheap shot into cheap shot, but doesn't look like there's going to be any more. Smite is just, look at him. He's chasing Tana the whole game. Got to be so annoying for Tana. Get off of me. Finally, Nixie slows him down with that kidney shot, but I don't think that's going to be enough to take him down. Silence on Nethy. Big heals will connect, and Smite just continues. Look at him. He just target acquired the entire game here onto Tana.
Hovering over him like a bird of prey, and the damage is actually really good. The main stun from Cassidy is massive, forcing the second pain suppression already. Tana is just throwing the defensives out like Halloween candy right now, and Nixie getting swapped to. Blind coming through onto Nethy. Full kidney shot on Smite, but Frofsy not really able to follow up as he was stuck on the other side of the map with Cassidy on his tail. And for the moment, Old and Bad, they're just continuously losing momentum, maybe with the swap onto Cassidy, but once again, Tana is the big target, and that's his next defensive. That's the barrier out.
Yeah, Smite is rotting down. Rescue coming in. Nixie and Frofsy still just taking a tremendous amount of damage, but a beautiful double fear there by Frofsy. Sets up his team, but Nethy has already kind of weathered the storm. They're all topped off. Cassidy uses the Bark Skin. That should be enough for him to survive, but massive pressure coming in from Nixie on that Outlaw Rogue. A surprising amount of burst there in those final moments, but now that he's full on health, will continue to push the pace. Smite still just chasing down Tana this entire game. I mean, he has found his target, really trying to just get that damage rolling. But the good thing about going after Tana is you get everyone clumped up, which is what you want. So if Cassidy is on Tana and Smite's on Tana, then all of a sudden you get to take advantage of those triple disintegrates and really put the team behind, which is what we saw on Runes of Lordaeron. So I think that's what Ultima is really going for here.
Oh, Cassidy leaps away from the kidney, immediately trinkets it. They're on to Tana once again, and they're just burning through the shields. And Smite is doing so much damage, maybe even running some extra damage against these Dispriest shields here with the Evoker. And while Tana is sitting in the Cyclone, they're swapping over onto Nixie. The minute decisions and swaps that Ultima is bringing in here, the game pace they are putting in is so damn high. Old and Bad is struggling to keep up.
Yeah, it is difficult, but Tana looks like he's weathered the storm for now. Nixie and a Cyclone, though, they are moving into position once again. They're on top of Tana. Smite coming in, Disintegrate from Nethy. Big sleep block from Smite as well, setting up the team to double stun. Tana getting absolutely destroyed. Nixie trying to slow down Smite just a little bit with the cheap shots. They need to get an interrupt on the Disintegrates, especially after the empowered spells. There's the Disintegrate interrupt. Really, really important. Tana goes for the ultimate penitence, and that will keep his team nice and stable. But you can see Tana has way more mana, so if we keep going this way into the late game, and Nethy, I think, could be in trouble just in terms of pure resources. Blue bar could fall out very, very shortly.
Yeah, we've seen that before. This high-pressure game style does come with its downside, and especially the swaps onto Nethy can be very, very dangerous. Nice setup here from Nixie, finding the cheap shots, but taking a lot of damage on the punishment in return. Full kidney is in. Smite just sitting on the open field for the moment, and Frosty is trying his best to make things work. Has the Void Shift available, as Tana does as well, so they are reasonably safe at the moment. And it's really on Ultima to find more avenues. Nixie, without any major defensives, kind of the best target, and they're really sending him right now down to 20%. The Rapture Shields coming in as they strike back on Cassidy. But overall, nothing really game-winning happening at the moment.
Yeah, full blind on Nethy into a gouge. Is there anything to follow it up? Smite could just die. Here comes the Psyfiend. The Psyfiend, ooh, it's going to get range. So instead of killing the Psyfiend and tanking it, it's going to retreat behind the pillar. It was a smart thing to do, but look at Nethy really struggling here. That is going to be the rewind. Major defensive cooldowns will be forced out. Nixie, in the meantime, taking some pressure. 1 second! 1 second on Kulka Shadows! I can't believe he died! They had double voice shift. That damage was unreal! I can't believe it! Ultima 3-1 over Old and Bad in a surprising amount of damage. Smite on the dragon says no way and ends it with his Dragon Rage.
I guess Nixie just vanished there. Oh my god, what an insane amount of burst coming out of Smite there. Absolutely crazy. I mean, this looked good. This looked like a good setup. They got a lot of damage out on Smite, tried to follow that up, and then the Deep Breath combo. I mean, Nixie is running around with the PI, doing so much work. Gets gripped out on half. Does he have a pain suppression? No, not. It was just the shield. Look at this. Dragon Rage, double flame with an Eternity Surge proc. Just executed. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things, right? Like, we don't see evokers that much, the devastation evoker, but one thing they're good at is causing devastation. So they do a lot of damage, and when Dragon Rage is up, you can really put out some pressure, especially if you're getting lucky crits. You're getting Eternity Surge procs on your Disintegrates, which is actually what we saw here. So he gets the Eternity Surge. Here comes a Disintegrate, but look, he gets a he gets a proc, gets another proc, and that's actually what ends the game. So that's really lucky, but that's why you have to respect Dragon Rage so much. It is so crazy how much damage it does.
My prediction.
Okay.
No.
Just think about how.
Yeah.
Think about how happy everyone is that predicted the opposite of you. That's how I sleep at night. You know.
They're getting some points.
Yeah.
For sure, they're looking forward
I mean,
to that
I got to catch up to chat somehow, right?
Yeah. Aren't you second?
Yeah, but not first.
Behind chat.
No, you're right. One of us has to walk away from the season beating chat. This isn't looking good for us. Well, either way. Go ahead.
I don't think anyone can beat chat, but
no,
I mean,
true.
we can try, right?
I mean, they're a monolith of the collective mind of World of Warcraft players. How can we beat them? We're up against a lot, you know?
That's very true. I mean, hive mind.
Yep, exactly. All right, well, Ultima taking that victory 3-1. That is the end of the road here for Old and Bad for the first 4 cups. They had quite an adventure, but that is the last time we'll see them, at least for these first 4. Ultima moving on to Championship Sunday. They're facing off against Drive Overload. I keep saying Overlord. Drive Overload in the lower semifinals on Championship Sunday. We've got some big series shaping up for Championship Sunday in the EU bracket. I mean, we've got Echo versus Streamer Zone GG up top, and then down below we've got Drive Overload versus Ultima. Ultima, we kind of haven't seen them have this good of a weekend in a while. Also, Ven, they're kind of on fire.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely love to see it. we had them starting off in the upper bracket today. Unfortunately, they lost to Streamer Zone, but they were able to take down Old and Bad. They took down Drive Overload earlier on in the tournament as well. And yeah, they're just looking really good. So we get to see the rematch between these two teams. It was a close one before. We'll see if Drive Overload has learned their lesson from that last time they met, or if Ultima is going to be able to best them once again with this double dragon composition.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm getting the name in your head. They're going to change it next week or next time we see him. Just watch. All right. Well, Echo and Streamer Zone GG. I'm certainly looking forward to that series as well. This is the team, Lithy, that kind of almost made Echo go down to the lower bracket. It was very scary for Echo. They did not feel safe.
I mean, if we look at EU and an A, in an A we have the El Clasico of Liquid versus the Move, right? But if we look at EU, I think the matchup, those teams that come closest to an El Clasico over here is Echo versus Streamer Zone. I mean, this is a matchup that goes back all the way to 2021. So I'm incredibly excited whenever these two teams play against each other, be it Cup 3 Grand Finals or this week upper semifinals, maybe even a rematch in the Grand Finals. Who knows? It's going to be incredible, and I'm super excited for it, especially considering Thessia is as much on fire as he was last week.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find there's a tweet from Meh. He was talking to, he put it out last week after they had played that series. He said, GG's to Streamer Zone. I didn't play the greatest day, but it was hard to play the game when you're playing against Thanos of WoW in Tessia 1 versus 9. Like Tessia is definitely really stepping up. I feel like he's one of those wild card players right now that could turn the series and potentially win it for his team. So I'm really excited to see that.
Yeah, I am too. So definitely stick around for Championship Sunday if you want to see some of those series break out. And real quick, before we start talking about North America, maybe we have an updated predictions and leaderboard. I feel like we've done pretty well this lovely Friday. Okay. So let's see. Okay, I'm still at the bottom. Love that. But not in the bottom in perfect predictions. So I'm going to take that dub.
Yeah, that's Sid.
Yeah, Sid. I'm only one away.
I'm Sid too.
Okay, well, chat's still in a healthy
We're not doing
lead.
that bad though. Like,
we really aren't.
I have at least better than flipping a coin percentages, so
That's true.
I need an updated chat poll on that one, because last time chat told me I should just flip a coin because I was doing so bad.
Oh my god, that's horrible.
Rude, yeah.
That's kind of mean. Jeez. I mean, it's a passing grade. It's like a D, like a solid D for all of us. So then. Yeah, so chat's got to see. Chat's got to see if we went by my old public school grading system. But all right, well, let's keep it up. That's been really fun to see everybody's predictions, and congrats to those that had a huge payout in the channel points at the moment. So let's talk about North America. Of course, we got through the first day of EU, and now we're heading over to NA. Oh, we're going to look at the standings first. Just kidding. I moved on too quickly. Of course, we've got Echo over there in first place at 440 points. Second, we've got Drive Overload. Third, Streamer Zone GG at 300 points. And we've got those stars. If they've got a star next to their name, that does mean that they still have a chance to make some more points. So we'll see if any of that kind of flips around. Of course, you have to make it into the top 3 to make it into the standings. And then kind of everybody else is just gunning for a gauntlet position. So we'll certainly keep a look on an eye out on these teams for Championship Sunday's games over in EU. So let's take a look at the games that we're going to be seeing for North America, because of course those games are going to be starting also. And we've got the standings here. Welcome to the Jung at the top, Lithy.
I mean, they've been looking as good as Echo has been looking in EU, so NA is stacked in terms of the lineup. The most interesting thing, though, and it's not even a small deal. This is a massive deal. Liquid in third did not make top 8 this weekend. They are out. They cannot gain any more points. So that third spot is up for grabs, but it requires both Power Tools and the move to make big plays. Because if they go out early, they're not getting too many points. And Liquid, well, they will remain in third. So That's going to be interesting, especially considering Power Tools are already in the lower bracket.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. I am just as excited for these EU games. Kind of a lot happened during the offline games. Of course, we can get a little bit more into that, tomorrow. So definitely tune in for the top of the show if you want to find out what exactly went down during the offline games. But I know, Van, you were kind of you've been doing like a live sort of like streams for the offline games on Wednesdays, right?
A watch party, yeah.
Yeah,
Checking out the
watch party.
games, checking out the teams,
Yeah.
seeing how things are going, yeah.
Any highlights for you?
I mean, team for the memes. They just came out of nowhere. And they could actually make top 8. So this is a team that kind of just literally came out of nowhere, and they played the most bizarre composition. So they play Evoker, Frost Death Knight, Enhancement Shaman with the infamous Big Dam. The actual terror of the solo shuffle ladder in North America. I think he had like literally 20 Enhancement Shamans in the top 30 or something like that. So he plays a lot of Enhancement Shaman, and they're the team that did eliminate Liquid, and that's one I definitely got my eye on because they're a super fun team to watch. They run an unorthodox composition, and they could definitely cause a little bit of havoc. And Unitas in that 8th position is definitely going to be watching those games, hoping that they don't do well.
Yeah.
They have the opportunity to do the funniest thing tomorrow by knocking out the Power Tools first round. It's going to be such a good matchup.
It definitely is. So stick around for that. It's an exciting day of games heading into Saturday. So that's going to wrap everything up for the day. So thank you everyone for watching with us. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow, twitch.tv/Warcraft, or head on over to our YouTube. We're live over there as well, and follow us on Twitter at WoW Esports. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be here same time, same place tomorrow, 7 p.m. CEST, 10 a.m. Pacific. Thank you guys so much. See you tomorrow.